sides at least. So yeah, we have lots of space in the back, in here. Okay, so I checked with the route planner. So according to my test, my charting test and range test, I estimated 10 hours and 55 minutes. But the route planner claims 10:32. So I wonder if it's because according to the spec, it's supposed to be 150 kilowatt charging, but I could only get around 130 kilowatts. So maybe that's why. Right, but we'll see then. So I navigated now to Jungs, Chile, and then the car claims that we will arrive with 8%. Alright, okay, it's gonna be right around 10:20 something we start. Not 10:20, 9:20. Here. It's been a while since the WAN challenge, okay. So we can start at 21:24 then, kind of odd time. Or 23, can we make it in 23? Let's make it in 23. Let's go. We are pretty much ready to go. We can just exit the... Wait. Ah, man, we need to start the car first. 23 now, okay, let's go. Well, I hope that the thing doesn't run into the screen here on accident. So yeah. Yeah, it actually runs into the screen. Shit, the cable. I need to somehow try to avoid rubbing into the screen on accident. Yeah, good evening. But dude, there's a freaking insect on the inside. How did you get in here? Oh, can you just get out? I'm not sure if it got out or not. Probably not. Possibly when I shot the video today. Nope, I haven't booked an EX60, and I'm fully booked until until second half of August, so they are late. That's a bummer. Oh shit, the cable bumps into the... I'm not sure how to do that. The cable rubs into the screen, then it accidentally presses buttons there. Not sure how I'm gonna do it. Yep, that's pretty much it. maybe if I place the mic further away or something, but no, they have problems here because of the placement of the camera and stuff. Not sure how I'm gonna do this. Need to wrap it around the charging cable, I think, to avoid it rubbing. Let's see, this. Okay, hopefully that's better. So the car claims I can make it to Chile, really? I have my doubts, but okay, we can try. Accident in 6.7 kilometers, it claims. Shaky, well, not much I can do about that. Well, I could raise it, but I'm not sure if I want that, so just have to try to adjust the camera and hopefully it will change. Okay. Nope, it doesn't really help. So, okay, I'm trying to do this while driving. There. As usual, I need to deduct some time for the campers. Try to adjust the camera slightly. So yeah, it's quite bright nowadays, even 9:30. I don't know when I'll be borrowing it. They say possibly in end of August I can get the P7 Plus because it was incredibly efficient. So there's an accident in 2.2 kilometers, really? No, there's no accident. Here's the incorrect claim then. That is illegal tint of the side windows on that Beamer. I could easily spot it. I wonder if the Polizei would spot it. So yeah, it seems like many people are hyped up about this car, and I suddenly realized why, because it is actually a quite good van. And when they did the banana box test, it had amazing space. It could take, how much was it again? I think it was 58 or 57 banana boxes. It could take more banana boxes than the ID Bus cargo version even. Okay, the whole shake here, I need to do this. That will help here, but it's gonna shorten my cable. Hopefully we don't have any problems with the freaking cable running all over the screen. So it's crazy. This PV5 has more space than ID Bus. Which makes me wonder why the ID Bus. Well, I didn't have any other reference with the bus until now. I mean, what is so wasteful in space there in ID Bus? Makes me wonder. Well, actually, I remember that the dash area quite big. No, there is no engine in EV. I haven't tested the Europallet, but I remember the bus, the dash area was freaking humongous. I could barely reach the windscreen there. Here it seems like they made the dash area fairly compact. But yeah, the rear motor, yeah, okay, that's still some space. Yeah, true. Yeah, what's up? So I actually have a quite a busy weekend. We have a long weekend. Already tomorrow afternoon we are going to Follvik Familiepark. I booked an Airbnb at Sandefjord for 2 nights. So we have some nice weather. Yeah, it's crazy. This van, it starts at 470k NOK, and then ID Bus rear-wheel drive, 83 kilowatt hour. Okay, bigger battery. Starts at 660k, so it's almost 200,000 NOK cheaper than the ID Bus. And the there was accident here earlier. Okay. And the crazy part is that we have more space than ID Bus. It seems to actually be more efficient than the bus even. What else is it? Okay, charger is slower than bus, but it has ventilated seats, you know. So it's actually a really good van for the money. Or it makes me wonder if bus is overpriced, because the bus interior is also kind of sparse, you know, just plastic fantastic. Nowhere near as nice as the X-Pen X9. Oh, we have a donation. 100 NOK, thank you very much. Because I've mostly seen bus as company cars, not many families use them. Good, but yeah, exactly, very good. And at least when they did the range test, they have indication that this PV5 could be more efficient than the bus. And I measured 67.1 kilowatt hour net capacity. So of course it's 10 kilowatt hour less than the bus, or I don't know how you measure it. Well, at least 8 kilowatt hour then. I think bus I got around 75 kilowatt hour. But the bus charges at 185 kilowatt. Here it's only 100 and, well, it's supposed to be 150, but for some reason when I measure it, it was only 130. It seems to be capped at 300 amp. So that was kind of strange. Yeah, many people actually convert the PV5 into a camper van, and it's really spacious. It has that nice height in the back, and actually quite wide in the trunk area also. So many passenger cars, I measure them to be around 100, 110. This was almost 130 centimeter, and actually the rear seats are quite wide. But on the other hand, it's missing some cup holders, which the bus had in the door. So yeah. But I mean, overall, this is way better bang for the buck than the bus. So the bus has been a favorite for a long time, but then, and also you guys can hear that the noise levels here are actually quite good, because we are on 16-inch tires only. What was it again? I think it was 205 or 215, 65, 16. But when I did the acceleration test, and also, guys, this van, it's a passenger van, which has some more soundproofing and seats, right? This passenger van weighs only 2,220 kilograms with me in it. That is remarkably light for a passenger van this size. And because of that, it has only 163 horsepower, but it has 0 to 100 time the same as the ID bus that weighs almost 400 kilograms more, and that's 204 horsepower. Oh shit, bump into the screen. Okay, no big deal. It's just bumping into the navigation screen. So we will see. It's actually a quite warm night tonight. Supposedly 13 degrees Celsius. So I'm like, wow. Now it's 17 degrees Celsius. First, I wanted to do this run yesterday, but it was simply impossible because Isabel fell asleep in the evening, afternoon, and then by the time she fell asleep again in the evening, it was almost 10 at night. And then today, it's weekday, so then if I started around 10 yesterday evening, I would finish. Yeah, I estimated almost 11 hours on this van, so I would finish 9 in the morning, which is not good because I'll be passing by Mortensrud around 8, and then I get stuck in Stau. So then I will probably be home by 9:30. So I was like, okay, scratch that. Plus that I felt like I didn't get enough sleep. Then I had a full sleep yesterday night, and also around 1.5 hour nap this afternoon. I need all the sleep I can get, because the crazy part is that tomorrow morning after the challenge, I need to actually go to the supercharger and charge it up to around 60-70%, and then try to nap somehow at home, because around 11:30 tomorrow we are going to Folvik, or at least not all the way there. We will stop at Sandefjord. So I have to have a crazy driving marathon tomorrow. But wifey wants to go there. The kids also wants to try there. I will also go there, and I also want to check it out. First time, Folvik, to see how it is. It's just a farm that they have added some stuff, so it seems to be very child friendly. Two nights in Sandefjord, and then we hammer over there, and then we'll see. But we'll travel back on Monday morning, afternoon, so hopefully we can clear some of the traffic. It's gonna be crazy traffic on the way back there Monday. expect some stau, but it is mostly motorway all the way, so yeah. But who knows? So yeah, so I wanted to do a road trip or family trip or whatever with this van. I don't know why some people overtake and then they just slow pull. Why don't you just hammer it? So what the heck is this? No. Okay. Just want to run as constant speed as possible. Wow, it's 18 degrees Celsius in Oslo right now. The summer has finally arrived. I went on a dip in the swimming pool today. It was nice and warm in the afternoon, and then we picked up the kids, and then they were up for it. So I was like, yeah. But then once we got into the pool, then Isabel felt a bit cold, and Axel was afraid of the water. So we're like, gee, come on, boy. Nothing to be afraid of, no? And then he refused to join. So okay, so it was a quick end. But I went in there and I cleaned a bit. But it seems like I'm not able to clean it properly. So I'll see how I can clean it later somehow. There's Alnabru. Hopefully I can survive long enough tonight. Well, yeah, we'll see how I do it. Because I feel like a road trip with a family would be interesting video for people to watch. And actually, dude, this car has amazing space and also length-wise. Like, seating height is amazing. It's 42 centimeters roughly. Way better than, for example, Model Y, which is considered quite good. But also, when you have a car seat in the back, I tested that today. I recorded this interior view, and you know how it goes, right? I have the Cybex Sirona T in the back seat, and then I try to recline and whatever, and it was insanely good space. You can sit in the front quite comfortably and actually recline a lot without pushing the back too much, the car seat in the back. Well, the navigation still claims 8% at Ljungskile. Okay, well, we'll see about that. Consumption is only 240 watt-hour per kilometer. This is very efficient for a van. It's kind of funny that this PV5 is consuming less than some SUVs, yeah, or even some thirsty sedans. The voltage is actually, well, when we charge 100%, it's around 440 volts, so fairly high voltage. But it doesn't charge that fast. It seems to be capped at 300 amp. Well, at least when they did the charging test. Mercedes has no blinker. Taxi drivers hugging the left lane. Business as usual. So this is strange because a better route planner claims 10.5 hours, but then according to my range test and charging test, then it should be 10:55. Yeah. So it's at least it's way faster than the EQV, because the EQV doesn't charge that fast and it's kind of thirsty. Also the EV2, not much different there, but cannot beat bus. Bus was 10:20 only. And bus is the fastest van for now until I test the X9 in the beginning of June. So it's coming actually in not too long. But next week is going to be Ford Puma. And then we have the Xpeng trilogy coming. First X9 and then G6 and then G9. And then Tesla Model Y standard, I had it booked or tried to book it by the end of well, Audi has no blinker. Tried to book it by the end of June, but then the Tesla lady was way too slow. So meanwhile I booked a Seeker 7 GT. And then she replied after almost 1 week, you know. I'm like, what? Sorry, that slot has been taken. How about in the beginning of, the second half of August? And then she still hasn't replied. I'm like, how the heck is it possible when you work with, you have the responsibility for the press cars and you respond after 3 to 5 days? So then it might be taken by another car. Yeah, there was another car. There was a Mitsubishi something that showed up. I'm like, okay, well, if the Tesla is late, then whatever. It's a bummer because I would like to know how that Model Y standard is, but I can't just keep that slot waiting forever, you know, especially when other cars come and want to, yeah. So that's very unfortunate. It might be September by the time we test Model Y standard. People are behaving now. It's good for now. Top speed is, well, I guess I'll try to test it in Sweden. Eclipse, yes, that's one. Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. So I don't know what the heck is that. I haven't heard of it. It was Mitsubishi who emailed me about this and asked me, "You want to try it 1 week?" It's kind of funny, you know. When I don't know yet, maybe Jungsile, but. They emailed me and said, hey, the Mitsubishi Cross thing is ready from, you want to borrow it soon, next week? I mean, 1 week. I'm like, my next available appointment is in the middle of, or second half of August. So then we booked it then. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to let you pass. There is someone actually wants to hammer it. Well, you better go snäll, otherwise... No, okay. Well... He wanted to exit there anyway. Wow, 17 degrees Celsius here. Well, that helps for consumption, I guess. For instance, we have a fairly big frontal area. So yeah, consumption is only 239 watt-hour per kilometer for a van. Wow. Wait. That is Polizei. Yeah, that car is a unmarked police DR68403. DR68403. You can search it. I'm 99% sure that is a Polizei car. I saw some light. It has a typical signature for a Polizei car. Probably had to rush somewhere, so he didn't bother trying to catch me. There's a Volvo, I don't know, station wagon, something fossil. Well, the navigation still locks on to 8% at arrival. Really, we can see about that. We will have mostly crosswinds today, but nice temperature for a night run. But yeah, I was basing it on maybe around 8 degrees Celsius, my estimation. So maybe if it's actually 12, 13 degrees, then it might be a little bit faster. But I suspect that about the route planner is sitting on incorrect charging curve. Or could be that for some reason when I did the charging test, it was slower than expected. So whatever, we're going to try to see how it goes. And then I'm always up for redoing the charging test if I must. It was police. Oh, how did you find out when you search it? You have to look at the owner, right? You have to log into Oslo Politidistrict. Well, how did you find out? You have to log into the if you log into Statens Vegvesen, then you can see owner information, and you do the search on Statens Vegvesen's page. Or there are some of these Civilpoliti search pages, but yeah. So I mean, I've been out, Vegvesen, let's yeah, okay. List, yeah. But you have to log in, right, to get that info. I think as long as you're not logged in, then it doesn't show you anything. But I've been out a winter day before, that's what it is. Winter day. I've been on the road a lot. I can kind of spot them. You use SMS lookup, okay. But they tend to not be very creative because they tend to design the cars and pick the cars very similar. The only thing is that there are actually a few EVs out there. There's a BMW i4 M50 unmarked police, and also a Kia EV6 GT. That is the scary part because they are way harder to spot. Repeat, with Taurus. What? Oh, there's a new version of it? Oh. Well, I guess I could do that, yeah. I have to go all the way to Drammen then. Actually, no, dude, Nasir is probably really busy because as of now, Millennium Falcon is at 0% state of charge in service mode. History repeats itself. I don't want to nag them too much, but maybe at one point we should try to get the car fixed at least before Fellesferien, right? before July. So I kind of need to nag him soon, maybe next week. Maybe we should try to fix Millennium Falcon. But I've been using public transportation, a combination of that and some taxis actually when I go between the press car. Wait, that Tesla has no flag. That is illegal. On the license plate, you must have a flag there. If he gets pulled out by the police, then he might need to go fix it. $230 watt-hour per kilometer, but we are in the lowlands here. Yeah, it's close to sea level down here, so it's always low. Oh, 7% at arrival now, okay. So there is a possibility that we won't make it to Ljungskile, but that's fine. We can probably stop around, we'll see, Hogstorp or even Uddevalla would be okay. But I already calculated beforehand that for this van, the optimal charging percent is actually around 55-60% only. I have to check my numbers again, and also of course check once we charge. Yeah, Volvo V90, yeah, they are very popular as police cars. I've seen many of those in different districts, also in Hamar. I remember when I did some run in Hamar. I think I did the 120 test or 90 test, I don't remember, in Hamar. And I saw a police car, I was like, huh, a V90? That looks a bit suspicious. And then suddenly it put on the blue lights and started hammering. It was called for something. It was fortunately not after me. Oh, recuperation working normally now, finally. Dude, I had to get, this is actually interesting. This is the first key I've seen that has this limitation, is that when you charge a car to 100%, you can only use Regen 1. And even after driving for a while, you can't use Regen 2 or 3. But now at 81.5% and 20 to 22 degrees Celsius, then suddenly I got the message. Regeneration is working properly now. Let me check here. Yeah, then I can use level 3. But dude, this software here is actually quite annoying. Where do I start? The Regen doesn't remember. It always starts at 1, even if it can go higher. And also the car doesn't turn off when you leave the car. You need to power it off. That is so 1996, Many other modern cars, like MEB platform or Tesla, you can just leave the car and you lock it and it's turn itself off. And it has pet mode now, finally. Tesla had it for a decade almost. But with a single click on the pet mode, you turn it off. I was like, what the heck, man? What if a dog accidentally pushes the pet mode off? And then, then what happens? So I think they need to rework on the software a bit. Oh, when you donate, well, usually Google takes a 30% cut of that 100 NOK. And then I also have to pay tax of that again. Usually around 30%, right? So out of the 100 NOK that you send me, I get around 50 NOK. So, yeah. Welcome to democracy. Okay, now it's back on 8% at arrival. All right, we'll see then. 226 watt-hour per kilometer. This is simply amazing. We have even some crosswinds, maybe slight headwind at some parts. because you normally have wind from the south nowadays. It's nice and warm. So I don't know where people go on vacation. I talked to one of my neighbors at the kindergarten, and he's going to Mallorca. I'm like, dude, what the heck? He's going to Mallorca. It's nice and warm in Norway. Well, have fun in Mallorca. Maybe he booked it a long time beforehand, before he knew the weather forecast. So I'm gonna enjoy some nice 22 degrees Celsius in Sandefjord. Yeah, we're gonna stay over at Sandefjord, actually close to Torp Airport. Airbnb house. So it's gonna be somewhat expensive for the weekend trip. I expect to spend maybe 6,000-7,000 NOK total, but I feel like we need to have at least one trip. We haven't had a trip in a while, and I purchased Lilleputthammer season tickets now for everyone. Well, it's kind of late. You get the discount price if you order it before 17th of May, but you also that was 20% discount. But if you order it before 1st of June, you get 10% discount. So okay, I at least got a 10% discount. And then it wasn't that expensive, around 1,500, no, 1,700 NOK for the season ticket. So we might go there from time to time. At least if you can go there 3 times per season, then it's worth it. And then we also consider going to Göteborg this weekend. But then Göteborg then is more like Liseberg, and then Liseberg is not super child friendly for a 2-year-old. Then the like Lilleputthammer, or possibly also Follvik we are going to now, should be more 2-year-old friendly. So we just try it first time, see how it goes, and if you like it, then we might go back there again. We'll see. But also, yes, great news. I have confirmed booked an Audi Q6 e-tron for the summer holiday in July, around 2.5 weeks. Yeah. So it charges at amazing speeds, 280 kilowatt hour per hour. Yeah, Deutsche Auto. Yeah, last year I was Neo Björn. This year gonna be ABC Björn. Always be charging Björn. And then they wanted to show the wonderful plug to charge with Ionity. I was like, okay, I can test that. Yeah. And I think we'll go to Gdansk. I'll have to plan once we get closer there. Should be nice weather. I mean, as long as it's 18 degrees Celsius or warmer, then that's good enough for me. And actually, the kids also, with the whole family, we don't need 25 degrees. Streamlab, huh? Oh, okay. Well, the Streamlab thing stopped working a while ago, so whatever. Okay, I need to fix that eventually. But look at this. It's 10 in the evening, and it's so bright outside. But man, I'm just struggling to get enough money because I think I need help to to paint the garage and the balcony, and then maybe a little bit of help for. Well, I can do that myself. Maybe to. I need to what they call it, base, basically paint or something. The deck. It needs some maintenance, but I'm such a noob on those things. So I just need to make more videos, make more money, and then pay someone to do the job for me, because I could have an accident if I tried to paint the balcony myself. Oh yeah, I was about to say, annoying things with this car is that the auto steer, when you activate cruise control, then you also activate the auto steer, but then when you disengage the cruise control, auto steer is still active. It's super annoying. Not only that, but not only, okay, you can click a button to disengage auto steer, but that annoying lane, emergency lane shite is active. You have to press and hold the auto steer button to disable it. But next time you enable cruise control again, it re-enables that shite. I'm like, what did the Koreans smoke when they were designing this shit? And it's super annoying. It pulls the steering wheel. You know? It's like, oh, you're too close to the edge. And no, I'm not. Oh, like how the heck can freaking Koreans, Hyundai and Kia sell this shit, and people not going crazy about this? Just like the Mazda. Guys, I made this video. I haven't edited it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna. Maybe I should edit this. I made a video about around 20 things I would change. I suggest to change on the Mazda 6e or slash D-PAL. And one of them was that it re-enabled that emergency lane shit automatically. What the heck? Oh, that was illegal tint on the side windows again. Or that Mercedes. Right, 243 watt-hour per kilometer. The car now claims 6% at arrival. It is somewhat poor. Yeah, on the map here, it uses red text, somewhat dark red text on black background. And for me, who is getting old now, I have trouble reading it, even if it's fairly bright outside. I'm not sure if it's at 6. Is that 6 or is it 8? They should have used higher contrast around there, or maybe make the text bigger. Yeah, VIPs, then I get everything. And as long as we don't report it, well, actually, I don't bother reporting if someone VIPs me money. You know, I could report every øre to skatteetaten, but I'm like, okay, how much time do you want me to waste? I'm pretty sure that we can't make it to Ljungskile. I mean, yeah, to Ljungskile. But I might stop at Uddevalla or Hågstorp somewhere. We'll see. But when I calculated it, seems like a better route planner calculates that thinks that this car has 71 kilowatt-hour net capacity, but it's only 68. No, 67 actually. So that is a bit strange. I wonder how they get all the data, how they do it. Yeah. Battery should be nice and warm now, 21 to 22 degrees Celsius. We'll see if we have any high delta between min and max and yeah, all that stuff. And if you get some rapid gate here, yeah. We never know with the Korean cars. And then we will see 12 degrees Celsius delta between min and max. Well, that's what we test tonight. Oh, 5% of the arrival. Yeah, now it starts dropping and dropping. We haven't even reached Sweden. Usually it would drop more there because we just have constant 110 zone all the way. I don't know what this Mitsubishi is doing, but it's being very annoying, that's for sure. Can you stop being annoying, woman? Holy macaroni. Okay. Yes. Welcome to Norway, the land of Nisseland. $246 watt-hour per hour. Dude, look at the traffic. Holy macaroni. What the heck is going on here tonight? What the heck is this? Uh-oh. Because there's going to be some traffic on the way back from Larvik this Monday, I suppose. People are on vacation. Long weekend, you know, the last long weekend in May before it ends. This is way more traffic than normal. I hope I don't run into any laderstau. Storebog, we are entering danger zone. Danger zone. 14 degrees Celsius now. So here, if they would laser right around here. Can we see any laser cannon tonight? Nope. Well, it's this is quieter than the ID bus. I mean, vans in general, they are somewhat noisy. Not sure why, because the X9 is incredibly quiet. Oh, we're down to 66.5%. We'll see how this car can handle it. The pressure, the stress after hammering for a while. Storeberg earlier this evening. Oh. Okay. But also this afternoon around 4:30-ish, or around 4 in the afternoon, there was an accident. Possibly at Arcade Bru or somewhere, yeah. And then there was massive stau southbound direction, massive stau because of that. Like, holy macaroni. From, oh yeah, the stau started from before, north of Jessheim. So possibly half an hour to 45-minute slowdown there. Wow. So this will be interesting when I go on the trip tomorrow. Well, there'll be traffic anyway. I'll be stuck behind traffic, but I wonder if I can make it all the way to Torp in one charge. I need to check the distance. No, I'm pretty sure I can make it there. I think it's less than 200 kilometers from Jesholm to Torp. Yeah, I'm not sure where we're gonna eat and all that, but I need to charge the car somewhere. Possibly on supercharger. Well, the supercharger has gotten more expensive nowadays. Dude, look at this. Freaking campers, man. A bunch of campers on the left lane. It's probably going to be like this, even worse maybe tomorrow when I travel. So don't expect any crazy hammering tomorrow. But okay. I think I might need to flush soon. Oh, that is a Plaid. You recognize on the tail lights. They also had the, oh, you could see the Plaid emblem. Wow, really? Didn't know it was that sharp in the live stream. We're on 249 watt-hour per kilometer now. Seems like a lot of people are traveling south here. I'm not sure where they go. Maybe Sweden or somewhere. But yeah, people tend to travel to the south during summer for weekends or holiday. So I expect crazy traffic tomorrow. Well, actually, lots of traffic happened this afternoon here because it's Friday. So tomorrow maybe less traffic, but still some. But I mean, if you look at the distance here, we were able to drive pretty fast. And if we look at the map, we are almost at Sandefjord now. So yeah, based on this, I'm guessing that I can make it to Sandefjord just fine, and I will arrive with 40%. Well, how much? I have 62 now, yeah. So I just need to top up then. Maybe go to McDonald's. I don't know what people are up for. I could charge on the supercharger over there and then go to McDonald's. But then it's gonna be an hour drive, and I mean an hour stop, so I have to move the car. Pay attention to the app. And then I already found a Thai restaurant that looks okay. Brenne corridor. What is that? Sorry, I couldn't read the chat in time. I don't want to scroll up and down because the phone is further away. And every time I bend forward, then the cable rubs into the screen and accidentally touches several buttons. Tipping Streamlabs, yeah, okay, yes. Sorry, it doesn't work. But do the interior and the P7 Plus, and actually in many of the X-Banks lately is so nice. And they actually use real leather there, Nappa leather. Just incredibly good. You know, when I sit in the P7 Plus, I was just blown away by the nice feel on the touch and the buttons, like I showed in the video. And then when I sat in the iX3 Neue Klasse, I was like, what is this shit, man? You pay a lot more for less? The Germans are doomed. We are going to Folvik, Familiepark, this weekend. So then we are staying at Sandefjord tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Well, that Volvo camper was another woman. I noticed that lots of left-lane herders are women. Wonder why. Okay, it slows down slightly in the curves here. Alps. Oh, I'm not going that far south. Remember that I have 2 kids, 2 and 4 years old. They are not keen on hammering 1,000 kilometers per day, unfortunately. So that's why we are aiming for Gdansk. Cheap food and hotel sounds good to me. Visit Pawel's homeland. $253 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, I need to see the consumption at Varberg. Will be hammered there tonight. Actually, I was trying to figure out how the heck, what? How do you feel now that what was that? Is that a question? Why it disappeared now? Shit, I had to read it several times. Care packet. Oh, what the heck is that? What are you talking about? But what the heck I was gonna say again? Should I hope I have the money for the week for the holiday, man? Still need to. Oh, dude, I haven't paid for Millennium Falcon's repair yet. I mean, they purchased the parts, they started working with it, and then it's just sitting there at 0% state of charge. Well, whatever, it might degrade a bit, but one day I want to upgrade the battery to a 90 pack. I measured 67.1 kilowatt hour. Don't remember what the gross capacity. The gross capacity will be a little bit over 70 kilowatt hour. Then I haven't done any Sunday drive with this car. I simply didn't have time. Yeah, I was talking about how I could possibly combine the 1,000 kilometer challenge and then get dead tired if I want to do the full week trip. Well, because of the nature of this car, then I think a family trip would be interesting. And then I consider splitting the 1,000 kilometer challenge in two. I can do a could have done a run maybe last night to Kongal and back again, and then I can finish it by going back and forth Mjøsen route. But they have some roadworks at the Mjøsen route, so it limits me to only go Tangen to Rudshøgda and back again. So that's only an 89-kilometer loop. It's like, oh man, that's going to be very repetitive. And plus that I want, as long as everything is okay, then I should be able to do the regular Swedish route. So then I just slept through the night yesterday and napped today so I can survive. But also I wanted to go only one night at Sandefjord. But then wifey wanted 2 nights because one night would be too stressful. Well, I mean, the problem is that Axel needs to sleep midday, and then we should travel when he's asleep. Usually 2 hours. That's perfect because it needs around 2 hours drive. But the problem is timing. If we go there without sleepover, then we kind of need to go there around noon. We have to start around noon, and then by the time we arrive, it's 2 in the afternoon. So then we only get a couple of hours before they close, and then we have to hammer back home. So that is way too stressful. But if I have one sleepover, then we could go there. We will arrive 2 in the afternoon. We just chill first day, and then the next day we check out, go to the family park, try to be there around 10, and then we can stay there until maybe 3 in the afternoon ish, 3-4 maybe, and then but then when we hammer home 2 hours, then Axel will sleep then, but he might also sleep midday, and then it will be a pain in the butt for him to fall asleep later that night, and then he's going to kindergarten the next day. So I'm like, fuck, the only way is to have 2 nights there, so that we will go to the family park on Sunday, and then Monday morning we check out. No, actually then we don't have to, we can kind of chill a bit, and then we check out around 11-ish, right? The checkout time is 11, and then we start driving, and then he will fall asleep around 11:30. So, well, at least if we don't have too many of these expensive trips, then I can afford painting the garage and stuff. Well, I will try to do some of that stuff myself. Need to dedicate some time and yeah, try to do it when it's not raining all day, every day, like it's been in the past. There was a big juicy bug. Oh, I shouldn't wipe, otherwise it's gonna smear that all over the windscreen. Okay, I need to try to find some Circle K then with some cleaning stuff eventually. Maybe some Ionitis on the way there. Superchargers are getting expensive now, even at night in Sweden. Yeah, Ionity Passport Power for the win. Well, now the car says 3% at arrival. All right. So there's a possibility we won't make it to Ljungskile then. $258 watt-hour per kilometer now. We haven't even reached Sweden yet. We're down to 49.5%, but the state of charge scale is non-linear. So we have 136.5. Let me see. 0.5 kilometers times 259. So we are actually at 35. Okay, if I divide this by 67,000. True. We are at 48%, yeah. So 50% is actually 48%. Even in 2026, the Koreans still haven't figured out how to make linear state of charge scale. You know, it's getting ridiculous, man. I can kind of accept it when you had a classic Soul and Ioniqs and Kona maybe, but I mean nowadays, dude. They have been in the game for a decade now, in the EV game, and they still haven't fixed that shit. $260 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, it's going up now. Temperature is dropping. Speed limits are higher over here. But I have to say that the Koreans, they have been kind of modest on charging speed on 400 volt cars. Because I wonder why this car can take only 130 kilowatt. Why it's not pumping in 200 kilowatt at least, or I don't know, at least 170, 80 kilowatt. Well, I mean, it's better than the Soul and yeah, those other cars. Nero, for example, Nero EV, that was only 85 kilowatt. It was a joke, man, when it came out a couple of years ago. Like, what? Even Tesla charges faster. Yeah, that's embarrassing. Okay, we're gonna check for distance error soon. It's supposed to be 146.5. I think this car underreports by around 1%. Okay, so I started at 9:23. Okay, distance check here. Yeah, 9:23. Now it's yeah, 145.3. Yeah, roughly 1% error. Well, this windscreen is going to be quite smoothish. Oh, seems like they already fixed this. 2 lanes in each direction now, right? So there's a slight delay here, but not that much today. We are now at Svinesund, and normally we will get here in 1 hour and 19 minutes. The trip meter shows 1 hour and 22 minutes. There were some left lane hookers as usual. This is what happens when we start fairly early. So we just deduct for that 3-minute delay. Consumption is not that crazy high. 262 watt-hour per kilometer for a van. That is pretty good. Yeah, it's 14 degrees Celsius. It was 17 earlier. And now we are in Sweden. Welcome to Sweden. Oh, that was another woman camped in the left lane all the way from Norway. Well, it tends to have some weird slowdowns here and some curves. That's strange. It's acting kind of Chinese. Percent now at Jungsila. Dude, this is really weird. I can't click on the HVAC to bring it up. Seriously? What the heck is wrong with the car now? I want to bring up the HVAC menu. Wow. There. Finally it came up. Okay, so it's likely that we will not stop at Jungsila, we'll see. I'll just lock on to Jungsila for now. .29, okay. It's good for a van, alright. 265 watt-hour per kilometer right now. (21 to 24 degrees Celsius in the battery. I don't know if I can preheat it or not, but we are still 104 kilometers away from the possible stop, or maybe before. Yeah, it could be before also. Don't remember where I stopped with the bus, but that was a while ago. Yes, I can manually preheat. Well, what I'm saying is that the battery or the car might not want to preheat because it's 21 to 24 degrees right now. So I don't want to preheat too early. But with the freaking Korean cars, man, it needs like 5 minutes just to ramp up things. So I might need to preheat at least 15 minutes before arrival, which means 30 minutes before, 30 kilometers before. And we are still around, I don't know, right now. It says 1% at arrival now, so I think we could just give up Jungsila. Let me navigate to something else instead. Wait, might want to go to, no, shit. Dude, oh wait, the fuck, man. The cable is rubbing into the screen because I'm leaning forward there. Okay, see, there, try again. I might want to go for Uddevalla. I think I want to go for the V4, no, the V3 supercharger at Uddevalla. Let me find it. Max Uddevalla. There, we found it. Good. As I will purposely not navigate towards the charger in case it will preheat before or too late or whatever. Like, want to manually do this. So I think that's more realistic. 6% of the arrival for now. We'll see 84 kilometers away. All right. Also, the battery might heat up enough, so we don't need to preheat it. Oh, it is kind of cold in here. I need to keep the HVAC at 23 degrees Celsius for it to be nice and warm here. It's 14 degrees outside. Here we have the high beams. Not the greatest high beam out there, but it's okay. It's not as bad as classic Ionic. %35 left. Yeah, we can skip Strömstad. That's too early. This car could even get maximum speed at Tanum. Yeah. The Tanum is kind of slow exit, slow detour, so I'll try to avoid it. Plus, there's only V2 supercharger. Wow, the summers are wonderful, man. It's so bright outside. Even now, almost 11, there's still some brightness. Here's Strömstad, 34%. Battery is slowly heating up now, 22 to 25 degrees. Is that hammering now on the Swedish motorway that heats up the battery? But you know, sometimes I wonder if Kia, they are purposely making the 400 volt batteries bad, or they don't care too much about making them as fast as possible. Because they were like, okay, well, you know, if you want faster charging, you have to go for our 800 volt batteries. Well, but there are plenty of 800, there are plenty of 400 volt batteries that charge faster than this. Oh, there's a €5 donation. Thank you very much. Now that it's getting dark, I have problems reading all the chats. Sorry for that, but thank you so much for the donation. We'll go right into the charging fund. $272 watt-hour per kilometer now. Wow. It pulled up the whole average from Yes Home, so that means that the current consumption must be way over 300 watt-hour per kilometer. Actually, we can try to get an impression based on the meter here. We are on the highland. We're getting closer to the highlands now. We have headwind also. Oh, okay. Yeah, usually there'll be more winds some places around here. Yes, it is definitely the bus killer because it's way cheaper and it has many nicer features like ventilated seats and well, that's pretty much it. And the bus. More space in the back there. And there's also light there, which actually matters. Because think about this, with a lighter car, you don't have to get humongous wheels. And with a lighter car, you don't need that big battery or that powerful motor. And then you can get away with smaller tires, and that will give you a slight advantage on consumption. Well, I'm not sure if more range. Which one? Bus versus this? Yeah. Because I tested them at different temperatures. Well, I don't remember with the bus. Where the heck did we stop? I haven't watched the bus video in a while. But then I wonder, it seems like Volkswagen, they sold mostly the van version of bus to companies. And not that many people purchase the passenger version and using it for families or stuff. So I'm betting that it's just too expensive, a passenger car. They can just get something cheaper like ID4 or maybe a Model Y instead. And they still have okay space there. But when it costs only 470k, then it's like, ooh. What? Heat pump is extra? The fuck, man? In the bus? That should be standard, at least in Norway. Or maybe in Norway it's standard. In Norway in general, heat pumps are standard. Okay, this the car doesn't slow down in the curves. It's better than the Chinese cars. Let me see how I can survive the night now with a 1.5 hour of nap this afternoon. I shot some video and stuff. I shot the interior view this morning, and then also shot some video in the car. But I might need to redo that. It was a SIVA report video. Yeah, guys, you can already see. Oh, there's a donation here. Thank you very much. 130 Czech koruna. Dankeschön. If you look in the result table, you will see that there's a new tab now. SIVA report. SIVA is called. It's SIVA report. I gather all the data from all the SIVA reports I received, plus the one I ran myself. So I think I said something wrong in there, and I wanna redo it so it doesn't become too long. But yeah, interesting points in that SIVA video is that Valdemar upgraded his Model X from 75D to 100D, but he also changed the config, and SIVA reads the new config, so it reported as 100 kilowatt hour, but it must have been a very low mileage battery he put in there, because the car still reports over 200,000 kilometers, and it has insane low degradation. Yeah. And the next case was the guy who suspected that his odometer was cheated. Well, a friend of a friend works at Tesla, and he could look into the service history. And I also heard from SIVA, actually Electrify, they can also look into the history. And they found out that in January 2025, the odometer was 220,000 kilometers. And then, well, currently now it's claimed to be 169. So that's quite strong evidence that the odometer has been cheated. And the next case is, does LG batteries degrade less than the Panasonic batteries? Well, I don't have that many observations, unfortunately, but based on what we've seen so far, it could seem like LG batteries degrade less, far less. Panasonic batteries might be down to 80% state of health now, whereas LG batteries are at around 90%, so that's actually a freaking huge difference. And also, in general, Model 3, Model Y batteries, they have less cobalt. They degrade around 40% more than the Model S and X batteries. So there's a lot of interesting stuff you can
see in that SIBA report, and then as we gather more results, then it'll be more interesting. There's also the first LFP test there, which is a Model Y rear-wheel drive with a CATL battery, and that car should have lower degradation, but the average charge limit was 93% something, so he must have charged it to 100% quite often, as Tesla recommended, which is actually bad for the battery, but good for calibration. But I mean, how important is it to have the battery always calibrated? As long as you only use 30-40% of the battery every day, then who cares? You can just maybe charge it to 100% once per month, or even once every 2-3 months. It's not that important. And actually what is recommended for the LFP battery is to not have many small cycles. You want to maybe charge it to 80% and then discharge it down to 20% or 10%, and then you charge it up. You take less cycles. You have to treat it almost like a cadmium nickel metal hydride battery. Right, consumption is 279 watt-hour per kilometer. We're down to 23%. We should consider charging soon. Now, oh shit! Now the car says 3% at arrival. I might want to go for Hogstorp then, or maybe even Hobby. We'll see. Also, I don't know about this car, whether it likes to go deep or not. But we might have been in the highlands, and we are descending a little bit now towards Tarnum, and then we go even further down. But once we are at Hobby, then we are close to sea level. Yeah, I see Norwegians here in Sweden. Oh, that guy's driving quite slow. What? And also, it is kind of annoying with these cars that, for example, when I'm inside the car, I normally don't want the auto to be on the max. No, okay, yes, stop bugging me about low battery mode. I don't want it to be at max fan speed, or the 3 bar on the auto. I want it to only 1 bar on the auto. But then every time I preheat the car from the app, then it defaults to whatever is on the app, which is 3 bars, and then it goes on high fan speed once I'm back in the car. I'm like, what the heck? It should of course run its own preheating, whatever, and then once I'm back here, it should default to whatever I set in the car. So it has about a bunch of software, well, I wouldn't say bugs, but misdesign on things. When you want to live with this car on a daily basis, you don't want things to annoy you, right? But maybe people don't care. They don't like, okay, whatever, whatever happens, it happens for a reason. And then they don't mind clicking a couple of times to go back to whatever they had. Well, I can try to go deep. It would be great if I can reach Uddevalla, but let's see. Well, now it seems like it's automatically added the charging stop. Okay, 23 to 27 degrees Celsius. I don't think I need to preheat. It might actually refuse the preheat. Okay, let's try the preheat. We can do the scroll down, and then battery preconditioning has been optimized. Okay, the battery temperature has been, I couldn't read it before the text disappeared. Okay, it says that you don't need to precondition. So 23 to 27 is apparently hot enough. Oh, what the heck? The car, I navigated to Max Burger with the Valla, and then the car navigated to a charger 10 meters away from there. Yeah, so I can make it to Max. I mean, what is the point, man? Not sure which charger it is. Let me see here. Huh? What? Huh? How can I see the charging stops? There. Oh, wait, did it add? No, maybe it didn't. 1% now I do the Valla, okay. There is a possibility we can't make it to the Valla even. I guess just lock on to the Valla, and then I might stop at Hogstorp then. Or maybe Hobby even. Now we have some headwind, and we are in the highlands, so consumption goes through the roof. 283 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, that's high beam. You guys see that? Down to 15.5%. Temperature is rising, 24 to 28 degrees now. Still hammering it. Okay, we can see. Maybe what happened with I kind of remember that the other Korean cars didn't like going deep, but what happens if I go deep here? Do I just throttle earlier, the rapid gate? Oh, I might rapid gate. Oh, wait. Oh, because we actually have quite flat curve until around 40%. They can go max speed 300 amp until around 40%. But if we go deep, then we might replicate before that, and then I don't know what the replicate temp is, possibly 45 degrees or 50 degrees. I'll find out eventually if it replicates or not. So then in case that happens, if we go deep, then we just have to avoid going deep with the following legs. Why is that Norwegian Toyota turning off the high beam? Just keep it on, man. Just always keep it on. Don't turn it down. Unless there's ongoing traffic, of course. Then you turn it down. Then you fire it up again. Boom. See? For safety. Okay, we're down to 14%. I feel like we need to... Dude, what the heck, man? And that Nisse behind just fire up the high beam. I feel like we need to stop soon. there's no way we're gonna make it to the Valla. Let me check. Munkedal. Okay, we might actually stop already at Håby. Well, I will try to navigate to Hogstorp, see what happens. There, Hogstorp. Dude, Hogstorp is actually not closed by the time we get there. Yeah, by the time we get there, they close at midnight. One of the few times when I can get there in time. But we're down to 12.5%. GOM claims 32 kilometers and we are 33 kilometers away from Hogstorp. How the heck are we gonna make it to Hogstorp? The car claims 2%. No, that ain't right. So sounds like we need to stop at Håby. NEMA chargers at Håby. The truck chargers. Calculate their energy. 210 kilometers multiplied by 286 watt hour per kilometer. We have consumed 60 kilowatt hours. We have 7 kilowatt hour left, possibly, or maybe less. 7,000 divided by 31 kilometers. No, that ain't gonna happen, man. That is 225 watt hour per kilometer budget. There is no way we're gonna make it to Hogstorp. Okay. Next possible option, Håby then. Why the heck are the windows fogging now? What? What? Charge immediately, power limited. Oh, okay. Well, it's fine. Håby, 15 kilometers left. Okay, we can make it to Håby. 6% or possibly less. Okay, is the battery hot enough? Yeah, 25 to 29 degrees Celsius. We don't need to preheat. The hammering preheats itself. %. Okay, so we should be in optimal state of charge then, I hope, by the time we reach Håby. And then where the heck do I go from Håby? We'll see from there. But it seems like I cannot trust a better route plan. I was way off, man. A better route plan, they claim I would arrive with 8% at Ljungskile. I was like, what the heck, man? We are at 9.5% now. But they was saying alpha or whatever on the car in the better route planner. Oh, this is gonna be close, man. We're down to 9%. 23 kilometers on GOM and 12 kilometers to go. Bring the popcorn. You're gonna see some amazing charging speeds now soon. 300 amps. Got to figure out if I wait over there. Okay, there we can just use the NEMA chargers. Well, actually, I could even use the what they was called again, the other chargers. Yeah, maybe I'll do that instead. I can go to the gas station there and grab some food. But I brought food with me. Okay, but that's 150 kilowatt chargers. The OK Q8 chargers. Well, as long as they deliver 300 amp, then that's good enough. Oh, I just realized something. There could be Ladest out there. It seems like the OK Q8 chargers are occupied. So hopefully the truck chargers are available. We're down to 7%. We still have to drive 7 more kilometers. This is gonna be deep. I don't know, the estimation is really bad. It claims I will arrive at 6%. Are you sure about that? We are at 6.5% now, bro. There's no way we're gonna arrive at 6% in 6.7 kilometers. We might arrive at 2%. Alright, 6% left. The high beams are kind of weak. I'm not able to show you. Maybe I had it on earlier, but maybe you didn't see it. Well, I still have 143 kilowatt power limit. Wow, 25 to 30 degrees Celsius now. The delta is getting higher. It's a true Korean EV, that's for sure. So we don't rapid gate. 5.5%. 5%. Always go deep with the Koreans. Yeah. .5%. Now we start dropping faster and faster. Okay, get the mic on. Hobby coming up. Microphone off. Ready? 4%. 500 meters. We can handle this. I actually have full power even at 4%. Oh, no, slight drop in power. So is this guy gonna hammer it or just go behind? No, it's good. Oh, slow. 4%. Yeah, that's not good. Why is it fogging in the windows here? Shit. What? No, it's Korean cars. NEMA chargers are available. I'm not sure about the other chargers. I think they have the same price, right? 5.79 SEK per kilowatt hour. Might as well just go for these chargers here. Well, actually, yeah, I haven't checked the status on the other chargers. But they're, man, those M cars are so smelly. Yeah, I wonder if they might be busy. No, I don't. I can see the light there. Yeah, three chargers then. But then, do I get enough power? Okay, kind of slow here, but I see that they're all green, which should mean that they're available. Yeah, they are available. Okay, I'll take one of these. Okay, I'll take one of these then. You just pay with a card, so I'm not sure if it works with the app. Okay, here, take the one that has the handicap spot also. Okay. Oh, there's 228 kilometers done and 4% left. Hobby. Why is it so hard to press on the damn... There. My lord, how did this... this one up there. Well, let's see. Where do you guys stay? On the shaft here, maybe? I deduct 2 minutes there because of my doing this. I picked the wrong plug. But then it's also silly that you cannot unlock the charge port. Is this car from 2015 or 2026? Hey, why are we taking only... This is kind of strange. Oh, it's just ramping up really slow. Yeah, okay. The kind of weird aspect, but okay. Oh yeah, we're charging now, getting 300, not kilowatt, but 300 amps, yes. This car seems to be capped at 300 amp, and then as the voltage goes up, then we get faster and faster speed. Welcome to the charging speed in 2026. Okay, let me see. I need to calculate some stuff here. I'm also getting kind of hungry, so I might want to grab food over there because I might not know where I can grab food next time. But actually, well, I'll try to time it so I can stop at some Ionity on the way. But let me check here first. From home to here, it's 230 kilometers. Okay. Wow. Not really? Okay. .9% underreporting then. Okay, and then I want to see 228, 284. Oh, okay, and then 0.4%. Let's count it as yeah, okay, 0.4% then. Then we have possibly, yeah, okay, around 67 kilowatt hour, right? We confirm it. Is this better? Sorry, I had the microphone away. So I guess if you shout, I should also shout back, right? Is it okay? Is it okay? Man, where do these kids come from? Huh? Like, dude, I can't reach it. I brought some food. Well, needless to say, don't shout in the live stream. Well, let me see. I need. Well, this thing is getting broken. I need to bring the other box. Okay. I brought some food with me. I'm gonna munch on. Actually made it yesterday, so it's getting kind of sweaty. Dude, the lights went off. The fuck, man? This guy's unbelievable. Can you just turn on the damn lights? There. How to turn on the car. Sounds like cooling started. Let me see. Wait. What was the consumption? 284. Okay, it's gonna be around 300 on the motorway, or maybe more.
So if I go 60%, let me check my spreadsheet again here. Fortunately, we have some time now. The optimal time is to charge to. Yeah, this is the old one. Here. Yeah, to 55%. Right? Wow. I can drive only 110 kilometers then for the next stop. Okay, is that Speckerud? Sounds like Speckerud. Oh, that's only 61 kilometers away. Pawel. Pawel. That's 80 kilometers away. Wait. How about that place? What do you call it again? Circle K. There is a Circle K in the city. How to go there? Circle K Møldal. That is 105 kilometers away. Yeah, okay, that's it. We go for 55% and then we hammer it. Maybe I go 60 just to be safe. But this is flat curve. Flat like Kansas. Well, I think that's a good. Mølla is open 24/7. Well, we're almost good to go now. I think we should throttle at 40%, right? I should go pee over here. I'll be back. Sounds to me like you can actually go deep, as long as we don't hit 45 degrees Celsius, right? Wait, shit. Really? When I turn off the car, it messed up the cooling. What? Oh, it started throttling slightly, but still going okay speed. So I'm supposed to ride on. Yeah, you see now it starts throttling. So hopefully I have enough energy then to reach the next charger, right? Circle K, what's it called again? 45 degrees Celsius. Wait, is that the replicate temp? Okay, let me try to find the charger. There. Circle K Mölndal. I haven't visited that place in a while. There. There. Wait, what? Wait. Can you just snap onto the charger instead? There, Circle K Mölndal, 400 kilowatt chargers. 2 of them available, whatever. Should be plenty by the time I get there. 18% of arrival. Right, strange enough, this car, I calculated you want to charge to only 55%. It was fairly flat until around 50%, and then it started throttling, and now it throttles some more. So yeah, we only get around 120 kilowatt max here, and now it's down to only 95 kilowatt. So it's time to leave. And then I want to aim for Circle K. Oh, okay. Okay, I will see this. Yeah, Circle K Mölndal. The car expects 18% of arrival. I expect that we might arrive with around 5%. Okay, 59% now. That should be enough. Get ready. Actually, 60% right now. Okay, let's go. This was different. Let me see, since last week it should. Okay, let's go. I stopped the charging. It unlocked the charge port right away. But which car was it I tried recently? It wasn't a Mazda, right? Was it something else? I'm trying to remember what car I borrowed before. Was it a Mazda?
Yeah, it was the Mazda. The Mazda 6e. I don't know why it is so damn slow, but in the Mazda, when you stop the charging, you try to pull a plug, it's like still thinking. It takes almost 10 seconds, at least 5 seconds before it unlocks the charge point. I'm really wondering why. There's no 800 volt stuff going on there or anything. And here is just way quicker, just like in Tesla. You stop it and then it stops and then okay, you can go. Okay, let's hope we have enough juice. Otherwise, we have to bail out somewhere before. We'll see. And now the car will cool down the battery for the first 15 minutes, maybe. 33 to 40. It's 37 to 43 degrees Celsius in the battery. So that was a 20-minute charging stop. And I will have many of these 20-minute charging stops. Shit. Yeah, just riding on 120 kilowatt wave for a little bit. But you see, because this car doesn't charge that fast, then I forgot to fire up the heater. Dude, can you just turn on the there? I don't know why it's not so responsive on the HVAC here settings. Well, okay. The screen is not that responsive. There, I had to click several times just to increase the temp. Yeah. As long as the charging stop is around 20 minutes or longer, then that's okay. That's enough. But if the charging stop is only 10 minutes long, let's say the really fast charging EVs, right? Then you might not want to charge to only 60%, or if you could just stay instead of 10, you go 12 minutes or something like that. Then it might pay off, because then you get that extra 10-20% range, so you can skip some chargers. But here, yeah, it's actually kind of funny, because when I charge Korean cars to 50-55%, nobody mentioned that anything. Nobody's bitching about it. But when I charge the Model 3 standard to 50%, then they're bitching like, oh, you should mention that you charge to only 50% and it's not realistic and blah blah blah. You know, wow. I'm like, oh, wow. Oh shit, I forgot to clean the windscreen. We had that at the previous gas station. Okay, they have that at Circle K most likely. So try to clean the windscreen over there. If that's where we're gonna stop, I don't know yet. But yeah, let me see. Since last reset, okay, I need to check. Since last charge, current trip. Oh, current trip is automatically reset. Okay. What about since charging? Okay, we have since charging and since okay. Wow, 360 watt-hour per kilometer right now since last charge. I need to get an idea of how much we are consuming now. Do you guys see that? This is high beam. This is low beam. Do you see it? Are you in yet? You see the difference? Dude! Annoying dude. What the heck is he doing? Oh, it's a Volvo. Of course it's a damn Volvo. It's these damn adaptive lights firing up oncoming traffic. Yeah, okay, the headlights in the bus is way better. But whatever, you know, just slap down a LED bar. Then what you gonna do, huh? Any LED bar is better than the standard headlights anyway. Well, at least it's with some quality. Maybe not the shite LED bars that I've tested in the past, but like Laser Elite. Yeah, the money you save from paying bus, you can buy a very expensive LED bar. So I actually went for 60%. I arrived with 4%. So I went from 4 to 60% in around 20 minutes. Yeah, that is the charging speed of 2016. Oh. The X-Band was wonderful. It could actually maintain 350 kilowatt for a long time. And even when it throttled, it was still down to 270 something kilowatt. And even I wanted to see, past 80%, it was still pumping in 127 kilowatts. I was like, damn. Many cars will just plummet in speed past 80%. So the P7 Plus could actually charge to 90% relatively quick. But I think in the 1,000 kilometer challenge, I might go for 80% to get the best. Well, I don't know. We can check it out, but that's the thing. If the charging session only lasts for 10 minutes or 8 minutes, then you might want to charge slightly longer. Oh, it cools down kind of aggressive now. 34 to 40 degrees Celsius. You can check the EV page here. Energy information. Yeah, battery care is at 1 kilowatt, so it's cooling down the battery right now. Oh shit, elephantrennen. Here's the Valhalla what would have been impossible to reach. Because I spent another 10% getting here. Shit. There's high beam, low beam, high beam, low beam. You see the difference? I don't know how to measure the degradation because I don't have a measurement point when they were fresh. But I feel like they have degraded some. Well, that was a purchase them where they were expensive, so I'm just gonna milk it for what they was worth. Oh, car transport to Ukraine again. 2 leaves. Ukrainian, wow, the Ukrainian convoy. Here's another one. This is a newer leaf and a soul. Yeah, that's a 40 leaf and a soul. Well, both of them are going to Ukraine. They have this van thingy with a flatbed plus a trailer, so they can pull. They actually pull a lot of stuff there. I mean, the leaf or some of these cars weigh around 1.6 tons, so I think they can probably tow 3.5 tons, or at least 2.5 tons should be required, plus the one they have on the bed. Yeah, they're just bringing Norwegian registered EVs to Ukraine, fix them. I've seen the ads. They say they want to buy your EV regardless if it's broken or not, up to 100,000 NOK. They probably have some EV ninjas who can repair them. If they get like a broken backup camera, like, oh yeah, that's a good deal. I've been down this route a lot and I see those Ukrainian EV transporters all the time. And I'm only doing it once per week, right, usually. So I wonder how often they travel with those cars. Five seats. Hence the PV5, the passenger version 5. Oh, no. Dude, we're already down to 45.5%. The heck, man? 331 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. The car navigation here, you can't trust it. It claims 19% on arrival. It's most likely going to be somewhere between 5 and 10%. And same with but the Ruplaner, I cannot trust it. So whatever, I'm on my own, but that's fine. But that'll be fun and interesting to take a trip with the family with this van. Hopefully get some okay views. It'll probably be 2 or 3 episodes, we'll see. But dude, this car has so much space. It could almost be a 7-seater with okay space, you know. So they actually made the nose very short, and the dash area here also quite compact, so that you get plenty of space in the back for passenger and cargo. So it's crazy. This van is only 4.7 meters long, but it can possibly match other vans that are closer to 5 meters long with some longer nose or poor utilization of space. The trunk space here is so massive that I could almost just put the stroller without folding it. Just like put it in the back there, like, okay, whatever, I'm too lazy to fold it. And there's still plenty of space for other stuff. Yeah, not sure what we're gonna bring. We'll probably just bring the big suitcase. Yeah. We could even just bring 2 suitcases. I don't have to bring so many small suitcases or bags or whatever. You want to minimize the amount of bags I have to carry up and down. Well, vans in general, they need more energy, so I prefer a slightly bigger battery and then still efficiency and maybe also faster charging. So what could have been done with this car, bigger battery and faster charging. I feel like the Koreans, they're quite sloppy with the 400 volt cars, but there is no reason that a car coming out in 2026 charges so slow, only 300 amp. You know, what is your excuse? If you have 70 kilowatt hour battery, should at least be able to take 150 kilowatt or more. Actually, many of the Chinese cars with around 70 kilowatt hour, they are charging at around 160, 170 kilowatts. And then Tesla is even going 250 kilowatt on roughly, actually no, for example Tesla, 64 kilowatt hour only, but then 175 kilowatts. But that's okay, just the peak power, but they can actually maintain it until around 20%. So that helps. Here is like derp, 115 kilowatt at the bottom, yeah, 300 amp cap. Okay, we're down to 40%. 105 kilometers gone. What the heck? It's being very optimistic. We are 63 kilometers away from Circle K Mölndal. So I'll probably charge at Circle K Mölndal. Well, I'm not sure if I can skip it, if it makes sense to go deep or not. So if I skip it, I could go OK Q8 further down the road. But I'll probably avoid the IKEA charger because I have to drive a little loop around there to get there. Yeah. And it seems like it pays off to go deep with this car. It doesn't overheat. Well, at least not. I don't know. We hit 45 degrees Celsius, but I'm not sure if that is the rapid gate level or not. Oh, the battery has cooled down a lot now. It's only at 28 to 34 degrees Celsius. Wow. Seems to cool it down quite aggressively for the first 10-15 minutes. .342 watt-hour per kilometer now. What? Seriously? That must be a damn Volvo. Yeah. Let me check once we pass it. Not sure what it was, but that was actually not a Volvo. Wow. I mean, if this was a trip, a family trip to Göteborg, then I wouldn't be able to reach Uddevalla because you know how it goes. Well, actually, in the daytime, yes, and with more traffic, I would probably have a lower consumption. But from Håby to Håkst to Uddevalla, I would probably have to stop somewhere, like Håby or Håkstorp, and then top up slightly, and then I can reach Uddevalla with almost no juice. And then we will have that traditional lunch over there, chop, right, at the supercharger. Well, you know, it would be interesting if I test the Falcon. There's another Ukrainian car transporter here. Let me see. Which EVs? That is a classic. Oh, that is a Leaf. Two Leafs and one e-Golf going to Ukraine. You know, these guys are hardworking people, man. So this is crazy. There are probably hundreds or maybe thousands of EVs, all EVs. Lots of Leafs and Souls are empty now from Norway. I'm pretty sure they are from Norway because I've seen them. I recognize some of those cars. I've seen the ad. It was a Soul with some kind of weird orange roof wrap or something. And then I saw it on Finn, and then a couple of days later, it's like, huh? That very similar car is on a trailer near Varberg. So yeah. But I think it's quite smart. They can get the cars cheap because Norwegians, they don't want to repair them. It's too expensive. They just bring them to Ukraine. They buy them cheap, transport them over there, and then they probably have a shit ton of parts they can use, fix them up and sell them with profit. I will be testing a Ford Puma afterwards, and I think the Puma is not based on the MVP platform. It's supposed to be some kind of Ford platform or some shit. So okay, that'll be interesting. Oh, I see. But I wonder how it's going to be if I took Millennium Falcon. Can Millennium Falcon reach Uddevalla? Because in the old days, I actually drove straight to Uddevalla. But then the battery was not that much degraded. Might have been on around 90% still health in the old days. Right, let me see, 55, what is the distance to Uddevalla? 230. Oh. Wait, let me see, it was 230 to Hobby. So Uddevalla is around 250 kilometers away. Oh, but we went from, yeah, in the old days it was Oslo, yeah, that's right. Starting from Alnabru, yeah. So then it becomes harder now. So I'm pretty sure that we can't make it to Uddevalla with Millennium Falcon. Unless, okay, I can drive slower, then I can make it there. Or I can top up somewhere. So it would actually be great to get the 90 kilowatt hour upgrade. Try to find a battery with low mileage, but then it's always a gambling about the moisture in there, yeah, and other problems. So wonder if there's a way to hook up some kind of BMS with the communication something on it and then test it. You know, if they have like a test, I'm not sure how they're gonna do it. Like it must be able to read the battery status and then just send it to Siva server or the Electrify servers. I'm not sure where they'd handle that. And then get an indication of how the battery is in terms of moisture before you purchase it on a scrap yard. Okay, so we could not reach Speculate. We are actually down to 31.5%. Damn, we used almost half the, well, actually energy-wise, we used half the energy already. But we travel 60 kilometers, so we need to travel only 45 more kilometers, and yeah, soon we have to slow down. So there's a pretty high chance we can make it there. Now the car says 16% on arrival. We'll see about that. I think maybe even the car doesn't know that the state of charge scale is non-linear. Well, this car, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7. No, possibly not 7, maybe 6 then. Most cars nowadays, they finish in around 4 or 5, depending on how big the battery is and how thirsty it is, and if it's winter or not. car. What is that? Not sure. It was not a Volvo, maybe a Tesla. Okay, at least now there's less traffic in this direction. You know, I even consider camping, sleeping in the car here, but I'm not sure. We could just keep the car running and lock the doors. Then it's well, if you camp like in a camp spot or somewhere, but there's not enough space for 4 people in here. But at least me and Isabel could sleep in the car. But then wifey was concerned, like, what about, what if Barnabana knows that we are sleeping in the car? I'm like, do you think they care? I mean, as long as it's safe, and it is actually safe in the car, especially in EVs, and not in a tent. You know, 4 years old sleeping in a tent, who cares? It's fine. So that's why we ended up in Airbnb. Yeah. Around 1,200 NOK per night, 1,100 euros per night. Yeah, welcome to Norway. Everything is expensive here. Dude, it seems like it's slightly fogging inside here. There's some moisture. I don't know where the heck it comes from. Seems like the car doesn't do any defogging, unlike the Mazda 6e. It was A, B, C, D, always be constantly defogging. ...25 to 31 degrees Celsius. I don't think we need to preheat. It would be interesting in the high-speed stretch if the things heat up or not. But I actually expect that it's not going to heat up more. 20 zone. But yeah, the Xpeng X9, which is a wonderful family car if you have, if you need lots of space, that one starts at around 650k NOK, so it's like in a different league, price league. But here, if you just need a family car, why not? You know, the ENV 400, the ENV 200, the 40 kilowatt hour ENV 200, it wasn't really a viable family car for a van, because 40 kilowatt hour with rapid gate and quite noisy cabin, like it wasn't that expensive though back then. So, but still, you would get shitty range and shitty charging speed and CHAdeMO and rapid gates. So not really a good option. And then the space to the Citroën e-Space Tourer I tried many years ago. It was charging at only 100 kilowatt. It's 75 kilowatt hour battery, but it was also quite shitty. The Stellantis, the PSA shite back then, with power limit up to fast charge and 100 kilowatt for a little bit, and then what I guess is, and then 75 kilowatt. So it's actually charging faster than this car, this van. Oh, it's only one lane, okay, but it's probably not, hopefully not too big slowdown, right? Okay, it only slows down to one lane. As long as we don't have to take any detours, then I'm fine with that. Oh, they're just repairing some middle. Yeah, okay, it's only 100 meter stretch. Well, the result should already be in the result table for the monologues test. Don't remember the numbers, but it was amazing space. Way better than the ID bus. Okay, 27 kilometers left. We are 22.5%. I feel like that is gonna be perfectly fine. Where is the moisture, outside or is it inside? Check here. Well, it seems like it's actually on the outside. Can we try to wipe then? Where's the wipe? It's this side. Seems like it was on the outside. Interesting. Oh, another Ukrainian transport. Okay, what do we have here then? You can spot them from far because it's a trailer with some car. Okay, whoa, wow, exotic. A Kona. They started breaking down now, and a Zoe. Damn. Yeah, UA. Yep, that's Ukraine. So we've seen 4 of these so far tonight. So obviously Norwegians want to get rid of these old EVs, even Zoes and Konas. That means that Ukraine should get lots of EVs then soon. Or maybe they sell them to other neighbor countries. Maybe I should try to get in touch with these guys. Maybe I can fly over to Ukraine. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to do that. But it would be interesting to see what they do with these cars. Because they're actually doing a large scale. Oh, just 20.5% left. They have a low battery warning. Let's see. Can we stop the nagging on that shit? Charging, EV settings. I don't know where the nagging about low battery is. Okay, there. You don't need to nag me about it. I know how many percent we have. When I'm going back to Thailand, it's Weissnicht, but probably have to go there this winter also. Just know that I have to burn lots of money, but I will probably not stay there too long. Actually, Thailand, they reversed it so that previously you could stay there for wait, how was this again? We stayed there 2.5. We went to China, yeah. We stayed there for 2.5 months combined, but it was more like a little bit over 2 months, and then we stayed in China for 2 weeks. But now they have reversed it back to only 30 days. So, well, I guess I can stay there 30 days then. And then wife is up for going to China again. I was like, I'm not sure if I have feel like going to China again. It was the language barrier there and all the smoking all over the place, man. Yeah, and I didn't feel like it was super interesting. Okay, we did try some cars, yeah, like the ET9, that was awesome, but I guess I'll consider it. I think the Charade group wants to join, wants to invite me back there with the family and all that. So I'm like, well, let's see. At least I have the driver's license. I don't have to spend waste a whole day getting the driver's license over there. Oh, Japanese. What the fuck would I want to do in Japan, man? Japanese EVs? Oh, shit. Are you crazy? How much do you want me to be in pain? That's what. Japanese don't know anything about making EVs. They don't care. They just want to roll on the freaking hydrogen bomb. Shit, man. I mean, if I would. I mean, actually. If I would go somewhere, I'd rather go to Korea. Okay, Japan is nice to just visit, yes, as a tourist, but for car stuff, Korea is more interesting. But actually, China is more interesting than Korea if I have to rank it like that. But I feel like it was easier to be a tourist in Korea and Japan. Well, actually, Korea was the best. And then Japan on a good second, and then China is third. But of course, since I'm Thai, then for me, then I speak Thai, just can't read or write Thai. But of course, it's easy for me to get around Thailand. But I think also many Western people, they also have no problem, staying in Thailand. But many times I was actually struggling to get charging started because of the damn WeChat. Everything is just WeChat based, man. And just didn't work. Or there's those mini apps running in WeChat, which is in Chinese, and when I tried to translate it, it was just bad design on shit, and I couldn't figure out how to start charging many times. And I consider fairly skilled in how to start charging on various apps and stuff, and I still couldn't figure it out with the Chinese stuff. Oh, they have chargers over here, wow, but that's kind of a long detour on the other side there. So, I mean, well, if there is some kind of RFID that works on most chargers, that would be way better. If there's those guys who invite me to China, if you can give me a RFID, something that works on 90% of the damn chargers, then okay, then I'll consider it. If not, then it's just a pain in the butthole, man, to drive and charge and stuff over there. And I get moisture problem again. What the heck? What's up with these Korean cars and moisture problems? Wait, how are we now? 17%. Wait, let me check here. I'm on auto. Yes, I'm on auto. Why do we have moisture problem when we are on auto? Yeah, 30 days only on the visa on arrival. You can of course extend it, but it's also a pain in the butthole, man. You have to spend literally all day at the tourist office thingy near the airport. They want to know a lot of shit, like the house book thing for whole and passport and I don't know, man. I remember I spent all day there. Super annoying. I had to go back and forth. I had to take a photo, and then you had to wait in this queue and then go to that queue, and then there's lots of stuff I didn't know. What was this? They want this information, that documentation or some shit. Oh, so I'd rather not want to extend my visa over there. Actually, it's way easier if I actually apply in Norway on the Norwegian embassy website beforehand and get 60 days, for example. That's way easier for me. Isabel has the Thai passport, so no problem for her. And actually for me, eventually, yes, I have the Thai whatever ID card, but I have to get the passport next time I'm there. Then it will be way easier for me. Then it only boils down to Axel, but whatever. I can apply for myself an Axel at the embassy instead, get 60 days before we go, and that will be way less annoying. But I'm not sure if we're gonna stay there 2 months. We'll see. Yeah, it was kind of funny because I read the water meter in March something. I don't remember, March or April. And I reported to the municipality how much water we have spent since November or October, November last year. And then a couple of days ago, Ullensaker municipality emailed me and said, oh yeah, I see that for the past 5 months you have spent only 30 cubic meter water. So that means that you will spend only 70 cubic meter in 2026. So we can lower the bill for you. I'm like, oh, okay, no. I had to explain to them that I was in Thailand 2.5 months of those 5 months, so that estimated usage in 2026 is going to be 150 cubic meter. 150 tons, yeah, whatever. Which is still actually fairly low. So we have been trying to save water, but we even consume 8 cubic meter to fill the pool. So, well, that is great saving using the water meter, because if I didn't have it, if we didn't get the pool, I wouldn't have known about this. I would just pay the flat rate possibly, which is based on 351 cubic meter of water per year. That is insane. I would spend 25k NOK per year on just water that I don't spend actually. So I'm saving around 10-15k NOK per year because of the water meter. Oh shit, I had to pay attention there. I'm at 15%. It's way too early to stop now. Okay. Then we go past this point. We can try that at the IKEA, Kollered, whatever it's called again. Go further down the road. But I'm not sure if I can make it to Kungsbacka, most likely not. What does the GOM say? 36 kilometers left. Oh wait. Is that enough for Kungsbacka? I don't think so. I have 14.5%, which is more like 12%. So if I have 6.7, I have around 8 kilowatt hour left. Quick math. Consumption now in the current leg is 304 watt hour per kilometer, and then corrected is around 300. Because we have around 0.8% underreporting. So let me see here. I'm supposed to exit soon, but that's too early. 14.5%, that's too early. Let's see if I go further down the road. Can I make it to Kungsbacka? Oh, that's too far away, man. That is too far away. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Let me just check here. How far away from Kungsbacka are we? The car claims 7% at Kungsbacka. Are you crazy? 25 kilometers away from Kungsbacka. GOM says 34 kilometers. No, I don't think so. Just estimation is being bad as usual with this car. Okay, let me see. So there are some chargers ahead soon. 14%. Okay. Tollered is called. That's the place. OK28. What? Dude. It doesn't find it. Okay, whatever. It doesn't snap on it for some reason. Okay, that's 7 kilometers away. That's slightly better. Okay, so I was supposed to exit slightly earlier now, but we're gonna go past it and then see 13% now. Yeah, that was the exit I should have taken if I wanted to go for that's okay. 30%. Battery should be warm enough, 23, 29 degrees Celsius. Yeah, OK28 Kallered. There are plenty of chargers. I guess I'll go for that. It'll be the first time I stop there. That will be the last bailout point before attempting for Kungsbacka, which is quite far away. So it would be great if ST1 they start building on each side of the road further down there. Sure, plenty of people also visiting over there. So I feel like the battery here could have been slightly bigger, and the charging could have been faster. At least 150, 170 kilowatts. That would be great. Yeah. Okay, let me see. It should be fairly easy to find it. Well, I've never been there before. I've seen it that there's some gas station on the other side of the road. Or let me see, is it here? Lindome. Okay, we just have to follow the navigation. wants me to exit here. Actually at 11% still, but it's not gonna work. I mean, if we go further down the road, I'll be too far away. Well, or is it? I'm pretty sure Kungsbacka will be out of reach. Wait, 17 kilometers. Wait. There is a possibility we can make it to Kungsbacka. Yeah. 17 kilometers. How much do we have now, roughly? 8. Okay, you know what? I think we can make it there. We're gonna bail out here. I mean, we're gonna actually proceed. If I expect around 8 kilowatt hour divided by 17 kilometers, yeah, we should have enough. We're gonna go kind of deep though, but let's see. Stop the navigation. Navigate to previous destination. It's kind of silly that you have to click on previous destination. There. Okay, now we get the low battery warning. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I should be able to hammer it even. Get there. Because I have 10.5%, which is not 6.7 kilowatt hour. It's more like 6 something kilowatt hour. But we are just 15 kilometers away. So there's actually not that big gap between the previous charger. We could have stopped at Tallered and Kungsbacka. So okay, I'll get another visit at Circle K, alright? Moving towards another bonus I can cash out. I've been visiting some Circle K when I tested the thing. I wanted to see. So if you purchase, like I did, purchase some hot dogs, then I will eat that first with Isabel, and then I purchase ice cream, then that counts as another visit. And of course I don't want to purchase the ice cream along with the hot dog. No. Then Isabel won't eat the food. So you can kind of trick the system to get more visits, and then I get lots of nice prices. It seems like it pays off to be a loyal customer at Circle K, Burger King, and McDonald's. You get some bonuses and points and stuff you can cash in for free food or drinks. Now I get the moisture problem again, man. What the heck? 8.5%. Always go deep with the Koreans. Oh shit. Here, on each side here, there's plenty of space. They could establish some fast chargers here. Should be plenty of people who want to charge here. Some Chem Power, for example. 7.5%. Always go deep. I'm still 10 kilometers away. How is the light? Not that good. It's okay. So it seems like I'm actually able to travel around 125 kilometers on this leg. But then on the next leg, with a high-speed stretch, I should expect around 100, 110 kilometers only. And I might want to go for either 55 or 60%, which is optimal. Actually, 55 is more. You save 1 minute on the whole challenge. That means that you save only around 20 seconds. So I could go for 60% to be able to at least shave off some charging stops. %, 24 to 29 degrees Celsius, no preheating needed. It's 12 degrees outside. %6.5%. Always go deep. Dude, the navigation is so damn bad. It claims that I will arrive at 6%. Wow. I mean, we have 6.5% now, and we are 7 kilometers away. Shit, man. Oh, useless navigation. %6 left. Dude, it doesn't even update. What the heck? Should at least update so that it tells me that I will arrive at 3%. Still claims 6% at arrival. My first charging stop was at Hobby, 5.5% now. It still claims 6% at arrival. What the heck? Maybe it expects that I have some kinetic energy in the car. Yeah. It's being that smart. %5. Always go deep. Oh shit. Okay, let me get the stuff ready here. Where's the mic? Dude, where did I put the microphone? Did I drop the mic somewhere? Here, where the heck is the microphone? I could use. Oh, I dropped it here. Okay. The switch to total now. There. 353 kilometers done. Dude, the stupid navigation still claims 6%. Stupid. Almost at Kungsbacka. We actually went past Mölndal where we were planning on charging. But look here, the car claims we will arrive at 6%. Oh, it's kind of hard to see. It's actually bad for old people like me because we have slightly darkish red on black background. That is not good. But okay, so the car navigation claims we will arrive at 6%. But there's a problem. We have 4.5% right now. Freaking Korean navigation, man. Okay, whatever. Let's get over there. Okay, I'm not gonna use recharge. It's overpriced. I will use Circle K. They have okay prices here. Not sure what else we can charge at. hopefully there won't be any crazy power limit here. I heard that Circle K might throttle a bit. They might have some deals where they can save money and allow lower power. Yeah, they're cheaping out on the power. Yeah. So they were not going to use the new chargers. Wait, is it still open or what? Well, I forgot you have to go nose. You have to go nose install here. Yeah. So I'm going to use the new chargers. All right. Well, let me turn off the HVAC. Kungsbacka. 4.5%. That should be deep enough, right? Well, maybe I can put you guys on my shaft before I go out. But I wonder, is that Circle K station open or? If I want to pee, I can go to Max. Maybe Max is probably open. There you go. Welcome to the 300 amp club. Well, I need to go and just check if Circle K is open or not. I have to check here my prices. So this counts as a visit when I charge it. Huh? App update. selections and changes might be displayed. Huh? What? What do you have an update? Do I need to update it? Oh, okay. Yeah, we have a. It says that it's only valid in Norway here. But let me see. Okay, there's a price I can pick between ostepølse med bacon. That is usually, it costs around 70 NOK. Haribo? No, that's not worth much at all. 5-pack buns? No. Medium burger. That is the best deal. Yeah. No. Okay, if I already chose a medium burger as the price here, I need to cash it out. And then I'm working towards the next bonus here. So it's actually kind of fun. Yeah, okay, I like this. But now, I need to check out where I can go and pee. Well, actually, let me eat this first because I know I'm going to be a bit dirty. I'll eat one of these. I know we need to figure out the next stop, kind of. Okay, Falkenberg. Let me see. I'm just aiming for Ionity Falkenberg right now. Wait, why does Ionity not show up here? What? Okay, whatever. PM is close enough. Oh, that's only 71 kilometers. Oh, wait a minute. Halmstad then. Yeah, well, there's a gap there between Falkenberg and Halmstad. Well, it seems like you might go to Halmstad. Ionity Halmstad. That's 112 kilometers away. Okay, let me see. If I go 60%, which is around 55. Then to Halmstad is 112 kilometers. A budget of 330 watt-hours per kilometer. Well, I have to check how much. No, well, I had 300 on this leg, but it was the Göteborg stretch. So, yeah, okay, we can. Sounds to me like Falkenberg is too early. Well, unless I can charge to only 55% and then go for Falkenberg with 10% arrival. But it seems like for this car, you actually want to go deep, unlike most other Korean cars. So let's go for Halmstad. 60%, right? Hopefully have enough. Cooling started. No, I don't see anyone going in and out of Circle K, so it's probably closed for the night. They only have Nattluka. Yeah. So probably have to go to Maxburg. I never visited Maxburger here before, so I want to go check it out after I've eaten this thing.
Man, if this car had a X-Pen battery, no? Don't remember how big it was. 75 kilowatt hour or something. A charge at 350 kilowatt. That'd be game over. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back at 45%. Okay, we start throttling gently now. Let me record that. Okay, I went to the restroom at Circle K. This was different because it used to be closed at night. They must have changed it lately. What is the time now? Wait, well, I don't see the clock here. This is so primitive. You have to start the car. Okay, it's 15 minutes past 1 at night. But okay, you see that? Okay, I missed it again. Is that it goes flat at 300 amp or 120-ish kilowatt until around 40%, and then they start throttling gently. And we're probably gonna go for 60%. I wanna navigate to the next charger, but I have to keep in mind that the percent at arrival here on this navigation is shite. But I calculated that I should be able to go to Halmstad. Yeah, Ionity. Try to get some cheap charging in there for once. I've been actually going on some expensive charging until now, and because this car is a bit thirsty, a van, then I want to try to get some cheap charging. I only did Passport Power. Great, almost half the price versus other charging sessions we had. So here, whatever the car claims here, don't trust it. Just trust my own instincts. I'm gonna go for 60%, which is in 10%, and look at this. Nice flat curve at least. Oh yeah, and here, don't trust these numbers all over the place. Sometimes they show over 110 kilowatt hour. Oh, at 45%, okay. I mean, it's still fairly flat curve, right? So hopefully 60% is enough. If I, well, I can't really skip Halmstad and go for, I don't know. Skip Halmstad. Melbystrand is the next possible option then. But then I need a lot more juice. So, okay. Wait, do we have a better charging curve now? Wait, no, we will hit 45 degrees just like last time, but wait. It seems like we hit 45 degrees earlier last time. Because actually we hammered harder, yeah. And now it throttles, okay. To below 100 kilowatt. But then we are camping at 95 kilowatt for not too long. So you see, we are charging way faster than the EQC. Even though the EQC has a way bigger battery, it's thirstier. It's actually, yeah, it seems like Mercedes, they didn't bother trying to make the electric van more efficient, unlike the Koreans. You know, when they made the electric Kona, they actually made it more efficient than the fossil Kona, more aerodynamic and less friction here and there and whatever, right? So, yeah, the EQC even tested in summer was still slow. I think around 12 hours if I remember correctly. So we're gonna beat EQC easy, but then it's impossible to beat ID Bus because it has bigger battery and faster charging. But I mean, if this car costs 200k less than the Bus, then many people might actually be satisfied with around 11 hours or 10 hours and 55 minutes or 50 minutes. Yeah, I'm almost good to go now. I need to pack my shit, get ready. I want to record again outside to see how long this session was. It's gonna be roughly 20 minutes every time to 60%. Yeah, okay. There. shaft. 58% now, almost good to go. Now the car claims 7% at arrival, really? Okay, I ended up at 62%, and it took a little bit over 21 minutes, from 4.5% to 62%. So we are in that ballpark, and then we drive only 120-ish kilometers right to the next charger. Well, let me see. Yeah, I couldn't clean the windscreen here, but that's fine. It's not that dirty. There's a few bugs on it, but I can live with that. Now we have full power at 44 degrees Celsius. Seems like this car doesn't overheat. Well, is that impressive? I couldn't have sworn that some of the other Kias overheated in the past. Because now it should scavenge on the heat after we fast charge. Plus it seems to dump also some heat out, which is not ideal, but whatever, what can you do, right? You can't prevent it from doing it. Right, next stop is 110 kilometers away. Ayundi Halmstad. So okay, we managed to go a little bit over 200 kilometers on the first leg. That means remaining 800 something, and then that means what, 6 stops possibly. Yeah, okay, maybe 6 stops. That was the second charging stop. We don't want to ride. When I unplugged, I had only around 84 kilowatt,
So I want to ride on the 120 kilowatt wave, and they charge a little bit more often. That's fine. 55, 60% only for the best time. Yeah, 287 watt hour per kilometer now. Corrected, it should be around 285. And then the current leg, we have a 442 watt hour per kilometer, which makes sense because we have some kinetic energy spike now in the beginning. So at least the car's display is not lying. If this was a Mazda 6e, it would say, oh, you're consuming 210 watt hour per kilometer. I'm like, really? After driving 2 kilometers? What are you hiding, huh? Freaking Chinese cars, man. Yeah, at least the Korean cars are not that bad. They have a proper trip meter. They are not lying about shit. They don't cap. Maybe, okay, they might cap at 1,000 or 999 watt hour per kilometer. I haven't tested that. But they also have some annoyances in the software, how it's been designed. And also it tends to, the Korean cars tend to play the music once you start the car. That's also annoying. It doesn't remember the state. What? It must be a Norwegian in front of me. He's hugging the left lane. I'm guessing a BMW. Norwegian Nissan. Wow, 13 degrees Celsius. Nice and warm. Oh yeah, proper summer, right? Well, the car claims 18% of the arrival, but don't trust the car. It's lost. It's whatever. Dude, I was right about one thing. It was a BMW, but it was a Ukrainian registered BMW hugging the left lane. And I think they're done with the resurfacing. We'll see if I have any delays now. Or not further down the road. So we have just 3-minute delay in the Norway side, and then 2-minute handshake problem at Håby. So that's 5 minutes. And we started at 21:23, so that will be 21:28 then. So 2 hours and 32 minutes plus current time. So we are already at 4 hours. Dude, already? 4 hours, and then we have driven not 400 kilometers yet. Wow, shit. It's crazy, man. I bet the route planner is totally lost with this car. I bet the route planner wants me to charge to 80% and so on. That is way too slow. 379 watt-hour per kilometer. It's dropping and dropping. The initial peak. Need to find out what the baseline is here for the 110 zone. No, it's not doing better than the bus. It's impossible because the bus has 10 kilowatt hour, well actually 8 kilowatt hour more energy, and it charges way faster, 185 kilowatt versus only around 120 kilowatt here. But then the bus, well, it has still a relatively flat curve, I remember. So yeah, I don't know about the consumption. How do you expect? Well, maybe you can look up. Someone can look up the ID Bus Pro. I forgot to write down that thing. ID Bus Pro, the passenger version, not the GTX, whatever. What was the consumption and what was the temperature, and when did I test it? I think it was tested many years ago. Eventually I can look up on the next charging stop if I remember. Okay, but if for some reason if I have higher consumption than expected, I can always bail out at Falkenberg, but then I might arrive there with 15%, which is not ideal. Because it seems like this car, you actually benefit from going deep. Actually even deeper, like 1% could be even better. But we've been nailing it 5% and 4.5% now. Yeah, the seats are comfy. They're not that sporty. They're just comfy, nice and wide, fairly soft, not too hard. But I'm just blown away by how much lengthwise space you have in here. I can have the car seat behind us, and wifey who's sitting in front can recline at a pretty nice angle and have plenty of leg room. So the Koreans, they managed to design this quite well. I think they started on blank pages. They didn't have to make any compromise on making some fossil platform. So from what I know, right, this is pure EV platform, which is better. Just like Tesla, just design it as an EV from the start, and also have the efficiency. Dude, you can turn down the lights now. Shit, man, the damn mother truck, they have so powerful lights, and he wants to keep it on until 200 meters away from me. Oh, it has a slowdown here. Okay, still. But only to 90. Alright. So I need to count the time then. The 14:15. Okay. Just count the time and then we correct. But if it's only 90 limit, then we don't get too much delay. So they slapped down new asphalt. Okay, I can see the difference. Last week, it was still rough ass here, and they have been slapping down some smooth ass here. Well, the Swedes, they're really efficient on the roadworks. But it's probably going to be 90 here for a while until they unleash the full speed, 110 again. Probably a couple of weeks. Don't remember how long they keep it like this. I remember all the stretches, they kept it 90 for a long time. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Hyundai Staria? Oh, I don't know about that one. Don't know too much about it. Is it similar to this? Oh, those trucks are hammering it, man. I'm barely gaining on them. Okay, well, at least it's not 70 zone here like they had earlier. Because this is also good for consumption that we drive slow for a little bit. Okay, here's the old surface, which means that we should go back to 110 zone soon. Oh yeah, they're gonna slap down new asphalt over here. I think they're doing that in weekdays, but in weekend they don't do it. I saw some of the plans they were, yeah. It was next week supposedly. They have some stuff going on here at night. But that is only one side 70. That means that it doesn't apply on one side. Okay, 110 again. Let me see. So that was 14. What does it say here? 16? Or is it only 2 minutes? No, that's 18. That's 4 minutes. Okay. But that means only 1 minute delay there. And now we hammer it for Kungsbacka, right? GOM is constantly off. Claims 114 kilometers. No. It's more like 90 kilometers left. Well, consumption so far is 329 watt-hour per kilometer. Welcome to the hammer stretch in Sweden. I need to test the max speed. Is it really 135 kilometers per hour? That needs to be tested. Well, but it is what it is, a van going at high speed at night. We have that initial peak also. But I mean, this is roughly on par with Fat e-tron in it. Yeah, anything is better than the Zoe. I could fit the Zoe in the back here of the van. Okay, finally we arrive at the 120 zone, the high speed stretch. We just passed Varberg, and now we are on the high speed stretch of the Autobahn, the Swedish Autobahn. And well, you see, let me see if you can see it better then, but the cruise control doesn't go higher than 130 on the speedo. And then if I turn off auto steer, I still cannot go faster. So I might as well keep it on then. And then that is only 127 GPS speed, 126 to 127. But then I heard that the max speed here is not that high. So let me stop it and then see how fast can we actually go. Someone claimed that it was 135. Oh, we capped it. 138 on the speedo. That is 135 GPS speed. Okay. We hit VMAX. We cannot go faster than this. Shit. So I'll probably just cruise at 130 on the speedo then, which is 126-ish. Yeah, I'm not sure if it benefits this car too much to go faster because, yeah, because it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, cruise control doesn't go faster than 130 on the speedo, so, well, well, at least we tested it now. 138 on the speed and 135 GPS speed. Yeah. At least it's according to spec. The funny thing is that I can actually use cruise control and just floor it. And I can cruise 135. I mean, I can use auto steer and then floor it. 5 seats. So then I have auto steer and I can go at VMAX 135. which is barely legal. But barely legal is my middle name. Okay, we're down to 40%. We are 65 kilometers away. Consumption is still at 327 watt-hour per kilometer. The high-speed stretch tends to also be slightly windier over here around Falkenberg. This is the real test. This is why I don't want to lump around in Norway back and forth. I just want to test it where it matters over here. We have some proper speed limits here. Yeah, 120 kilometers per hour. Yeah, high-speed stretch. Yeah, and the Germans here. No, but dude, like seriously, if I had too many kids because I didn't pull out, if I had 3 kids and I need space and I don't have too much money, then I would consider a PV5 because it's actually a comfy car. It has good enough charging speed for a family trip anyway. Plenty of space, and I wonder. No, there's no Isofix in the middle. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, as long as one kid is big enough to not use any Isofix, then it could be sitting on a pillow. For example, Isabel, right? But then, yeah, I don't know if I got another kid, like now-ish, right? By the time that kid needs seat, then Isabel is 5 years old. So she still needs a seat, a child seat. So it's not going to work. We need 3 Isofix in the back. Dude, 12 degrees Celsius at Falkenberg at night. That is wonderful. I guess that's way better than 0 degrees we might have sometimes, or 5 degrees we tend to have at night. No. I don't want more kids. No. I said if, yeah, but no. 2 kids, that's enough for me. Wifey actually wanted 1 boy and 1 girl. We got it. Perfect. My neighbor, they have 3 kids, 3 boys. They wanted a girl. After the first boy, they wanted a girl. Another boy popped out. They were like, okay, try again then. 2 minutes done. 9 months later, oh, a 3rd boy. And then, well, okay, that's enough. So they don't want more kids. So I don't know, man. People who has 3 kids or more, how the heck do they handle it? I don't know. Maybe they don't work as hard as me, but yeah. Sometimes I would wish that they would be more independent, so I can go on some trips to, I don't know, like some interesting trips, some test drive. It depends what it is, but if there's some test drive, how to fly over to Germany or typically Germany or Spain actually. I can't remember last time. Yeah, and there's a few times I went to Belgium. Yeah, that was actually ZSEV many years ago. That was in Belgium. But most times they have the test drives in Germany for some reason. Not German brands. It could be Kia also, and then sometimes also Spain. I suspect that is because they do this maybe around spring or close to winter time, and then Spain has nice warm weather. Further German. Well, okay. Well, this is probably the same convoy I saw earlier. Yeah, with the Soviet and stuff. But have you ever gone further than Germany by car from Norway? Huh? Well, I mean, many times before, yes, plenty. But that was before kids. After kids, no, the Berlin trip was the longest last year. And this year it might be actually shorter. We just go to Gdansk instead. I don't want to dig around too long in Scandinavia because it's so freaking expensive over there. like seriously, we need to get this stuff done at home soon. We don't have any curtains, we don't have any blinds, no zip screen, no air conditioning, no asphalt, no solar, no fences. And then every time I get some money, I save up some money, and then we spend it in Thailand or somewhere else. Right? I'm constantly struggling to get enough money, man. It's just the family takes up so much money. So I try to minimize the losses this winter. I could live with not going to Thailand for one winter. We're gonna save massive money, probably 100,000 NOK at least. Well, the ticket already cost around 40 to 50k NOK, and then all the other expenses involved. So whatever happens in Thailand is not super interesting. It's not a must-have to go to Thailand. It's more like a vacation, okay, fine, but how about getting those curtains soon? Once we have all that shit set up, just require a couple of 100,000 NOK. But once everything is set up with the heat pump and the curtains and slap down some asphalt and solar, then fine. Then it could just be like that for decades, no worries. We don't have to pay more money for it. China, well, I don't know about that, we'll see. Also, I didn't feel like the China trip was like, paying off massively. I actually suspect that a trip to US would be better. I can test some of the US car, but I'm actually quite late to the party. There was some interesting US stuff going on, especially with the diner opening and stuff like that. But now I feel like if I go to US, it's way too late. It's all about timing. So I was like, let's not waste my money and time going there. As long as I stay in Norway and get those press cars early, then that actually matters. Like I've seen with some of the Teslas in the past, and also the iX3, lots of views. Also the Model 3 Standard got okay view, but I wish I could get the Model Y Standard earlier, but it's just, they're just so slow to respond, man. Trying to book the time, and it's, yeah. But there are other cars also, like the Volvo EX60. I don't know when they'll arrive, but yeah. The problem is that I'm booked all the way, so I could always rebook. Okay, we're gonna get to there. Concrete surface. We are now at the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and well, I don't know if you guys can see it. We have some moisture inside the cabin here. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, there's a high beam. I forgot. Do you guys see the difference? High beam, low beam. Okay, anyway, when I measured in Norway, because this car is equipped with only 16-inch wheels, it actually has less noise than the ID Bus. You can move over to the left lane where it's smoother. You can get the feel how that is. Yeah, it's quieter. So, I mean, this is actually quite brilliant because Kia didn't put that big battery in here. So you save some weight there, but also they managed to make the car light, or the van light, despite that it has actually interior for 5 seats and stuff like that, and some soundproofing. But I don't know what else Kia did, but this PV5 with an 80 kilogram driver weighs only 2,220 kilogram, whereas the ID Bus Pro, or the passenger version, the 5-seater, weighs 2,600 kilograms, almost 400 kilograms more. Why is it so heavy? It's weiß but because it's not so heavy, they don't need massive wheels with massive brakes and wide tires, so they can get away with smaller tires and that also improves the efficiency. It means that they don't have to have the massive battery. So it's win-win. And then as a bonus, you get lower noise and cheaper tires than the bus. So yeah, this is actually quite good for a van. Vans in general, they tend to be noisy for some reason, especially if it's a cargo version, which is just really stripped down. No soundproofing in the back, lots of rumbling from the back. Not underpowered. Well, it is not that fast. Once you try the Densa D9 or the all-wheel drive Densa D9 or Xpeng X9, then yeah, you know, that's proper power. But even the GTX was actually okay, but nowhere near as good as Chinese vans, the all-wheel drive versions, of course. So now I'm just gonna hug the left lane because it's quieter. I'll show you guys on the right lane, it's noisy. But this is actually still pretty good for yeah, a van. Vans are in general quite noisy. 42. Deepal. Oh, I don't like the Deepal. I tested the S07, I also tested the S05 and then the Mazda. They have so many annoying things going on. You know? The software, mainly the software is the problem. There could also be some hardware issues here. Yeah, hardware also, because they have some massive delta between min and max temp. So it's not like, it's not because I don't like Chinese cars. Many people blindly think that I don't hate, I mean, I hate on their Chinese brands or something like that. No, of course not. They haven't watched my Seeker video, Seeker 7X, or some of the Neo videos, or even the Xpeng videos. But it's just that the Deepal, they just, it sounds like the engineers had too much play time with the software. Or I don't know, man, they fucked up the software. It becomes annoying to use. Even this car is somewhat annoying in some aspects, but I can kind of live with it. I think most people can live with that. But like that, like why is there a 0.7 second lag when you floor it until torque is applied, right? On the Deepal. There's no reason for an EV to have such a massive lag in the throttle. And if you want to save the drivetrain, okay, at least give immediate torque, but then maybe only give start with 20% torque, and then you can gradually apply it. And the list just goes on with lots of annoying features with the Deepal or Mazda, which is based on Deepal. Oh, you sold the MG4, okay. Well, get a Model 3 standard and then buy some sexy products, whatever you like. Or get a Model Y. But maybe not the Model Y standard, that's kind of shite. They stripped down too much on the Model Y. Well, I have a check here. 25.5% left. 36 kilometers away. Let me calculate. Around 0.22%, I think 6 or 7. I have 14.7 kilowatt hour left. Distance left 35 kilometers. A budget of 421 watt hour per kilometer. Good. I need to burn more juice. That's what I need to do. And there is a slowdown coming up soon also. Because I'm pretty sure that I cannot skip Halmstad. It will be too far. But they are setting up some chargers at the Snappipe on the southbound distance, but it's not. I think it's not up yet. Circle K, they're starting on some chem power at Snappipe. That could be a nice stop later in the future. Okay, there will be the Baustelle here as usual. Here we have the Ukraine EV convoy again. They must have been driving non-stop and I've been taking breaks. But it seems like the average speed for me is higher than they could go. Eventually they probably also need to take a break, but they're probably cruising at only 80, 85 kilometers per hour. Low battery, 20.5%, it warns me. Okay, here, the slow down here, as always, 2-minute deduction. Yeah, this section is usually the Baustelle at Falkenberg usually lasts for several months at a time, could be half a year. Seems like stuff over here takes a long time to fix. I don't know what they're doing, resurfacing something. I wonder how bad the traffic would be here in quality. You know, I bet that they want to fix this. Yeah, they're gonna finish this before July starts. Okay, we are only 23.5 kilometers away. And I have 19% left. Consumption is dropping now because of the slow speed. Oh, I have a budget of almost 500 watt-hour per kilometer. Alright. Gonna do some serious hammering soon then. Dude, is it getting bright already? What? 2 at night now. Okay. Seems like that nap I had earlier was really helpful because I'm quite wide awake now. Of course, also had some battery to stay awake. Just have to stay awake until I get back home, and then I might pass out a bit. I just have to survive a trip to Sandefjord. 1.5 hours, possibly 2 hours because of traffic and shite going on tomorrow, daytime. .6 kilometers left for Halmstad. It is somewhat slow detour to get there. And also a slow detour to get back on the road. But it's probably worth it. For the cost at least. The battery should be nice and warm. It's 24 to 29 degrees Celsius. It's heating up nicely now. It's going to heat up even more soon. .5% left, dropping fast. 326 watt-hour per kilometer this leg. We check totals. 450 kilometers done. I didn't know it's gonna be foggy over here. Another van from Czech Republic. Hmm. %. Hammering it now before Halmstad. Low battery. Battery preconditioning is disabled. Because I navigated to Ionity. But I mean, bro, you are 24 to 30 degrees Celsius. Why do you talk about preconditioning anyway? There is no need to precondition at that temperature. %. Seems like I'm able to go deep every time, which helps, and also not go too high every time. So this should yield a pretty good 1,000 kilometer time. Maybe even faster than I expected it. Maybe faster than 10:55. We'll see. Well, I remember the Maxus E-Terra 9. No, not that one. The Maxus ET90. Holy shit, man. I was capping at the VMAX. 120 kilometers per hour or 126 on the speedo. Just floor it all night long. And it had no cruise control, but no problem. Just go flat, max speed. Wide open throttle was the cruise control. We'll go this way. Should be more space here. Well, actually, not really. %. Hammering it now. Let's go deep. The lowest I had was 4.5%. First time it was, wait, how much was it again? I think it was 4% maybe. Okay, well, I've been going deep most of the times now. This time will be no exception. I can see we have the headwind. Yep. That means tailwind soon. I need to plan my next stop also. Oh, now we hit the 100 zone. %. Okay, just couldn't go deeper this time. 8.5. Well, it drops fast anyway. Oh, it's been raining here. Okay, so this is one of the longer detours, man. Get over here. Get on the other side of the road. As you go straight here. Man, what's up with the fogging in the window here? I need to. Korean cars in 2026 fogs. Yeah, good thing I've been here for many times now, so I know where to go. Yeah, we just, for no physics, we just have to let in some cold air, and then that gets rid of the fog. Well, I'm checking again. Yeah, we have acoustic glass here. That's actually not too bad, huh? Seems to be quite well equipped van. Okay, microphone off. That mic on. Almost there. 8%. Okay. Couldn't go deeper. Leos Legelon. There it is, Iolity. Okay, let me take my favorite charger over here. No, usually works. Charge was in the front. There, 465 kilometers. Halmstad. Halmstad. Then turn off HVAC, as always. Doesn't interfere.
Okay. Huh? Now we have another 20 minutes to kill. There we go. Now let me calculate. So that was if we go to the turnaround point, do we come back here possibly? No, that's only 33 kilometers. Wait, and then I can go to, oh, I see. Ionity. Let's go again. Falkenberg. That will be 107 kilometers. Yep, okay. So I'll just go for 60% again then I go to Falkenberg. We are now at Ionity Halmstad. Yeah, same like before. 300 amps or 299. And then we start at 118 kilowatt and then it goes up as the voltage goes up. We arrive with 8 or 9% this time, so 8% it was. Yeah, well, that's good enough. Yeah, so that's it. No preheating done. The battery is nice and warm, and also outside is actually nice and warm now. It's 10 degrees. It tends to happen with other Korean cars also. Seems like the whole defogging doesn't work that well. Okay, now we just sit and chill for a bit. Okay, I know the plan roughly, but it seems like I just have to commit for Falkenberg then. Yeah. I don't think I can skip it and go to Kimla. I'll probably just go for Falkenberg. So the plan from there. Wait, normally if I get over to in the regular Varberg route, you know, I will just go Varberg and then Spekerud, and then, so now I have to somehow jump from Falkenberg over to I'm not sure where. I'm not sure where the natural stop is. Because actually from Varberg, that would be perfect. Varberg to, well, actually Varberg to Spekerud is kind of short, only 107 kilometers. I want to go around 120. But I could just go 55% then, yeah. And then Falkenberg to Varberg is kind of short, so I'm not sure where the heck to stop then. Somewhere Mölndal somewhere, or I could maybe go for Kongalv. Yeah, but then there's a quite long stretch from Kongalv all the way to Strömstad. No, you know what? Strömstad is not going to be the last stop. Yeah, that's right. So I have to take some off. Yeah, there's no way. Strömstad back to Oslo is kind of hard. So I'll probably have to stop at, I'm guessing, Sarpsborg and then home. Yeah. So that means that before Sarpsborg, then possibly, yeah, Tanum could be an option. Let's see where. I don't know exactly now. And now we're getting 120 kilowatt. We're riding on the 120 kilowatt wave. Yeah, so that's just how it goes with this van. The van life, man.
But I mean, we are charging faster than EQV, so I shouldn't complain, right? It's way cheaper than the way cheaper than bus. Doesn't get the bus speed, but better than EQV. But EQV, I feel like it's actually quite big. Well, at least externally, but internally, space-wise, this could be actually on par with EQV. But it's only a 5-seater. As far as I know, it doesn't come in a 6 or 7-seater. Even though there should be enough space here, but then you're eating up some of the nice trunk space. Now the cooling starts. Probably wants to prevent going to a much fast 45%. So it seems to be rock solid every time. We get the max speed, bam! No cold gate, no rapid gate. And actually the delta is not that high, 7 degrees Celsius only. Yeah, for a Korean car, lol, yeah. Some of the other Korean cars tend to be at 12 degrees Celsius delta. So I could have sworn that some of the Korean cars rapid gated in the 1000 kilometer challenge, which was kind of face palm because yeah, they have the hyped up 800 volt architecture. And also I think it was either Hyundai or Kia, they were actually advertising it as, oh, you know, this is 800 volt architecture, which is more efficient and charges faster. Yeah, but then the rapid gates on one of my tests. There is no EQV. Oh, right, really? Okay. So it's what we okay? Well, EV2 then, or the EV2 passenger version, which is the poor man's EQV. VLE. Oh. Yeah. Huh. I was invited to go to check out VLE. But how was that again? I think it was in a different country. Let me check here. I'm going to check in my email. VLE. Oh, test drive. Yeah, this was the thing. They invited me for test drive of the VLE, but it was in Bilbao, Spain. And I was like, oh shit. And then let me see. What was this again? Yeah, I asked. Okay, I probably have to bring Isabel with me, and they say no, it's not possible to bring children on this international driving test. So it depends on the brand, because Xpeng actually paid extra, 80% extra, for Isabel to come with me to München. But then Mercedes, no, they have another policy, no children allowed. Okay, fine. So then no trip to Bilbao to test drive the VLE, which would have been actually quite nice. But then I think it's not that much hyped up car because it's probably very expensive. So people are like, we can't afford that shit, man. It's over 1 million, not over 100,000. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's a lot cheaper. Yeah, who knows? But I just guess that if it's Mercedes, then it's gonna be expensive. But this car here, this PV5 is way more affordable, and it has all the necessary stuff, right? It's actually efficient. It has a nice interior, okay software, okay charging speed. Actually nice and flat all the way to 45%. Seems to be consistent even. I'm gonna record soon, okay, before it throttles. Should throttle at 45% every time, right? The cooling is running. All good. Speaking of cooling, nowadays it's getting hot inside the house, but I've been running all the fans. We still don't have air conditioning, but in the previous years when we had really hot weather, I just had to crank up the fan speed, but it was kind of pointless because it would then just run the fan speed higher in the ventilation system, but it would still use the heat recovery. But now I'm able to adjust the temperature, so I go max fan speed, which is just one higher than normal, and then I also lower the temperature from 18 degrees to 12 degrees, and then the heat recovery or the heat scavenging is off. So then I can feel it on the air vents that there's cold air coming in, especially in the evening or early morning or at night. We will then pull in maybe 10-15 degrees Celsius, and it actually helps cool down the house. And yeah, I think right now, yeah, even now it's pre-cooling the house because tomorrow is going to be warm with the sun blasting in. So seems like with this method, with the only fans, I'm able to avoid running the air conditioning too much. Which makes me wonder, once we get SIP screen one day, do we actually need air conditioning? I believe that we don't need air conditioning. That SIP screen will actually block enough heat that will feel nice and comfy in the house. Yeah. Okay, whatever. We're gonna hit 45 degrees soon. I mean 45%. So we hit the maximum speed here, 125 kilowatt. I never seen the claim 150 kilowatt. I don't know where that came from. EV database is just basing it on data from the car manufacturers. Wow, look at this. 44% max speed, 300 amp. It's gonna throttle soon at 45%. But then we just get a gentle throttle. But this is the maximum speed you can achieve, pretty much. 126 kilowatt. Yeah. But voltage is also nice and high. 421. At least that's the charging voltage. Yeah, now we start throttling. This is super consistent. Happens every time. And also this car doesn't have that high delta between min and max. So it doesn't cold gate, and also it doesn't rapid gate, unlike some of the other Korean cars I've tested in the past. But they tend to charge faster, right? So if you go deep with the other Koreans, they're like, oh, and then they hit 45, 46 or whatever, 50 degrees, and then they go quite slow. But here, nice and consistent. Why is there a guy here with the name user dash HR9UH1TU6R? No offense, but it sounds like a freaking bot name. I mean, why not use a regular name like some of the other guys, like Alistair Leon 66778 or Clark. At least there's something that is readable, right? The Master, Yannick, or some of the other names here. Sorry, what the heck, man? When I click on the chat, it tends to refocus. Dude, YouTube software, that's annoying. There. Well, okay, so I need to go 60% just to be safe then. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go pee. Okay, almost done. Let me pack. Yeah, I said it initially. I projected 10 hours and 55 minutes. It might be faster because we have actually managed to go deep a couple of times, and it seems like this car doesn't take any penalty. So we actually want to go deep every time if we can. Let's see. I mean, this stop here is not ideal for time because of the detour, but not sure what else to do. Let's see. I have to fire 58.5. Okay. How do we fire up the HVAC now? Boom! Gonna kill the cooling here. Shit. 59. Almost done. %60. Okay, that was 20 minutes. They seem to be very consistent, these stops. Okay, let me see since last reset, since after charging. Okay, let's go. There, off we go. Yeah, we have roughly 20-21 minute charging stops, spot on every time. We go to 60% or 61, or this was 60.5%. Now we just have to maneuver in the slow stretch here for a bit until we are back on the Autobahn. So that is a small disadvantage coming here, at least on the northbound stretch, which is a bit slow. No, sorry, the southbound. I think I should remember this, how it goes. This time I haven't navigated anywhere, so okay. The battery is not too hot, 43 degrees Celsius when we left. So it's doing a good job of cooling it down in time. Oh, it was this stretch here. Okay, let me see. I think it's supposed to go here, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Then you have to go in some red light and shit. Stop lights. But, well, I had 8% when I arrived here, so that would simply be not enough to go to the next charger. Okay, maybe if I charge with 65%, then I could have made it to Melbystron. So this is kind of slow, but usually at night you can get the green light fairly quick. There, yeah. Alright. Oh, it's getting bright soon. Already. 2:45 at night. Damn. Crazy, man, these Nordic summers. Other Hyundai, no, they are mostly the same. Yeah, 377 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni! Wait, could I made it to Mellbystrand? No, I couldn't. I think I still couldn't actually make it to Snarpark even. Yeah, I spent already 8%. No, it's 7% so far, and it's non-linear, so that's more like 9% at the lower bottom. Yeah. Maybe if I slow poked, I could have made it to Snarpark in the future. I'm gonna check out there. They have some chargers there. Hardware is there, so should open soon. You can check on Circle K app eventually. And usually they put plastic bags over them if they're not ready yet. Okay, let's see. Chargers on the other side. Oh, no, they still have plastic over them, but chem power. Yeah, so that means that one day they will fire them up, and then we have another option here, a bailout point before Mellbystrand. Yeah, I like it. I like that. It's okay. They are building more chargers. And I think it was okay because they also own the stations. Then it pays off for them. What? There's Bauster in here. They will be attracting customers there versus going that they go other places. And I noticed that in Dar, many times there will be more people charging at Circle K chargers than Ionity, and I don't understand it because Ionity, you pay for the passport power and then you get away with only 3 NOK per kilowatt hour. But Circle K, if you are like I've seen passenger cars, not business members. You get the best is that you get 5.7 NOK per kilowatt hour, which is actually more than the drop-in price on Ionity. Yeah, that's a drop-in price is 5.27 K, and 5.27 NOK at Ionity. Yeah. So, I mean, why? As long as there is Ionity right there, then it would be better to charge on Ionity. And you only need one 60 kilowatt hour session per month to make it worth it to go passport power. Actually, it's even less if you go for the whole year. Then around 50-ish kilowatt hours should be enough. Well, it is kind of annoying when I click on the navigation and if I don't click exactly at the charger, it will not snap onto the charger. It will just click on some random location, position near the charger. Dude, I mean, when I click there, there's a high chance I want to click on the charger, not on some random spot. So many times I find myself clicking on the navigation several times to try to hit the charger point of interest there. Well, almost at the turnaround point. We have roughly 2.5 hours of time plus current time, so we are at around 5.5 hours at the turnaround point. Oh, all right. Quick math, that means 11-hour total time then. We did charge, yeah, so we can just keep driving. There is actually a charger not far away from the turnaround point, which I could use, but at least for now I haven't had the need to use it. Because most modern cars, they can at least go from, I don't know, Mellbystrand, or I can always go maybe Halmstad to Mellbystrand, or the other way around, which is around 60-70 kilometers only. If I just happen to get a short range car with fast charging. Getting slightly tired. I just hope I can survive the challenge. And also hope I can survive the day. Well, yeah, technically today, Saturday. But I remember in the old days, I would go all the way to Løddeköping, which is not too far away from Copenhagen, then turn around. But I think that was only a couple of challenges before I turned around at the Helsingborg instead. It was the Model X and Model and Fat e-tron, and also Classic Ioniq turned around at Løddeköping. But back then I didn't do 1,000 kilometer challenge every weekend. It was more like once per month. But nowadays actually, I tend to do this every weekend. I don't know. Some people might have lost interest in the range test or some of the other videos, but it seems like the 1,000 kilometer challenge always gets consistent high view count, or more view count than the other videos. So that's why I figured, okay, people want to see this, well, I'll do it. As long as there's a reason to make them. If you have a car that has more or less the same battery or nothing else has changed, it's just, for example, the new Q6 e-tron that I'm gonna borrow this summer, probably pointless to retest it, because they haven't changed anything. They're the same battery size, the same charging speed, no efficiency change there. Well, a slightly different motor, but I think it doesn't matter. So I'll probably not bother with it. I'll probably just show how the car is. But I can take a range test. That doesn't take all night. It would usually take around... Well, actually, I don't have to test the battery size. even. So I just test the consumption, drive it for a couple of hours, and then call it a day. Yeah, 3 at night at the turnaround point. Oh, there's a nice sunrise. 3 at night. Descending Hallandsåsen, looking at the nice sunrise. Okay, so we're 70 kilometers away. Let me calculate. Well, actually, I have to wait until we are down in the lowland before I calculate. Well, dude, that is a true Bimmer driver in front. He's hugging the left lane. He overtook me a minute ago, but he's still camping in the left lane. Okay, now we're in the lowland. Let me see. Calculate. 69 kilometers left. Okay, we have 41%. Okay, let's say 39%. Right, divided by 68.5. Oh, we have a budget of 381 watt-hour per kilometer. I can go crazy on the consumption then. Because I think we cannot go further. We have to stop at Falkenberg. Highly unlikely we can make it to Himle. Well, we are just 1 month away from the longest day of the year, which will happen during some of the X-Bank runs I do. Yeah, I need to do the 1,000 kilometer for the X-Bank, and they're gonna get some massive views because they actually charge faster than the Seeker supposedly. So X-Bank is ahead of Geely when it comes to charging speeds. So the Seeker 7X could maintain 400 plus kilowatt for only a few seconds before it dropped. Whereas X-Bank supposedly can hold it longer. But we also saw, that was super impressive. That was not that big battery on the P7 Plus, and it can maintain 350 kilowatt flat for actually quite some time before it started throttling to only 270 kilowatt. So, wow. Yeah, that's a very nice sunrise. 3 at night. Holy macaroni. Wait, but it means that in 1 hour we will have a lot more light. I'm not sure if this counts as the golden hour yet, but it should mean that around 5, in 2 hours, it will be quite bright outside. Yeah, and also in 2 hours, I'll be way further north also. Yeah, that is amazing, man. Well, it's, I mean, but the winters, you know, they are so dark. You know, 3, 4 in the afternoon, and then it's dark outside. Oh, that is so depressing. But for me, though, I mean, I don't need it to be bright 10 at night or 11 at night. For me, I'm fine if it gets kind of dark around 8. So I think further down in Europe, maybe around Frankfurt, would be perfect for me. Not so dark in winter, and then not so damn bright for too long in summer. But Thailand is kind of, well, very little difference between summer and winter, around an hour-ish only. So there is very consistent that it gets bright around 6 in the evening, at least during summer, and then during winter, and then during summer it's around 7 in the evening it gets dark. No, it's blinking way too early. Just wait until I pass before you blink. And the bus is going only 100 kilometers per hour, you know, so I don't want them to camp in left lane. Kilowatt hour left. Yeah, okay. I have a budget of almost 400 watt-hour per kilometer, and we have to pass through Halmstad with a slower stretch. So it should be plenty. We probably arrive with 5 to 10% at Falkenberg. Then I have to try to figure out where the heck I go next and after Falkenberg. Maybe Falkenberg, Kungalv, Ionity, and then wait, but then I still need to charge, and then maybe Tanum, and then Sarpsborg, then home. That's a lot of charging stops. down to 30%. We're 48 kilometers away from the charger. So it's roughly charge 20 minutes, drive 1 hour. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good ratio. I remember in the old days when I drove Zoe, then I would charge for 1 hour and then drive for 1 hour. Alright, arms down. On the way back now. Calculate 16 kilowatt hour left, 40 kilometers. Yeah, we have a budget of 400 watt hour per kilometer on the remaining 40 kilometers. So that's it. I own the Falcon bike then. And then what from there? Wonder if I could make it to Spekerød, but then what? If I go to Spekerød, then Strømstad, and then could stop at Rygge, yeah. Just jump on the Ionities on the way back. battery, 20% left. Okay, but we are 31 kilometers away, so that's fine. -9 degrees Celsius. Okay, battery nice and warm as always. 25 to 31 degrees Celsius. We're 20 kilometers away from the charger. At least I haven't seen any problems with rapid gate or anything. The car is just very consistent. Not that fast, but at least, yeah. Let's see, what is the total now? We are getting close to the 6-hour mark. 550 kilometers done. 302 watt-hour per kilometer. I have to check ID bus soon. Now down to 14%. 16 kilometers left. See if we can go deep this time. I also got the message that battery preconditioning was disabled because of low battery, but we are 24 to 30 degrees Celsius, no need to preheat. 11%. Yeah, always go deep. Bugging me about low battery, that's fine. We are just 10 kilometers away now. Seems like it was spot on. I'm 10% now. Might arrive with 5%. Going deep. There's a Volvo EX40. You know, the crazy part is that the Volvo EX40 might use roughly the same energy as this PV5 van. Dude, is that Volvo annoying or what? It's flashing and it lights at me. %. Just 3 kilometers away. %. Timing. I was able to go fairly deep, at least 3 times now, which should benefit us. 25 to 31 degrees Celsius, right? That's good. Get over to AOT. Okay, not that slow. E2 is actually the hardest, not the slowest. It's fairly quick. Favorite charger like now. last time. Or wait, yeah, we just go in the nose install. I think I took one of these last time. By stop eating. Well, I just stopped the car. I'm not sure if I need to stop the car. What is your favorite car to road trip long distance with? Good question. Model S? I think I'm gonna have some more food this time. I think eat the last bread. We're on Falcon bike. I lost count how many charging stops we had, but it's gonna be more. So yeah, we arrived at 5.5%, fairly deep. Just like every time, you guys just get boom, maximum speed. It's not that fast, but at least it's very consistent. So let me show here at night. There you go, maximum speed. Yeah, we get it. You fire up the car, you get the charge. Here, let's check it out. Oh, 137 kilometers. Well, okay. Oh, it's possible we can go over 65%. Maybe. Yeah. That's a possibility. But on the other hand, do I have to go there? Or, well, that can be okay because if we get over to specular, I can then jump over to Strömstad. Then, but then Strömstad back home would be too long. Well, or maybe I can do it if I go around 70%, 65. But this is my normal side. You can't go too fast. Well, actually, I think that's too far. Because then I have to add one more stop somewhere. I can charge you only 55% and stop bigger now. And then finish it. Yeah, it's very consistent. Every time. And it should throttle at 45% again. We'll see. So actually, even if you go deep, we'll still throttle at 45% regardless. So ideally, we need to go even deeper. To 1%. And we don't get any crazy power limit here. Unlike the D-Pal. Or the Pole, or the Volvo, yeah, the free Volvo, man, that was crazy. Volvo ES90. Oh, there's still ice cubes in here. Okay, great. Um, 10 hours and 55 minutes. I don't, when I calculate, I don't know how many stops I have, just the time. Yeah, it seems like cooling kicks in at 36 degrees, 36, 37 degrees. And then we catch the heat in time. Let's see, how many stops do we have so far? We stopped at, where was the first stop? Holby, first stop. Second stop, Kungsbacka. Third, Halmstad is the fourth stop. And we need probably Steckerud, fifth, Strömstad, 7 stops possibly. And look at the time here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 minutes total. Plus 20, so it will be 21:33. 2 hours and 27 minutes. Plus current time. Alright.
cooler bag is getting worn now. So let me see, yeah. So when we arrived here, it was around 6 hours at 550 or 60 something kilometers. So yeah, I'm not sure how high I need to charge this time. It's gonna be quite intense, so I might want to go for 65%, which is usually the highest I would want to go. Let me put in Specular then. It sounds like a good plan. Specular. Well, actually, if I don't stop at Specular, then I could stop at Kongalv, but then I can't stop at Strömstad. Then it'll be before that, but that's kind of slow to go to the superchargers. That's okay, whatever. Well, I'll go for Specular just to make sure I have enough juice to get there. Yep, fine there. I think at Specular I can clean the windscreen. I'm trying to type things. Not recording that. Clean a little bit. She cleans most of it now. Okay, that's good. Alright. Try to not waste too much wiper fluid. Well, I managed to clean it around 95%. Okay, it seems like it will throttle at
45% again. Yeah, so the temperature doesn't go crazy high. See, 42 degrees. We might hit 45 eventually, but then it starts throttling and then the temperature drops again. Well, this would have been nice speed to get on, for example, Kona and the Nero EV, or some of the new Souls that came out, but they, for some reason, didn't go that high, only 84 kilowatt. Yeah. If I had time, I should spend some time doing degradation tests of, for example, Nero. They were somewhat popular, especially in other countries. Maybe in Norway we had so many other EVs out there, but that or Kona, I wonder how much they have degraded. It's been many years now since they came out, so there should be some high mileage cars out there, maybe at over 100k. Okay, it's gonna throttle at 45 degrees, boom, every time now, right? There. It is super consistent. Every time, 45, it's just predefined every time. As long as the battery is not overheated, then it always throttles there. Gentle throttle, still 90% power. So leaving at 45% is not a good idea. 55 is usually the best deal. Simply because then you have so much shitty range. But in a Tesla, it actually makes sense to leave at 45%, because you still get pretty good range. So it's not like only 100 kilometer or 90 kilometers range. You still get around 120, 130 kilometers range. Porsche Cayenne. Well, I guess I can request to borrow it, but it will come by the end of August earliest, possibly in September, because there might be other cars I want to test before, like the the EX60. Well, unfortunately, the energy remaining is not working properly, so I have to calculate manually. What I usually do is that I take the current state of charge and then I deduct around 2%. That would be the real state of charge. And then I base it on 67 kilowatt hour that I measured. And then I can try to nail down how many how many watt hour per kilometer we have in budget. But we have to pass through Göteborg, so that would be nice on the consumption. But if I go, let's say 62% for display, which is 60% energy, actual energy, then I have 40.2 kilowatt hour divided by 137 kilometers. So that is 293 watt hour per kilometer. That is unlikely, especially now with the coldest time of the day. So I might want to go 65% on display, or maybe even slightly higher, but then it will go kind of slow towards the end. But okay, not too much we lose. We might lose a minute only, so it's still worth it. We can time it right. There's always also the matter of trying to time it so we can hit the chargers that we want. Otherwise, it will be kind of odd. Go to Kongalv and then stop at Tanen, which is a bit slow. I don't want too many of these slow ones. We already had one at Halmstad. that's pretty much it. Yeah, the other ones are fairly quick. Well, actually, Hobby stretch was also kind of slow, but didn't have many other choices there. It didn't throttle at 55% as you claim. There. No, it wasn't at 54, it was at 55. Then it throttled at 220 amp. No. This number here is incorrect. Well, it's 67 kilowatt hour net capacity. And now we're still at around 80%, well, slightly below 80% of the max power. So, yeah. This is 55. Okay. I guess that's okay. Interesting. The car doesn't tell me how many percent I will arrive with. And I can't trust about the route planner because that seems to be off. So I think the next break point would be around 60%. Then we go down to only 85 kilowatts. So okay, I want to leave soon, but then I also feel like I need some energy. Well, okay, this car can only go maximum 135 kilometers per hour. Dude, they use pucks over here in Sweden also. On the 120 stretch, and then if the consumption will be 330, let's say, then the maximum we can consume is only 45 kilowatts. You see that? Okay, only 77 now, but okay, 77 is still a lot faster than 45 that we can consume. So I still think it makes sense to stay a little bit longer, maybe just a couple more minutes, and then we can make it to Speculate. Really don't want to bail out at Kongalv, but then it'll be harder to hit Strömstad. And I don't want to bail out at Tarnum. So, okay, I think it's time to go pee now. $78, 77 kilowatt, okay. But but I also have to keep in mind that now that we are at some higher state of charge, then the 65% here actually counts closer to actual 65%. So now I have supposedly 43.5 kilowatt hour, and then we divide that by 137, then I have 318 watt hour per kilometer budget. So I think this should be enough. Yeah, I tried to go deep, but well, I went deep 3 times, hitting around 5%, 4.5 to 5% 3 times, and then one time it was 9%. So yeah, we had 4 charging stops. So I mean, it's still good. Yeah, we didn't arrive at 15% or something like that. So we've been going kind of deep, which seems to be beneficial for this car. 66% now. Okay. I will also document how long we stayed on this stop. It is strange. The car doesn't tell me. Right, we are good to go. We're going to go 137 kilometers now to Spekerød. But strange thing is that it doesn't show me how many percent I will arrive with. That is a bit minus. But yeah, we are already at 67%, taking only 78 kilowatt. I'm going to check outside how long I've been charging. Okay, now I can fire up there. Oh, come on. Boom. They stop the thing now. They stop it from the car. Let's see. I don't know, but it worked now. But 25-minute charging stop. Then I need to restart here. Wait. The thing is, the cable is there. Okay, let's move this. Off we go. So 25-minute stop, that is the longest stop. I've been taking mostly 21-minute stops. So yeah, I actually ended up with 70%. Hopefully that will pay off. But it means that I need to hammer it to compensate for the high stellar charge I went for. Still try to go deep, but okay. If I have more, no, I kind of need to stop at Spekerød. The next after Spekerød is Ljungskile, which is kind of far away, 20-25 kilometers away. Where is that? Oh, yes, it is. Where is it? It's on the outside. There's always a challenge of trying to go deep, but also having a juice so you can hammer it. If you miscalculate, then Well, now the car says 18% at arrival. Dude, why didn't they tell me earlier when I was charging, huh? Wow, it's getting quite bright outside. 4 at night. No, this is crazy, man. Yep, almost no wind right now. Around Falkenberg. Well, thank you. I enjoy driving, so yeah. But actually, lately I feel like I want to try to mix in some tasks. Some of the, for example, the Thunder Drive. You know, instead of taking a Thunder Drive, I could take some kind of. Well, I want to try the lime juicer or similar task, but I don't know. The guy in I contacted, he's kind of slow. Maybe he's busy rolling out in Jessheim soon, and also Råholt. Rulle, yeah, another electric scooter on a spikercycle. I consider Volt, but then it's like, and also I contacted the other company, which is GoGo. Seems to be under a tier or some shit like that, but they don't really respond. I contacted them and then they asked me, hey, okay, what can I help you with? And can I get the email address and some stuff? And I said, said quite clearly, I want to be a juicer. How do I do it? And then they didn't respond. So seems like they have enough juicers and they don't care, but they don't even bother responding. They should at least tell, oh, we don't have enough juicers here, so we don't need more. Thank you for contacting. So I'm actually not keen on entering, going inside to some restaurant. I have to park the car properly or shit like that. But if I'm a juicer, I can just stop right near the kick bikes, the scooters, and then I swap battery and then I keep going. And I could even do this at night, but yeah, maybe want to do it in the daytime. I don't know. Maybe the juicer needs to be done at night, so we can consider that. Yeah, the driver. And yeah, of course. So I will be making a video like I always do, right? But I can also make some money with the juicing or the battery swap task or whatever I do. Similar to what I did in the old days with Nimber, but that was just way too time consuming and big items. But I already calculated that. Well, I don't know exactly, but I would guess that each of those scooter batteries might weigh 5 to 7 kilograms. Well, that means that, and also how many can you bring with you? Depends on the payload of the car, but if you want to load up, let's say 50 batteries and they weigh 7 kilograms each, that's 350 kilograms. That's a lot of stuff you have to carry in and out of the car at the depot and also during the swaps. So I'll be hitting the weight limit of the car actually. But it sounds like a fun thing to do. Make some money, drive around. And I even wonder if the limit is going to be how many batteries I can carry with me, then actually the higher the weight limit, the better. But then of course it needs to be enough scooters out there I can swap. But also wonder if I have vehicle to load inside the car, does it then pay off to charge some of them? Or do I just swap, not bother with that? That would be interesting. I will be testing it out and try to calculate what pays off and what kind of limits I have. Yeah, could reach all the audience. Yeah, could get some more subscribers somehow. But the whole Fedora Volt idea is more like, yeah, I kind of know how it works. You will just, you have to, it's like Uber, right? You just have to wait for a task to arrive. And then you go pick up somewhere, or wait for the food or something, and then you pick it up and then you deliver it at someone's home or office. And there was another thing I noticed. A couple of months ago, wifey received a package. She buys a lot of stuff online for the kids, which is good because I don't have time to do that. Clothes and shoes and whatever other things that the kids need. So like in 1 week we can usually receive several packages. It could be somewhere between 2 and 5 packages per week. And then also some of them needs to be returned because they don't fit or for various reasons. But one package arrived at home with Helt Hjem. There's different, we have Posten and PostNord and all that. But I noticed that there was one dude delivering at home with a Model 3. So I'm like, oh, so it's like Nimbering but just different, you know. He probably drives that Model 3. It's probably his own personal car, and then he's just doing this side hustle. But he goes to the Helt Hjem hub, picks up parcels, and they're not that big, you know. It's not like freaking Nimber when you have to pick up tires and furniture and shit. Mostly just smaller packages. Load them up, maybe 20, 30 packages, and then you drive around in a given city and deliver them and use an app. So it sounds like it's very streamlined, and you don't have to do too much thinking like I did when I was Nimbering. So just follow whatever the app tells you to do. Next customer, next package, something shit like that. Well, that's the thing, because do they subsidize that shit? Because many times when I order stuff online, it's either free or if it's a small package, it will cost only 29 NOK to get it delivered at home, or somewhere between 30 and 50 or 60 NOK. And then I was like, huh? If the customer pays that little money for a small package, I know the whole Nimbering thing. You probably have to pay for your insurance and electricity or whatever, right, yourself. And then if you have to spend 10-15 minutes going to another stop, home, whatever, within Jessheim, how much do you get paid, right? Is it subsidized, or do you only get 20 to 40 NOK for driving? Sounds to me like you could be making only 150 NOK per hour before any expenses you have. So I don't know. It doesn't sound like too much money to make. I have no idea how that stuff works unless I try it. I could try to be a Helt Hjem delivery man, but then that's different because it's not like the Juicer or some of the other platforms where you apply for being a Volt driver, then you just go online whenever you like, and then you go offline whenever you like. More like the Bolt or Uber drivers. But if you become a Helt Hjem driver, I think you need to apply. They're gonna interview you, and then they agree which time you have to be available. It's not just like a drop-in, drop-off side hustle. I prefer more like that, like Nimber, where I can decide whatever. I don't have to make appointment about when I want to go online and work and when I want to go offline. So I think it's similar to Volt. Volt, once you're approved like a Volt driver, you get some instruction, whatever, introduction, and you maybe get the bag and some shit, and access to some apps and stuff. And then it's up to you whenever you want to go online or not. And of course, you probably want to go online and start delivering during peak hours. I Google about this. 5 in the afternoon-ish until 5 to 9 roughly, afternoon, evening is when most people order food. But then I don't know how big the whole juicer thing is. I think they don't need 50 people running around swapping batteries in Yesheim. They only need a couple of guys to do it, maybe once per day. But I noticed that the go-go scooters, some of them could be at low juice with only 7 kilometer range left. It could be staying there for several days in my neighborhood without anyone rejuicing them up. So yeah, I don't know. But the whole juicing thing seems to fit my needs, my preference better than going to some restaurant and then going to someone's home. That kind of similar to Nimber task in a way, that I visit people at home. Camera obscured. Oh, I cannot use auto steer. Oh, interesting. Huh. Camera obscured? Really? Just a little bit of fog and you can't use it? What the heck is this shit, man? Yeah, the auto steer doesn't work now. During the peak hours in the best pay, but always in the most traffic. So you end up yeah, exactly. That's the thing I could guess, that during peak hours you'll be competing with a bunch of other delivery boys, and there might be more traffic. And you spend time in traffic rather than delivering lots of tasks. So that's why I like the Nimber part, where I can just travel at night, evening, avoid traffic, and in the weekend and so on. So I kept it going for a while, but I realized that the whole Nimber task was quite time-consuming, and large items. The customers, they expected to get large items delivered for almost no money, which is freaking ridiculous, man. Like a furniture delivered to your home for 200, 300 NOK. What? Or even a small package could be just a bag, like a computer bag or something. They expect you to deliver that for 100 NOK, but it's point-to-point delivery. It's not like the sender went to some hub and delivered it, like PostNord or Helthjem. So you have to pick it up at one point and then deliver it to another house, which is very time-consuming. So for me, even a small package like that, a minimum 300 NOK. So eventually I was like, fuck that shit, man. It's way too much time spent and not that much money gained, which was a good choice, because if I kept doing nimbering, I would be wasting time without making too much money. And eventually when I got kids, then it's also impossible to do it because I'm away for so long. But and also in Oslo, I don't feel like going there. But maybe if I must, I can go to Oslo or maybe Lillestrøm or Strømmen area, or maybe at least Alnabru, not downtown Oslo, but there's actually plenty of scooters also outside of Oslo. Gonna need to figure out if I have time. I can figure out what kind of system they use in Oslo, because I use them from time to time. Some of the scooters. Well, it's very convenient. You just, I mean, according to Google, when I try to use, what? Should watch it. Okay. When I, you know, when I, between two press cars, when I look on Google, it suggests that it estimates it's gonna take over an hour. But when I look closer, it wants me to walk 10-15 minutes, and then take some bus, and then switch somewhere with a bit of slack in between there. And then if I'm lucky, I can time it better, and I can get a faster bus or subway, metro. And then maybe on the last part also walk another 5-10 minutes. So I found out that at least if I can shave off some time in the beginning by taking electric scooter, I can go faster, and then suddenly I can hit another bus line, and then instead of taking over an hour, it can take only 45 minutes, which is still kind of slow, but okay. And then many times the okay, many times the there will be electric scooters on my route. I can just grab one, and instead of walking for 10-15 minutes, it just takes 3 to 5 minutes with electric scooter, and it doesn't cost too much. And actually, they actually rewarded me with some credits if I walk through some safety courses. I had to watch the whole thing. I mean, they teach you about two people riding together and safety and where to park the scooter, where it's safe, where it's not safe, and then lots of stuff about under influence and stuff. So watch some of those. Very, very insightful to actually learn more about what you should do with the scooter. And then they reward you with credits, and then I can use the credit like 20, 30, 40 NOK something on the rides I did. Tesla Model 3 standard, really slow, so efficient. Yeah, okay, exactly. Oh, we actually have full speed here. Okay, great. But there's reduced speed on the other side. But I mean, I tried it before. I think it was last year or year before. I tried to use scooter completely, between the runs, and man, that was too slow. Sometimes I would spend an hour just scooting around at 10 to 15 kilometers per hour, because my scooter was weak sauce, so you couldn't go that fast uphill. When the maximum speed was 20 kilometers per hour, which is the legal limit in Norway. But those rental scooters, they are way beefier, and they can actually hammer at 20 kilometers per hour uphill. But now I have received this electric scooter from Jova. They want me to review it. So they sent it to me for free. I was like, oh great, because that thing is worth over 700 euros or 700 euros. And why I'm interested in that scooter is because it's actually quite foldable. You can fold it. Many scooters, even if you fold them, like I had in the past, they become quite long. But this is designed to fold to be small and fit in the front in a Model 3 or Y or in the well or the trunk well on Teslas. So I'm gonna review it and put it in the Model Y to demonstrate. Or well, if I get Millennium Falcon back, but yeah, I mean Model Y is probably realistic for many people because they have one. Yeah, the Model Y number 100,000 was delivered in Norway not long ago, and then in comparison, the Xpeng, not just Xpeng whatever, but all the Xpeng combined in Norway also hit 10,000 units. But it means that if you combine all the Teslas in Norway, we are probably at 200,000 by now. There should be at least 20,000-30,000 Model 3s in Norway, plus a lot of Model S and X. And a few classic roadsters, but they are so small in numbers. But yeah, so that would be interesting because it's so compact, that scooter. It's not that powerful. I mean, it doesn't have that massive torque. So uphill it goes slow, only around 10-15 kilometers per hour, and also around 15 to 25 kilometers of range only. So not the best range, but what I'm gonna use it for is probably, if I still go for some I mean, it's possible that I will actually not use Millennium Falcon as a press car shuttle. At least for this year, possibly I need to use Millennium Falcon at home. And then wife is going to use it also. And then I will just use public transportation or taxi between the press cars. And then with a bit of support from the scooter, then that's good. I already paid for the insurance of the scooter, 45 NOK per month. Yeah, it's mandatory. If you want to have a scooter and drive it, you need insurance. Yeah, I want to do a 0-mile test on it, which means driving it or range test until it stops. That means I need to somehow be able to charge it after the battery dies. So, okay, I was thinking, okay, the scooter comes with a 12-volt charger, which seems to pull, according to spec, it pulls 60 watt roughly. And then it comes with a 230-volt AC charger that pulls 100 watts. So I'm going for the 12-volt cigarette lighter charger. But when I use that adapter, the Jova adapter from USB-C to cigarette lighter, and I plug it in my power bank that can deliver 100 watts, the charger, the scooter charger is just flashing and it doesn't seem to pull. I can see on the charger that it tries to pull 60 watt and then it drops again. It keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's like something is not working and it's struggling to charge. So it's like, shit, what the heck do I do then? And I thought for many days, maybe I can buy a lead acid battery. They are not that expensive, 300, 400 NOK for 12 volt, 7 to 10 amp hour, which should be okay. 10 amp hour, that's actually 120 watt hour, but kind of big and bulky because it's not lithium. And then I just remember, wait, and then I checked, I have this what do you call it, the booster pack, whatever, the jump starter from Biltema, and it just happened to use a lithium battery, but it's only how much was it again? 86,000 milliamp hour, or 86 amp hour times 12 volts, so it's a little bit over 100 watt hour only. I was like, okay, but it actually has a 12 volt outlet. So I was like, okay. And then I plug in the 12 volt outlet directly to the scooter charger, and it actually charges the scooter. So I'm like, so I can use that one as the EcoFlow, when I do my 0 mile test. And if it has 100 or 80 watt hour, I could empty it out within about an hour, or I don't know how long, and then I can get some decent range to get back home. And then I can have, during the test, I can have that in the backpack, and it doesn't weigh too much, like 4 or 5 kilograms extra with a charger and all that stuff. So that is the plan, to do a 0 mile test with a scooter. Yeah, and try to run out of juice not too far away, but then the scooter doesn't display distance driven, so I have to base this on Google Maps distance. Yeah, probably gonna drive towards Cleavage and a little bit beyond, and then turn around, and then what I guess is and then try to end up run out of juice not too far away from Yesholm, somewhere between Cleavage and Yesholm, and then I charge it up for about, I don't know, 15 minutes, half an hour, and then I finish. And at least what is good with the scooters is that you can just drive or just walk with it. It could almost be faster depending on how far away it is, right? But I can just dig around a little bit and slack, and then wait 15 minutes till it gets some juice. And I can, of course, drive with it and then kick to help. And then that is still useful uphill to get some of that. And then downhill, you can just roll downhill. So that is the plan. I'm gonna have some fun with that scooter. And also, wifey said that I should buy a bicycle because she has the electric bike. And then if you want to go like on a trip with a family, kids can stay in the bike trailer. Then I don't have any other means of traveling with them. So I was like, okay, well, wait for it, and I will get the Jowa bike kick scooter for free. So then I can use that to join. So that will work. We're not going to drive crazy distances anyway. And if we need to, I can always bring my power bank with me, which would extend the range. The range extender, actually. So when we are stationary somewhere, I can just plug it in and charge it. Because I believe that the electric bike has way more range than my electric scooter. Oh, let me see. Consumption, let me check. 307. Oh, corrected. It's around 304 watt hour per kilometer so far. It's not crazy high for a van. 640 kilometers now, roughly done. Let me see. I'm seeing current leg 350 on the current leg. Damn. Okay, but it's gonna be lower soon once we go to Kongsbacka. So I'm not too concerned right now. Was it MPV? I thought it was a van. have a little bit of food left and some drinks left. I wonder if I need to restock. Well, I should be good for the rest of the challenge. Maybe a little bit more food somewhere, possibly at Strömstad. So I try to not spend too much money on food because I'm already spending a lot of charging, especially some of these vans. They are consuming a lot, and then if I end up at Circle K, then suddenly, ka-ching, like 200-300 NOK on each session, and I have several of those. So yeah, well, yeah, it's under 2 meters, 190 something. Okay, here's Kungsbacka. We have to slow down soon, which should improve which should improve consumption. It's 347 watt-hour per kilometer right now. Not 343. Let me check again. What was the... when I did the range test, I estimated 1.1% underreporting, but now in the longer test, it was actually 0.9%. So I have to go to 991. So we haven't been in Göteborg again. I might just wait until July. In the beginning of July, we will go on the road trip. The first week or so, I'm busy still with some stuff. Plus that we still have kindergarten support. But then eventually, the first Ekpeng starts, and then I will do some tests with it. Plus that we might go on a quick run to I don't know, Lilleputham, some day trip, and then back again, and then. No, that's in July. Where was it again? July Seeker. Seeker's 7 GT. Yeah, that's right. That's the last thing I do before I pick up the Q6 e-tron. Yeah, that's wonderful. The software is actually pretty good on the Q6 e-tron. Big screen and stuff. Just have to set up all the hotkeys and all the customization there, and then it's pretty good. And quite fast charging, also nice and flat curve until 80%. It will be plenty fast enough, and it's actually good to have a 100 kilowatt hour battery, and also it's not that thirsty. I believe it's actually a lot more efficient than the EL8. So the EL8 is of course nice and comfy, but I feel like I really didn't need all the space there. I was carrying around with 2 extra seats in the back that I didn't need. And the whole battery swap, well, that'll be interesting, but I purposely avoided battery swap. Yeah, I purposely avoided plugging in just to see how far I can go on those battery swap. But if I just plug in every time I stopped, I think we would have been fine. There wouldn't be a need for a battery swap, especially if you can charge quite fast, like the Q6 e-tron, 280 kilowatt, or at least 200 plus kilowatt for a while. Yeah, it's been a while since I tested the Q6. I don't remember how it was, but it was quite fast. Yeah, that's what I remember. Even when I went to Bodø several years ago with a Q6, I think back then, well, we had the Ionities. I tried to jump between, but I couldn't always find fast enough chargers. Well, 4:40 at night. Night. Kids are still asleep. We're approaching Göteborg now. So hopefully I'll be home by around 8. But then, okay, small change. Normally I will go home. This time I actually have to stop at the supercharger and juice up there. Well, I have to check also if it's not too expensive. Wait, there's a bird. Okay. Tested 2 years ago. Wow, time flies. Yes, home. Let me see. 8 in the morning. No, we're not gonna make it there. 8 until noon. It's 310. Yeah, that's okay price. Yeah. Ideally 4 at night. Between 4 at night and 8 in the morning, we get 2 NOK per kilowatt hour at Yes Home. But strange enough, between midnight and 4 at night, it's still 310. It means that there is actually a lot of taxi drivers charging there at night. But past 4 at night, then there's very little activity. So Tesla will constantly adjust this so that you get the lowest price when there is less people charging there. Okay, but I can live with that 310 NOK per kilowatt hour. Oh, moose! Right there. I don't know if you guys can see it. That is kind of scary. How did it get past the fence? Oh, dude, it must have walked quite far. Holy macaroni. It went in here. Wait, What? Holy shit, man. It must have walked really far. The fences are open around here and the intersection is. Did they actually walk all the way from here further south? Wow. And also moose over here. That is not too common. This is the first time I've seen moose here. Oh, alien. Do you pay for electricity at home per kilowatt? No, we don't pay per kilowatt, we pay per kilowatt hour. It's almost 1 NOK. Anything better than Model Y? Actually the new G6 is quite good, and also the Seeker 7X. Right now comes a slow stretch. We're down to 28.5%. Wow, consumption so far is 338 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, sun is coming up soon, so the temperature should start rising, which will be better for consumption. But then hopefully it won't have too much traffic. Dodge a few moose, central BC. Not sure where BC is. Brunswick. Total after, okay. Brunswick, isn't that in Deutschland? Here we have the Chem Power chargers at IKEA. That is quite big IKEA. Okay, we're down to 28%, which is roughly 25%. Okay, we calculate now. I have around 16.7 kilowatt hour left, 51.2 kilometers. Wow, still have a budget of 327 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, that's plenty. We're gonna make it there, no problem. To spec it out. Possibly arrive with more than 5%. Yeah, for some reason I charged to 70%, but it seems like around 65 or even 60, maybe 65 would have been plenty enough and still arrive at 5%, which means I could go 60 maybe and then go real deep to 0% or 1%. So we'll see. We might arrive with 10%, that's spec it out. The car claims 11%. I'm not sure if I can trust it. Wow, sun is coming. It's so bright now, and it's not even 5 in the morning yet. It is also quite bright here in Göteborg then. And then here we are around 300 kilometers south of Oslo. Well, actually, Gjesholm. British Columbia, okay. Is that in the US somewhere, right? Only 6.5% now. Well, I'm back at Göteborg. I've been here weekly now. Well, I know that. Wait, how is this again? Can I finish within 3 hours? 5, 6, 8. We started at 10. Oh, wait. It might be 8:30 by the time I'm home. Central Göteborg begins from Comedy Göteborg. Okay. What? Okay. That's central Göteborg. Okay, that doesn't affect us. Or bus with a trailer, yeah. That's a lot of luggage, right? Well, bus can already carry a lot of luggage beneath the passenger space. Austrian registered trailer and bus. They went all the way from Austria. Wow. Wonder where they're going. Norway? Well, good morning, Göteborg. Wonder how it is now. I mean, it's 13 degrees Celsius in the morning. It probably gets to around 20 degrees now in the daytime. Would be nice. It's probably nice to go to Liseberg and all that, but it's just Axel is still a bit too young to enjoy it. Even Isabel, kind of. Yeah, I feel like Liseberg is better for 5+ years. Well, during winter, or it doesn't even have to be winter, maybe October or February, March, then it's pitch dark here at 5 at night. Yeah, during winter, it actually stays dark until around 7 or 8. Yeah, that's crazy. You're not supposed to change lane in here, bro. Okay, 38 kilometers left. 57 kilometers gone. Well, I guess we'll be kind of low. Dude, I'm down to 24%. Maybe it was good that I charged 70%. Because if I charge you 65%, then I'll be down to only 18% by now. Wonder how tired I will be later this morning, and if I'm able to take a nap or not. I mean, wifey wants to go on this trip today, so I guess she will allow me to take a quick nap so I can survive the trip to Sandefjord. Well, the asphalt here is quite rough. I feel like they need to resurface it soon. Oh, sun is up. Dude, the heck, man? Sunrise is at a little bit before 5, really? Wait, 22 to 28 degrees Celsius. I don't think I need to preheat. Actually, I think the car won't preheat. I'm going to try. Let me see. Battery conditioning. Yeah, no preheating possible. Claims that the battery is at good enough temp. Yeah, alright. Seems like it needs minimum 21 degrees. Oh, maybe I should charge that thing. I've been running it on the battery. There. Very convenient. We have that little storage in the front with a USB. Now I can charge. Battery warning, right? It always triggers at 20.5%. 16.5%. Yeah, I think we should be deep enough. Gonna speed up soon. Oh, 2 ski boxes on the roof plus a trailer in a van. Dude, how many people are in this van, man? Deutsche Auto. It must be more than 2 people. Well, actually, unless they have a camper van thingy. Yeah. Then they don't have too much space for passengers in there. That could be a possibility. We're down to 17%. Kungal. Let's hammer it. Last 20 kilometers now before Speculator. 16.5%. Yeah, I think we should go below 10% by the time we reach it. Oslo 275, so we are roughly 300 kilometers away from Gjesholm then. One of those, that's solar tracker. Those solar panels seems to be on a solar tracker. And what is that? Some Baustelle. One lane ahead. $700 meters, okay. Are they cleaning up something here? Alright. 14%. Well, 65% would have been perfect then, because I'll be at 8% right now. The next leg is also going to be quite intense. 118 kilometers, only 110 so all the way there. I'd expect 310 watt hour per kilometer. No, actually this is 310. Yeah, maybe around 310 on the next leg. I feel like taking a nap, but I'm not sure if I can sleep for 15 minutes. 11%. Well, still 9 more kilometers then. See, if I charge 60%, then I would be shitting in my pants now. Because I have 10.5%. on 10%. Well, this is deep enough. Wait, seems like 70% was perfect then. 65 could have been too low. Almost there.
8%. Back to 7%. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's deep enough. Welcome to Specular. Let me see if this joint works. So try the other joint. No, the other joint tend to work better. Yeah, I think I should try those. Oh, this is kind of gambling. Which one would work? Okay, well, let's try this. Quick, turn off the heater. Okay. 306 actually in this lane. Okay. There. Specular. Wait, I have to turn off the car. 7% of the marble, 23 to 30 degrees. What, John? What the heck was that, man? Oh, that was kind of clumsy, but try this charger. I need to deduct a little bit of time there I lost. Let me see, maybe I can go in this direction so I get sun in my face. No, why? It seems like this. I don't know. Is it the key or is it? I'm struggling to handshake. Yeah, there's just like I was expecting that it could fail on the old tritium chargers, but I'll try a little bit more, right? Here, probably give up and we have to go for something else. I'll try. Alright. Is this gonna work? Or... Okay, that was actually quite clumsy, so we have to give up. We tried for some cheaper Ionity, but it just didn't work for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, let's try one more time on that ABB, because I think there is a higher chance that it works on ABB, because it did work it did work in Norway, so why would it not work now? Well, that thing is just spinning and lost. Yeah, so all of these are actually getting well, it's not ABB, I forgot it's tritium. Yeah, all of these are buggy, so we just have to go for charging doors open. Yeah, it's fine, I know it's open. So that's it. It seems like it struggles with the tritium charger, this car, so we have to go for this instead, which should work just fine, no problem. We already wasted 10 minutes now. Crazy, man. Same business as usual, we get 300 amps. That's it. So it means that okay, I have to show you the autonomy now. Seems like it doesn't work in video. So it seems like the car is struggling with handshake against tritium chargers. Tried as long as I could, because I know that every charging session I haven't checked, but we probably consume some. So I want to try to get the cheaper Ionity, but it was not possible over here. So I don't know, because other cars will use handshake just fine, but this Kia seems to struggle with stuff. Okay, there. Yeah, it's around 50% more expensive here at Circle K, and of course if you have a freaking van then it actually matters. So when I add around 50
more like 60% to the battery. Let's say 55 times 67 times 1.1 is a 40 kilowatt hour. So on the Circle K charger, there's a 40 if there's a difference of around 2.2. Okay, so around 100 NOK you can save, or well, whatever. That's a slight bummer that it didn't work. I have to write down now 10-minute delay. Let's back it on. Do I want to go for a hot dog? It says Circle K extra deal meal. I wonder. No, it's not. It doesn't work as far as I know. The Norwegian Circle K extra versus Sweden. Okay, I need to calculate now next stop. I know distance 118 kilometers, but it means that we can give it a try over there. If it doesn't work, then I have to use the Circle K chargers also. Yeah. I bet I will consume 310 on the next leg. Wait, possibly more. Or, yeah. Okay, I need at least 60%, probably 65 just to be safe. Okay, I'm gonna go now. I think I need my restroom break, and then, yeah, I'll be back. Oh shit.
back. Is this car worth it? Yes. Well, I have 400k. Where can you get it for that price? It starts at 460k or 70k. It's gonna throttle soon at 45% every time. Spot on. Well, I think I need 65%. Hur ser det klart ut? Strömstad. There, boom. Every time. Nope, no rapid yet. But it doesn't jump that fast either. I mean, 125 kilowatt max is roughly 1.5C only. Well, yeah. Almost good to go then. 20 minutes stop, right?
Well, seems like I can make a thumbnail now. Okay. If I leave now at 60%, I have a budget of 340. Dude, I should leave now. Wait, huh? Wait. Let me check. Boom. Fire up the heat and boom. I think we should have enough. Let's get ready. The car claims 16% of the rival. Really? Well, 61%. Still taking 95 km. Well, it seems to be slightly faster. Let me check something. Yeah, 340, but I think we are fine. Yeah, we're good to go. Now that was another 21 minute charging stop to actually 64%. Just slightly better safe than sorry. But I don't know, we should arrive with 5 to 10% also this time. Okay, what was that? Charging stop number 6, right? Or let me see, let me count here. First stop was what the heck was it again? Hobby. Second stop, Kungsbacka. Third stop, Halmstad. Fourth stop, Falkenberg. Fifth stop, Spekkeröd. Okay, that was the fifth stop. So now we're going for the sixth stop, but most likely not the last one. Yeah, because if Strömstad is going to be the last stop, then I need to drive 180 kilometers, which is very difficult on this car because it's so boxy. So I'm probably going to split it to 2 times 90 roughly. So it means that the last stops might be to 55%, wait, or 50% even. When it starts throttling, then we just leave, more or less. Yeah, you just have to make it to the last charging stop. I'm not sure where the heck it's gonna be. We'll see. I think actually to Salzburg might be a good split. I don't remember what the price is over there. I'm trying to cut the prices down a bit here. That will actually be between 4 and 9. Wow, 2 NOK per kilowatt hour on there, okay? We'll definitely try to stop at Salzburg then, as a last stop. That'll be the cheapest session. Unfortunately, we can't pump in too much, only around 35 kilowatt hour there. But this should be fine, getting over there to the next stop. It's just ABC always blame car. It's not giving me any good estimation on how many percent I will arrive with. So I kind of need to guess a bit and also have a little bit of margin just in case. But it seems like for the most part I was able to guess quite well. So we've been arriving with somewhere between 4 and 9% actually. Yeah, 4, and then 5-ish, and then 9 and 8 or whatever it was. Yeah. Now we have slight tailwind. Okay. Where? Does it make any sense to skip Strömstad? Nah. Oh wait, if I can skip Strömstad and let's say make it to Svinesundsparken, I could then charge one more time and then go straight home. Yeah. I charged to 64%. Or if I went 70%, but I'm not sure if I could make it there. Just plug in, and then from there there's around 150 kilometers to home. That could be possible with the Oslo stretch. But whatever, 2 more stops is also fairly safe, and then we don't have to go too high on the charge. We just charge around 50% only, 50-55%. Sun. I want to record. Don't want the sun in my face. Let's see. Wait until we're on the shade. Oh shit. But so far, what I think about this van, well, it actually works really well. It's comfy, quiet, not that thirsty. Charging, at least, okay, it's consistent. No rapid gate, no cold gate. Didn't have to preheat. But the range estimation and navigation is not accurate. So maybe it's accurate if I'm following the speed limit, but it should adapt, of course, because it means that if I have some load, extra load in the roof or something, then it won't be accurate. But okay, or at least it's giving you some indication of how many percent you need. So then the seats, good. The armrest here also helps. Auto steer is doing a good job. It didn't slow down in the curves, that's good. The whole navigation or infotainment might not be the best I've experienced. It has a bit of clumsiness here and there. For example, every time you activate the cruise control and auto steer, when you disable cruise control, auto steer is still active, but then you can disable it with a button. But then the lane departure assist shit is activated, and then you can press to hold and disable it, but then it re-enables every time you enable cruise control. So it's like, but overall though, nice car. Oh, the sun is coming up in the east, the far east. Considering a PV5, how will it perform in Thunder driving? I think it should average around 150 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, actually, maybe even less, because in general, you will have around 20 watt-hour per kilometer lower consumption, but a van, which is kind of boxy, will consume less than that. So in the 90 test, it consumed 170. Wait. Yeah, it consumed 177. So that should be around 150 in the Sunday drive. And then we can calculate roughly the range, which should be a little bit over 400 kilometers. In the morning now. Local driving, yeah. Okay. Well, it depends if you have HVAC on, then if it's cold outside, it will suck some extra juice there. But yeah, as long as you drive in the city, then not crazy drag. But I mean, it's crazy because this car consumes less energy than some SUVs. Or maybe even some thirsty sedans, like I don't know, some like EQE with fat tires or fat or the fat e-tron, of course, but also maybe like some EQE, the EQE AMG version. I remember was quite thirsty, or a fat Taycan maybe with fat tires. Everything that is fat is usually thirsty. So it is remarkably efficient for a van, actually. And I wonder if it's still more efficient. I mean, it might be more efficient than ID Bus even, but then I don't know if the ID Bus eventually got the APP 550 motor or not, but it could be still on the APP 310, which is not as efficient. And maybe they don't bother putting the new motor in there, which is a bummer, because they should have the most efficient drivetrain in all the cars, like Tesla is doing. Since they already put the money in R&D on making the APP 550, then why not just put it in the cars, right? A win-win. Well, the car is actually kind of dirty, but care about washing it. It's not that dirty, just the windows are slightly dirty. Maybe I'll just wash the windows. I can do that at home quickly. Okay, let me see on this leg now. 330 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, that's fine. My budget is at 340. So we should have plenty of juice. But if I would try to go for Svinesundsparken, then we have recharge and yeah, mostly recharge around there. Yeah, unless I go for Eviny maybe. But this car is not too picky on the chargers. As long as you have 300 kilowatt, no, sorry, as long as you have 300 amp, then it's fine. The 400 volt, so it works on V2, V3, V4. Even the old Delta chargers, they can deliver 375 amp, and they have 150 kilowatt power module, and that's enough. Most high power chargers will work with this car. But when I'm rushing it, I can only drive around 120 kilometers between each charge. Well, let's say 110 to 140 kilometers roughly, which is kind of stressful. And you need to charge for 20-25 minutes. So I guess if I can charge for, let's say, half an hour to close to 80%, and then if I drive slower, I can at least go almost 200 kilometer stretches. But then I might have to limit to only around 110, 115 kilometers per hour. But then the average speed, average traveling speed will actually drop, because this car, well, has relatively flat curve. Yeah, at least it's not charging at 75 kilowatt flat or shit like that. It still goes okay at the bottom until around 45%. With a Korean industrial PV5, you could see 6 kilometer per kilo. Oh, okay. 6 kilometers per kilowatt hour, which is 166 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah. I wonder why people still mix kilowatt and kilowatt hour even in 2026. I think it's just because of confusion. Media, journalists, even car manufacturers, they write like battery size kilowatt per hour, or I don't know, charging people in social media, they write maybe kilowatt battery or kilowatt per hour, or even YouTubers who are supposed to be experts in PV and stuff that I've watched. Or there was a guy reviewing a power bank, or like I think it was reviewing the DJI Power 3000 or 2000, whatever it's called. I think it was a 2000. Even he talked about watt per hour. I'm like, huh? Seriously? It must be just in general very, very common that people don't know about this, which is actually quite basic. But I'm not yelling at anyone. I'm just wondering why it is still like that. It's usually not a big problem. I can understand what you mean, but there are some times that it is a bit confusing, especially when people talk about in the X-Bang video, they talk about pushing in 50 kilowatt quickly. I'm like, how wait, pushing in 50 kilowatt quickly? Oh, you meant 50 kilowatt hour. Okay, that makes sense. Or when they talk about solar, and they say that they have a 10 kilowatt hour system. I'm like, oh, wait, do you have 10 kilowatt hour battery, or is it 10 kVp or what is it? And also it becomes kind of funny when they talk about 1,000 kilowatt monthly production. I mean, like, damn, you have a you have a nuclear reactor at your home. Well, now it's time to have a 4K podcast about it. I never had the time to make a kilowatt hour thing. And also people talk about watts per hour or watt per kilometer. Yeah, so there's really big confusion in the energy units. But I mean, people normally don't mix up, like, when they talk about liters per hour, liters, they understand liter and milliliter, you know. For example, milliliter in terms of medicine or other things, and then liter would be most other things, right? But for example, in a pool, we talk about maybe thousands of liters, but we don't usually talk about 50,000 liters, or we don't talk about cubic meter there. But water in the meter, on the municipality, they talk about cubic meter. Which is basically a ton of water. But actually no, the correct term is cubic meter, because they measure volume, they don't measure weight. I think the weight of water is not exactly 1 kilogram per liter. But they don't say kiloliter. Yeah. KL. So they say cubic meter water. And also the same, like, people don't, they say 200,000 kilometer on the odometer. They don't say 200 millimeter. No, sorry, megameter. So I guess it boils down to what people are used to. So we can have a little podcast on that. I just check here if I have enough battery on that camera. Oh, I'm down to 60%. What about this? Oh, this is at 80%. Okay, I can swap the batteries then. I think I should have enough, especially now in the second half. Now actually we are done around 70%. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see. Podcast, and then we check the time code you set. Okay. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in the Kia PV5 passenger. I'm doing a 1,000 kilometer challenge. I'm roughly 75% into the challenge. And we are still in Sweden. But yeah, today's topic, I wanted to make this like a follow-up, about kilowatt versus kilowatt hour. But I never gotten the time to make one. might want to sit in the car and talk about this and explain what it is, what the differences are or what they mean. But whatever. I thought, okay, how about just make a 4K podcast about this instead? So, I mean, for you guys who don't know, kilowatt is power, and then kilowatt hour, not kilowatt slash hour or kilowatt dot hour, like for example the BYD is using. I mean, technically, mathematically, it is correct kilowatt multiplied by hour. Well, actually, is it? It's kilowatt. Yeah, I think it should be. But whatever. That is energy. Kilowatt hour is energy. But I still wonder. In 2026, I see this really, really often. People on social media, Facebook, in the comment section in my YouTube channel. Even car manufacturers or importers, when I get documents on specification on the cars, they use weird units like battery size kilowatt per hour, right? I mean kilowatt slash hour, right? I think I saw that on Møller, and also actually like Elbilforeningen or maybe Elbil24 or some of them. I don't remember specifically how it was, but many written articles also have errors in them. Well, I don't claim that I'm 100% error free. I have grammar error or just sloppiness, or I say VLTP, it's VLWP, but of course BMW, technically, if you want to be correct in English, you have to say BMW. But in Norway, we actually say BMW. Yeah, in Norwegian. And then, of course, the correct way of pronouncing the brand BMW in Deutschland is BMW. So whatever. Just like, I tend to say München, but in English it's called Munich. And then Copenhagen is Copenhagen, Praha is Prague, or whatever. That's Norwegian language usually is closer to the local language, how they speak. But back to the whole kilowatt hour. I see so many people mixing this up. So at least I would try to educate you guys and say that as long as you talk about energy is, for example, a kilowatt hour you put into the battery. When you charge the car, you charge at a certain kilowatt, which is the power, how fast you're filling the battery, roughly. But then after a while, how many kilowatt hour you put in there, that is kilowatt hour, that is the energy. And then I can just list a bunch of things. Battery capacity, kilowatt hour. Charging power, kilowatt. Consumption, also many people, they mix up this or they mess it up. They say watt per hour or watt per kilometer. No, it's watt hour per kilometer. Or the whole car industry has been stuck on that fossil term, which is kilowatt hour per 100 kilometer. But it's so clumsy, that unit. It's based on that in the fossil world, they use liter per 100 kilometer, and then probably some Germans figured out, okay, we can just replace liter, which is a measurement of volume per 100 kilometer, with the energy part, which is kilowatt hour per the distance. Okay, it kind of makes sense, but it just not, I think it's not mathematically correct to say it, like, or logically, or what they will say. So, but whatever, that discussion is probably lost because you actually relate to watt hour. I mean, many people are like, what the heck is watt hour? Well, we talk about watt hour when we talk about battery, like smaller batteries, everyone knows that, when you want to get on the airplane, you cannot have batteries that is more than 100 watt hour. That's why the power banks are designed, and also notebooks, to have 99 watt hour of capacity. So you know what it means, watt hour. And you know that 1000 watt hour is 1 kilowatt hour. So it's not that hard, right? This is the thing, it's actually quite easy, the whole basics here. But this is, I don't know, like even experts, I watched some video about this power. They call it solar. Whatever it's called again. But like it was a DJI Power 2000. I don't remember what they call it, solar inverter, what they call it. The power banks, right? Like this EcoFlow. And the guy was talking about solar panel, and you know, he's supposed to be like a trustworthy channel. He's the expert, but he was saying solar panel power, and he was talking about watts per hour. I was like, seriously? So you see that I think that's the problem, that journalists who writes articles, even like EV Association or other places, they use the wrong units, they use the wrong terms. And the people who don't know how this works, they are confused. Especially if you come from the fossil world, so then you're just you are copying them. You are copying the errors, you know? Just like when you copy code on Stack Overflow, whatever errors is in there, you take it with you. Actually, nobody copies code on Stack Overflow anymore, right? Now that we have AI. So, yeah. And even another thing I see actually very often in Norway is that many written articles, when we talk about weight, they say kilo, because that's actually quite common to say kilo in just when you just talk or between friends, or even if you're just chatting. But chat language and just daily speech is one thing, but when you write something that is published on some serious website, you should not write kilo as weight. It should say kg or kilogram, because kilo means 1,000. And actually in Norway, yeah, it's very common to refer to kilo as kilogram. But it's way too long to say, you know, kilogram. But in Thailand, kilo is commonly referred to as kilometer. You know, วิ่งได้กี่กิโล? How far can it run? Or how far can it drive? You know, in kilometers. Yeah. So my claim is that as long as you're making a YouTube video or a written article somewhere, you should have the correct unit. That's one thing. Correct case, which means that a name should have, you need to capitalize name, maybe capitalize or uppercase acronyms, but also have the correct case. So yeah, like one guy is saying in the chat right now, live stream chat, he said uppercase K, that is Kelvin. Lowercase k means kilo. And then okay, bird. And then uppercase M, this is also in the computer world a very common mistake. Like they say MB, lowercase. This becomes a bit nerdy now, but lowercase m and lowercase b, that actually means millibyte, because lowercase b means byte and lowercase m is milli. But what they mean is megabyte, but uppercase b is byte. No, sorry, not bit, my bad, sorry, let me read. Lowercase b is bit, yeah. And then 8 bits makes 1 byte. So lowercase mb means millibit, but uppercase mb means megabyte. And it's so common to make that mistake. And the same with a kilobit or kilobyte, you know, all that stuff. So, of course, me as a programmer and also as a former UI or website designer and such, I always get the case right. And every time someone corrects me, I Google about this, or I try to search for it, and I find, okay, I was wrong. All right, yeah. You know, just like sheep is singular. There's no sheeps or fishes. Fish, you know, like someone corrected me many years ago. I was like, okay. But it seems like when it comes to many other people, you tell them that no, this is incorrect. It should be like this. It should be not watt per hour, not watt per kilometer, or battery size is not kilowatt per hour or something like that, or kilowatt battery. It seems like they don't care. It's basically the same as guys who make those, I don't know, I think actually technically it's spelling errors, which is very common to say, you know, you are, you know, your. They mix up your and your. Like, how many times have you guys seen that? I mean, does it become annoying, or it's so common that whenever someone spells it correctly, I'm be like, hey, wait, did you actually mean that, or was it? And the same with the, you know, the when you have genitive. Oh, no, sorry. Plural. Very common when they say Teslas or EVs, they use the apostrophe. For plural, you don't do that. It means that if you use apostrophe, it means genitive, which is, for example, EV's life time is reduced in too much heat, for example. Then you use apostrophe because then it's genitive. But then people usually say EVs catch fire more often than fossil cars. And then yeah, so I see that so often, those spelling errors, and with a bunch of other spelling errors out there. I think technically it's not grammar error. It depends, yeah. There's also a definition of what is the difference between spelling error and grammar error. And also how words are separated with space or not. It's also really common in Norway. Yeah, there's like, Norway is actually quite a complicated language. You know, ananas bite, yeah. But you can change the meaning by it. By if you don't, they call it actually særordstillings. I don't remember what the heck it's called, but they commonly known as orddelingsfeil. But the way you split words or combine them, you know. But I mean, I tried many years ago, made a video about explaining the difference between kilowatt and kilowatt hour. This was probably 10 years ago, but I haven't really seen any improvement. It seems to actually get worse. And yeah, for that I remember 10 years ago, people didn't talk about watt per hour or, you know, like that. It seems like it's actually gone the wrong way. And as EVs get more common, then the bigger medias, they use the wrong terms, actually wrong units, yeah, wrong unit. And people who read those articles, they learn from, they learn the errors, basically. Just like you learn, just like Isabel learns my bad habits. Yeah. So it might be a lost battle. Just like hacker versus cracker, you know, just like LCD screen or LCD display. Well, what does it mean? It's liquid. It's liquid crystal display. So then it becomes liquid crystal display. Non-bread. Non means bread. So when you say non-bread, you say bread. You know, the list goes on. Yeah. They call CD-plate, CD disc. Well, compact disc. It's also very common. I see they talk about VIN number in the car. Well, do you know what VIN means? It's vehicle identification number. So, well, it seems like it's impossible to fix it. I did my part of it, trying to fix it, but it seems to be impossible. And also nowadays, I see, maybe this is just me, but many people, they actually skip using question mark when they ask questions. It is so common on social media, in chat, in Facebook or other platforms. They ask a question and they don't use question marks. So it makes me wonder, are people getting more stupid? Are they just lazy? Or what is it? It could be that when they use phone, it doesn't have that question mark easy accessible. Yeah, that could be it, because it could actually be because of iPhone users. Yeah, always blame Apple. No, but I use Android, and I have changed the keyboard to I don't use a Samsung keyboard. I switch it to the G board, or whatever it's called again, Google's keyboard. It was really nice, and you can customize it. And I have customized it so I can use special letters by pressing and holding it, and it actually shows also on the keyboard. And I also have a dictionary and some hotkeys there. And I was surprised when I used wifey's iPhone 16 Pro, and he has just a tiny keyboard. I was like, what? Can you change that? I'm not sure if you can change the keyboard on iPhone. But it doesn't have the number line on top like I have on my Samsung Galaxy. And also when you want to put in like question mark or comma, it's really clumsy, because there are not that many buttons available, or keys in the virtual keyboard, unless you know all those hidden things, or you have to press the button to swap to symbols and then swap back to letters. So that could be it. Yeah. And also when I see very common also, people, they misspell ionic when we talk about EVs, and I see in those group, and they ionic is with a Q at the last letter, but they very commonly say ionic with a C, because supposedly there's a dictionary word that is ionic like that. So I guess we just have to blame the iPhone or the smartphone generation then for all these spelling errors. But at least for me, when I use my Samsung phones for the last decade, I never had any problems using question mark when I send message. Maybe just me being to check if I have enough juice. Okay, but maybe just me being a little bit like a grammar Nazi, or I don't know. But when I did the Nimber task, I would communicate a lot with people, right? Random people that I don't know. And I would, of course, use question mark and correct language, correct grammar. Start the sentence with an uppercase. Capitalize the first word, or capitalize names and like city names or name of people, right? And also when I write email, even today when I write email to various companies, when I want to borrow cars, or when they invite me to an event, well, I try to have correct grammar. I don't use chat language. When I chat with my friends, chat with Pawel or Valdemar, then I tend to be a bit sloppy on the grammar. Don't use punctuation correctly. But at least over there, even I try to at least use the right case on things and stuff, right? So maybe people gotten lazy. It's just so much easier just to type and then get some autocomplete, and then whatever the keyboard suggests, you just go for it. Yeah, actually that's kind of, yeah, I see it on the iPhone. You start typing, and then when you press space, it automatically replaces the word you type with something in the dictionary. That is super annoying, man. That's a shit I would turn off immediately if I had an iPhone. What I do on my Samsung, on the G board keyboard, is that I start typing, and I can actually type kind of gibberish or like long words, like something like aerodynamics, long word. I just punch a couple of keys that resembles aerodynamics in the beginning, and then the Gboard is able to detect what I want to type, and then there are some suggestions, 3 or 4 suggestions up there above the number line, and then I press it manually to choose that word. So yeah, it's I guess if you care about correct grammar and correct units, then it's not that hard to pull it off. And I feel like actually, if people care about, yeah, like in Norway, right? Like ananas bite. Yeah, what the heck is that I talk about? Yeah, ananas. Well, in most languages, you guys know what ananas is, but I guess in the English-speaking language, yeah, ananas means pineapple, and then bite is biting. Oh, yeah. But the thing is that in Norway, when you say ananas bite, that means pieces or chunks or slices of pineapple. But then if you misspell it, you put the space there, and then you say ananas space bite. That means that the pineapple is biting you or someone. So that's the whole thing that started in Norway. There was this teacher. He's trying to educate people about how to spell those words correct, or where you should have space and where you should not have space. But yeah, if you care about that kind of grammar or the spelling, then you would try to correct it, and you will actually seek information about how to make it correct. Like as for me, for example, I drive a lot, so I actually care about driving laws and rules, and even like general behavior. Like the truck drivers, I noticed that they flash at each other. Why do they do that? Because they are helping each other when there's elephant rennen. It's not easy for the overtaking truck to know where the rear of his truck is. So then the other truck that is being overtaken will then flash to help. And yeah, other things like yielding rules or other things. I care about that. In the old days, I would hug the middle lane, and then some people complain about it in the live stream. I was like, huh? And then I realized, you should use the rightmost lane all the time. Okay, I was being a Norwegian Nisse, but I see very often when I drive on the road that many people, actually Norwegians, they don't, they just hug the left lane, right? And then actually I try to observe many times when I undertake those left lane huggers. Okay, sorry, but I'm not trying to be a sexist or something, but I observe that statistically, that many left lane huggers are women. And I try to understand why. I'm not going to yell at them and say, women are bad drivers, but I think women in general, they are not super interested in cars like men. It's just something about men and cars. I don't know what it is. Even Axel, my 2-year-old son, we haven't tried to push him into this, but he likes cars. He likes to play with cars. He doesn't care about dolls. More than Isabel, which is 4-year-old daughter, right? So I don't know what the heck that is, but in general, okay, if women are not too interested in that, then maybe they don't care about learning about the lane discipline, Maybe I was also like that many years ago when I was a noob, and before I went to Deutschland, and I found out, you shouldn't hug the left lane. And the same I think goes for kilowatt per hour or kilowatt battery, or most people, they don't care. They just they know that they are being understood, so they don't care about trying to correct themselves. So yeah, not sure if this this podcast was very useful. It's just a little bit of talking around about everything. But yeah, as always, I try to improve. I also try to be as correct as possible. ABC, always be correct, or always be correcting. Yeah. And I think that's it. I think to focus now, because we're gonna roll up onto the charger soon. Yeah. And also, yeah, like, technically, like, many people, we are driving past those windmills. You saw the windmills, right? Technically, it's not called windmills, because windmills, per definition, is this wind well thingy, whatever, that has some turbines, right? Looks like a fan, and it's milling grain or something. But what you saw here and what you're gonna see soon, those are wind turbines. So that is the correct term, but it's very common to use the word windmill when they are referring to wind turbines. And the same actually, charger, very common to say charger for a car, for EV, when they actually mean charging station. So per definition, like an easy charging station I have at home, that is technically not a charger. The charger is the onboard charger in the car or the DC fast charger. Those are chargers. But it's also very common to just say charger or AC charger, a charging station, right? And then the list goes on. I mean, also, when we talk about the degrees, like now it's 15 degrees Celsius. It's quite long, I say that, and I say this car is 2,250 kilograms. It's longer, but it's more correct. I could say kilo only. I could say 15 degrees, but since I have international audience, when I talk about 15 degrees, US people be like, oh, that is freezing, because they might be referring it to 15 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's 15 degrees Celsius. And actually, if you only say 15 degrees, technically that is angle, not temperature. So, yeah, it's always like that. If you want to be as correct as possible, it also means that it's going to be quite long if you say stuff. So that's why people shorten things, and even I shorten things like VLTP, yeah, instead of WLTP. So, oh, Kelvin, yeah, okay, some people mentioned Kelvin. But yeah, okay, anyway, I'm gonna roll up at the charger now soon with 9%, well estimated. So, what do you guys think? Should we try to educate ourselves? Get rid of those annoying spelling errors. Use question mark. Use your and your correctly. To and to. You know, the TO and the TOO. It's and it is. You know, and it's. Or doesn't matter. People understand it. For the most part, yes, we can understand each other. But there will be some confusing parts where people talk about the 10 kilowatt hour solar system, or one guy said that you can just push in 50 kilowatt into the battery in the X-Bank. I was like, huh? Push in 50 kilowatt? Why would you use a 50 kilowatt fast charger? Oh, you meant push in 50 kilowatt hour. Oh, okay, yeah. And then some people ask me, what is the price per kilowatt for electricity? I'm like, well, price per kilowatt, technically, I mean, to be correct, we pay per kilowatt, but it's peak power, the power tariff, but not per kilowatt hour. That's something different. Well, most of the time I understand what they mean. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I think that's gonna be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Wait, how much of the battery did you use there on the thing? A podcast like that could be kind of extensive. Oh, I use only 20% of the battery. Holy crap, man, this is wonderful, the new battery. Okay. Okay, I permabanned that guy that was shouting. What the heck? Where the heck did he come from, that idiot, man? Okay, he's gone now. Gone. G-O-N. Well, hope you guys agree. If you don't agree, then let me know and I can unban him. I run with 9%. Well, I charge to 60, a little bit over 60%. So I average 307 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. That means that the last leg is going to be lower than that. Most likely around 270 only. Actually, less than that, 260 maybe, because the Oslo stretch is quite long. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Use, I think it was this stall. No, it wasn't this stall. I usually, I don't remember. Okay, what there is place in between them. And it should work right. Like this. Wait. Maybe, okay, maybe I should do this in case one fails. Then it should work on the other side. Oh, we should have to stop the heater. Strömt on. 9.5%. Okay, so that's okay. Now we have the same problem here. I was expecting it to be troublesome. Not, dude, bro, that's not gonna work, bro. You have a plug-in hybrid with a Type 2. It's not gonna work. Here's a Norwegian Nisse with a plug-in hybrid with a Type 2 input, and he's trying to use CCS on it. Okay. Okay, but anyway, we have to use this, but it's fine. I need to do another 5 minutes. I tried, but it didn't work. Okay, this is also kind of bouncy. Which is the charge port placement. Because it's in the front, so well, I can stretch it kind of far, but I probably have to go here, so I'm not too much in the way. Like this, okay.
That's one of the basic things you need to know if you own a car. Let me see. I need enough juice I can drink. I think, yeah, the last stop is going to be supercharger. The supercharger should work. Okay, supercharger at stop stop. Well, I mean, we'll try to calculate there. 180 kilometers if we consume 280 watts per kilometer. Oh, yeah, that is 80%. Okay, that's not too long. We'll split it. So we only go to Sarpsborg. Media. See. There. Here. Only 50 kilometers too. Okay. Okay, whatever. That's good enough. 50 kilometers times maybe 300. What? I need only 30%. Get there. Okay. In that case, I might want to drive on the highway. Yeah. But then. Oh, okay, oh wait, I can go other places maybe. Recipe. Oh, that's 97. That's not far. Okay, well, with the red Salzburg, that will work. Charge only 30%. Yeah. We'll try to keep the cost low. So as soon as we get over to Salzburg, we get a really nice price there. Okay. That is what wait, what? Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Is it the freaking? It's the Circle K shite again. Oh. Okay. This is not normal. I heard about this at Circle K. They throttle the speed. Yeah. Yeah. Microphone is disconnected because I'm. Okay. Okay. I have to calculate roughly how much slower this is. It's supposed to be 120 kilowatt. Uh, that's 20% slower. Okay, I have to go to the restroom. I'll be back, but we're gonna go soon. We have enough. Let's go. Yeah, what the heck? Wait. Is it the car that is? Is it the car that is? limiting this? It's unlikely. Well, we'll see. If the last charging stop is also slow, then we have to blame the car. But where should it be then? That was 11 minutes, but good. It was more like 25 minutes percent slower towards the end of this, so that means 3 minutes was lost there. So I need to add up. It becomes 8 minutes delay, not like spot on, but close enough. 8 minutes there. Okay, good. Now we go. So we want to go to Inspirio, which is quite nice, but it was weird how it was slowed down like that. Because it also slowed down even more the further up we went. So it's strange. What would have caused that? Okay, so now I have to try to write down when I enter and then exit and all that. I need to calculate how long the stretch in Norway is in case we get some slowdown over there. But it's kind of unlikely because most Nisse left the town, or yeah, left town already yesterday. We should have quite low traffic. But there could actually be some people traveling today. Yeah, that's we need to take any precautions in case we get some major delay, even unfall or something like that. So that was 11-minute charging stop only to 34%. But so it was at least 20% slower in the beginning, and then it went even slower. So 20% out of 11 minutes, that's 2 minutes. Yeah, so we had to run it to 3. Yeah, so that sounds about right. So plus 1851, yeah. That means 2 hours and 9 minutes then. So current time plus 2 hours and 9 minutes. That is 1,000. We are already past 9-hour mark. Okay. That means that we should be at Svinesund at 7:12. We'll see. Or 13, I'm not sure. Yeah, it should be 7:12. So then one last charging stop, because I calculated that in order to get all the way home, most likely we need to charge with 75%, 80%. Yeah. But yeah, I tend to get some static noise when I'm stationary. The bus GTX was 1020.
Wait, what was the time for the on the ID Bus Pro then? The rear-wheel drive, which is more comparable to this car, at least closer. I don't remember the numbers. I'm out of food, almost out of drinks, and over there at the Inspiria, everything is closed, so you just have to survive now. I nuked the toilet over here at Strömstad, that's why it took a little bit of time. But you know, I'm a Heimscheißer, so I prefer nuking the toilet at home instead. But sometimes you have no choice. Well, 830 kilometers now. So you have to go to 99, was it 991 or 992? So 0.9%, okay, 991, yeah, 991. 0.9% underreporting. Which means that the current consumption is 301. Huh? 91 kilowatt. Yeah, but that's there. But what about the ID Bus Pro, or what it is called, the rear-wheel drive? It was tested a while ago. What was the time on that car? And what was the consumption also? Because the long wheelbase GTX is more expensive and bigger battery, you know, even bigger than this. So I want to compare it against the one that is somewhat similar in price, closest at least, 200,000 NOK difference in price. Oh, it took 1030. Wow. Okay, 2022, dude. That's almost 4 years ago. Oh shit. Well, okay. Wow. Okay, so 1030. Wow. If we can do it in 1050, that would be very close to that old ID Bus many years ago. And I don't remember if that bus back then charged at 185 or 175 kilowatt. I remember, from what I remember, it should be 185. Because I remember seeing the 185 kilowatt charging curve in a bus initially, and then I saw it also in ID7. But then for some reason the Q4 e-tron only had 175 kilowatt. Massage, okay. And what was the consumption on the ID Bus then, and the temperature? Because October, that is usually slightly colder, right? Unless I was lucky with the weather. Tonight, I mean today, dude, it's 15 degrees already. What the heck, man? We had 17 last night, and the coldest was around 8-9 degrees, so it's quite a warm run. 8 to 17 degrees roughly on this challenge. $299. Wow, this is slightly more, but it's not over yet. Okay, it's colder run. Yeah. We haven't passed through Oslo yet. Consumption will drop, and also in the Norway side. So we might actually end up with lower consumption than the bus. Or we should actually. We are currently at 301 watt-hour per kilometer right now. But we're about to leave Sweden soon. survived. I stayed awake so far. I wonder if I can stay awake for the next 1.5 hours. Yeah, the last stop here should also be relatively quick. Maybe just 15-minute long charging stop. I have to try to guess the remaining consumption. I forgot to check last night how much it was when we entered. Well, it was lower than 200. Yeah, I remember now. It was 260, 70 something from Oslo to Svinesund. Consumption is not that crazy high. 262 1 hour per kilometer. 262. Okay. Okay, so it was 262 with a tailwind. With a headwind yesterday. 262. That means that it's likely to be lower today. Because of the slight tailwind. Okay, so I know roughly what to expect on the way back then. I'm gonna guess around 260. It's already 15 degrees now. Wow, that means that the temperature should be rising. They already finished the resurfacing on both sides. Okay, yeah, 7:12. Just gonna check if it's 13 or 12 by the time we pass the bridge. For many charging stop, I think you can resting with iCall. Okay, yeah, I could. Okay, there. Yeah, we counted as 7:12. It might be almost 13, but not sure if that's gonna be enough. Okay, 7:12. All right. Okay, so one last charging stop then. The borders are open. The gates are open, wide open. But trucks need to declare stuff, right? Or is it gonna hammer through? Oh, there you go. Didn't use blinker. BG, that's Bulgarian. Bulgarian trucks, they don't have blinkers. Well, so far so good, and not too much traffic yet, which is good. Hopefully I don't encounter too many delays on the road. Wait, if I stop there, then I still need to charge to around 55-60% maybe. That's kind of imba. Wait. Unless I can go past it, but then Rygge, it's not gonna work on the Arundi chargers, Tritium chargers, and then I have to stop at Circle K charge again. I'm not sure if I'm keen on paying so expensive charging. What I've been doing throughout the challenge now. It's a bummer that it didn't work on many Ionities. And then superchargers so many of them are expensive. Okay, whatever. I think it's fine. Because the consumption is low in Norway side, then shouldn't need to go to 60 or 70%. Possibly around 55 should be enough. What do you think, Björn? How long will it take until all the P7? Well, it's still gonna be needed until the cars have maybe I don't know 1,000 kilometer of VLTP range, and they're all charged within 5 minutes. Then I only need one charging stop typically. Well, then I should be able to go, let's say, 600 kilometers on the first leg, which is crazy far. And then I only charge 5 minutes. So then there's basically no difference between. It's like testing fossil cars, you know. It bugs me about low battery. I haven't found out where to turn off that low battery nagging. Yeah, I can estimate the time if I know the 120 test result. And the charging curve, I could find it somewhere. I can base it on my test and kind of extrapolate the first 10%. I don't know how deep they like to go, those Chinese cars. But I could even base it on the 10 to 80% time, which should be accurate, 12 minutes. Because I guess if it takes only 12 minutes, then you want to go to 80%, not just 70% or 60%. Oh, 15 kilometers left. Yeah, I think we'll just go for it. That's dirt cheap charging now in the morning hours. 2 NOK per kilowatt hour at the supercharger. Fully would you take to centimeters to. No, but like I mentioned, well, it depends on the. I just have to check on the spreadsheet, but in general, if they charge really fast like that, or the Seeker, then it pays off to sit 2 extra minutes to get 12 or 13% more range, and I can likely to shave off one or to reduce one, avoid one more charging stop, for example. but it depends on the curve. And yeah, so I just feed my spreadsheet with the 120 kilometers per hour range and the charging times to various percent, and then it gives me a very good idea of the optimal percent to charge to. Oh, there's some traffic now. Yes, the good thing I measured the border time, and I will also measure the exit and entry time here at Sarpsborg. In case there is some significant traffic, I can measure it. But I didn't time it exactly at each time I had handshake problems. I just said roughly 5 minutes or 2 minutes, but it could have been 4 minutes or 3 minutes. You know, who knows? Well, yeah, it had problem handshaking on the old tritium charger with a big screen, but also on those taller tritium chargers that replaced by the ABB chargers eventually. They look quite similar, but if you look at the info plate, you will see that some of them are tritium, some of them are ABB. And the one I use in at Ionity Dahl when I tested the charging, there they wait, no, I'm not sure. Are they ABB or tritium? Wait, they might be tritium. Yeah, but it's random maybe it works or not. Because tritium shows volt and amp, but then the ABB doesn't show that anymore. It just shows charging power and what the heck was it again? Charging power and time and energy maybe. That's it. But no voltage or current anymore. So I don't know, one day when they completely remove them from Dahl, then I don't know where I'm gonna record that. Because all the other chargers, they have this annoying screen off after 1 minute. Okay, So I'm going to leave the motorway at 7:26. Yeah, and then I count how long I stay here. And then I can count the actual time I drive without the stop to Jessheim. That will be the checkpoint if there are no delays. But I mean, you already see some Nisse hugging the left lane here, see? So fortunately I'm not going straight, I'm going exit now. And as the traffic grows, then there will be more Nisse hugging the left lane. Tesla X-Men, it depends. The P7 is actually really good, but I feel like the customization, the level of customization you can do with the Tesla, with the sexy button and stuff, is way better. And also in general, the user interface software. But Tesla has a nice interior, that's for sure. And also way faster charging speeds. And actually, this is what I need to test, but it seems like the P7 Plus is incredibly efficient. Probably something to do with it. It's a 5-meter long car. And they probably made the drivetrain quite efficient too. Because when I did the test, according to my test numbers, distance, whatever, it's supposed to be only 137 watt-hour per kilometer, including that motorway stretch. Like, what the heck? Okay, can I just charge here, or can I? Or maybe I can. Okay, I can take the nose install. Hopefully, the 10 install is working. 10. Oh, I have to go kind of close. I forgot it's the short stalls, the short cables. Okay, so I kind of need to go like this ish, almost kiss the stall. Hopefully, I can reach it. Oh, I forgot. Almost forgot. 872 kilometers now. 12% in speed. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Wow, it seems like, yeah, the supercharger stall is quite quick to handshake, and then that also makes the car relatively quick to handshake. Whereas the other chargers I've been using, mainly the Alpitronics, they must be slower, because the handshake is actually noticeably faster over here. Iveco Dolly electric, no, GA, it's gas. Okay, now I need to fire up the car and figure out my last stop roughly. Yes, home, a little bit past yes, home. Usually home over here maybe. There, okay. Check distance here. 130 kilometers, okay. Yeah, you see, now we get maximum speed. So if I guess 260 consumption, we need to spend 50% of the battery. 55% then. We go deep. Or do you want to save it at 60%? Check the wind here. Is that a slight tailwind, I think? Yeah, okay. Let's go 55%, right? Or 58. We are now at Inspirium. We are now at Inspiria Science Center, where we have a bunch of superchargers, plenty of them. I'm using now V3 supercharger stall, and look here, we are getting maximum speed. So it's been super consistent throughout the challenge, except for that previous stop at Strömstad. So this is quite clear indication that it must have been something wrong with the charger, or it was actually throttling it, maybe for cheaper rate or whatever. I don't know. There were some rumors I heard from some guy who works in the charging industry or CPO industry. But okay, anyway, last charging stop here. So now we have to drive another 130 kilometers to finish the challenge. And yeah, I calculated we need around 55%. We need to spend 50% of the battery. So do I dare to go 55%? Maybe I want to go 60 just to be sure. Yeah, cooling started already. Okay, all good. No, the microphone has not the problem. I'm charging right now, and then when I'm charging, my microphone is not hooked onto me because I might move out of the car, go out to pee, eat, or shoot some video outside. So that's why microphone is not attached to me. So sometimes there's a bit of dangling with the mic. Just sorry, we are shooting a video at the same time as we are also live streaming. So yeah, but this is super consistent. There must have been something wrong with the previous session then. Yeah. So okay, whatever. We corrected for it. So now we just have to wait. I think I'll go for 60%. Should be relatively quick, especially now that we are somewhat high already. So yeah, we might arrive with 10% or 5%. I'm not sure yet. Unfortunately, I cannot trust the car's navigation. I cannot trust about the route planner. I have to base it on the route on the way here yesterday, which was around 260. Well, that was actually before correction. Yeah. And then also another problem that makes things kind of clumsy is that this doesn't work. So I don't know how many kilowatt hour we have. This normally, if this works in many other Korean cars, then we can actually trust this. But since that doesn't work and we have non-linear state of charge scale, then it becomes extra hard to estimate things. Yeah. So that's why I just have a margin just in case. Well, we're hitting the maximum speed, but unfortunately, when we arrive at 12%, we don't get any flat the curve. It will still throttle at 45%, like always. So, yeah, that's why you actually want to go deep when you can with this car. And it doesn't take any penalty. We always get the maximum speed, even if we arrive at 4% at least. I haven't tried to go deeper. Well, okay. Soon enough, we'll be back on the road. Do I have any more food? No, I don't. I have drinks, that's it. Okay, so I'll I'll just hang around here for a little bit. And then we hammer it. And hopefully have enough. That's always going to be the question. But as long as then we should be happy. We shouldn't complain too much. Yeah, and then sometimes I might arrive with 2%, which is kind of scary. But yeah. Voltage is relatively high. You see, 409.6 volts, charging voltage at least. Like, I see the clouds moving. Wait, do we have headwind? Let's check here. Let's check on windy. It's supposed to be wind from the south, right? Yeah, we have wind from the south. Moss. Yeah. Yeah, tailwind all the way to Yesholm. So, and then yesterday, I remember we should have had headwind. So, which means that yesterday, if I average 260 actual consumption, then on the way back now, it should be maybe only 250. So then it means that we might need less than 50% to get there. At least if scale is linear. So I could go 55%. Yeah, and then still make it there kind of deep. But I'm probably gonna go 60 just to be safe, because things are so hard to estimate with this car. If they could just okay, I can't blame this that it doesn't work. I don't know the what hour, but if they can just make the scale more linear and maybe get the estimation better, that would be great. Yeah. So I was talking to my friend about the route planner that maybe one day there is no need for a better route planner, but then when I look at many cars' navigation, many of them are not good. Even like bigger brands like Polestar, like Geely, even they cannot get the better route planner things right. So, well, Rivian acquired a better route planner, so at least they're gonna use a better route planner. And then I heard that there was one of the Stellantis cars, wasn't it, that they also use a better route planner in there. So I'm like, oh, I mean, why try to reinvent the wheel, since a better route planner already have very good estimation? But okay, I test cars that are brand new, or many of them, and they are in the alpha stage, so they don't have good numbers. So I find it often when I do my challenges that they are a better route planner is way off. But I guess they can learn by automatically analyzing data, lots of data on actual cars, and then but the route planner should be able to learn how many kilowatt hour the car has, how fast it charges, and then they feed back it into the brain, and then it gives you way better estimation on things. Oh, 125 kilowatt. It's faster than the EQV. Yeah, ideally, I need to go to 45% twice. Yeah, and then hammer it. But it was going kind of slow. But yeah, I could have gone to 45% maybe last stop, and then maybe gone to Vestby somewhere. Or yeah, I forgot I could charge at Rygge. I forgot it's a V2 supercharger. But yeah, well, it's kind of late now. But whatever. Would have been great. Yeah, I forgot about the Rygge. I was thinking, oh, supercharger. I mean, I thought about the Ionity, the tritium charger doesn't work, but supercharger of course works. We check here. Rygge. Oh, Rygge is also cheap. Yeah, 2 NOK per kilowatt hour. That would actually be in a better stop, but then I have to charge slow on The previous stop was like, okay, whatever, I don't want to be there. I think it would have been a nice split, actually a better split, but whatever, it's close enough. 42% now, 125 kilowatt. Yeah, 100 is reported 128 kilowatt from the app. So spot on every time, it should drop at 45% to 115 kilowatts. So you get a gentle drop, 8% drop in power roughly. Well, let me see, 100. Yeah, there you go. Like every time, it's super consistent. 114. Okay, 114 divided by 125. Okay, a 9% drop in power, which is still okay power, you know. And then you keep this until 55%. And then I'll probably prepare to leave. Well, there seems to be some traffic now. Well, it's Saturday morning, not Sunday morning. So there are some people who goes to work. Some people may be on vacation. It's 7 in the morning now. Oof, wow. Well, this ain't no Model 3 run. That would have been faster. I mean, even the Model 3 with this kind of charging speed would have been okay, but, well, actually, the Model 3, yeah, the Model 3, 175 kilowatt, that was quite good. But yeah, so I was wrong. I mean, I think I talked about the LG battery, didn't I? But of course it's not LG, it's CATL. If it's LFP battery, then it's CATL. There's a newest generation CATL. But what about the Sunwoda that people have been talking about? Is that just fake news, or is it true? That would be a game changer. It's strange because Tesla, they don't well, they have the Panasonic battery, but besides from that, they've been using CATL and LG batteries for a long time, so they don't use their own batteries, or they don't make their own batteries. Same with the other car manufacturers, they also don't make the batteries, but why did Tesla get stuck with a shitty LG battery? Well, I mean, it seems like they don't degrade that fast. Okay, that's good, but yeah, the speed actually goes kind of because it's based on current. So so actually, if we were able to get, yeah, and also voltage dropped slightly because power dropped. So if we would be able to get 300 amp still, we'd be at 129 kilowatt now, but it dropped at 125 kilowatt. So, but I still wonder where the heck that 150 kilowatt is that I heard or read on EV database, and they get it from the manufacturer supposedly. Where did they get that from? I think the kids are almost awake now. I'm still about an hour away from home. No, no, more, 129 kilometers. That would be an hour and 15 minutes maybe. Or so. Yeah. Okay, but we are almost good to go. We will see the next throttle point now at 55%. Still okay speed. Yeah. Well, the problem with the BYDs is that, and also Geely, is that where do you find those megawatt chargers, right? So, wait, dude, because we charge, I mean, because we plug in with 12%, it seems like we get to flat the curve now. Wait, huh? Oh no, wait, at 56%. Okay, I wasn't aware. Was it 50? 55 or 56% we dropped. But okay, you know, this is good enough. We can prepare to leave now. Yeah, no problem. But I have to take one last charging stop anyway at Yes Home while I'm doing my wrap up for 15 minutes or something, so that I have enough juice to hammer it later today. I can probably fire up the heater now. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Okay. Let me check. 7:47 or 8. Possibly 7:48 then. Back on the road. Dude, that was actually a 16-minute charging stop. Okay, well, one of the faster charging stops, except for the one at Trumstadt. But okay, almost done. Last run now. We should have enough now on this last leg to go all the way. $7.47, okay, should be 7:48 when we join the motorway. Well, that was actually 22 minutes total. Wow, with a detour and the handshake and all that stuff. Okay, so we'll see about the traffic now. We are 26 to 48. Yeah, that's 22 minutes total. So that means adding 22 minutes to 7:12 becomes 7:22:34. Okay, so I have to count as if I entered Norway at 7:34. So you see, now we have been in the run for 34, 48, 14 minutes. Right, really? It means that in roughly 1 hour and 5 minutes, really? I'm gonna finish? That sounds too fast, man. Wait, okay, I'm trying to calculate now time and so on. Let's say 1 hour, 10 minutes. That means we're gonna finish at 9. And the way we count time now is that we take 2 hours and 9 minutes. Oh wow, dude, what? Plus, there's been a couple of delays here, unfortunately. I think I counted everything correctly. $2 and 9 minutes. plus current time. Whereas we will finish at 9. It will be 11 hours and 5 minutes possibly, or 11 hours. Okay, so slightly slower than I expected, but still in that ballpark. So that means maybe 45 minutes slower. No, what was it? It was 10:30 on the bus. Yeah. Oh, okay, around half an hour slower than the bus then. I think many people can accept that. Oh, is that Polizei? No. Roughly 10 and a half hours on bus and 11 hours on the PV5, which is a lot cheaper and actually more space and more features, nicer features. This is it, the final run. We are at 880 kilometers. This car underreports distance by 0.9%. Okay, or 0.9%. Many people think I mean 9%. No, which means that we have to count to 991. And almost there. What the heck? And then the way we count time is that we take current time. Okay, with all the corrections, we take current time plus 2 hours and 9 minutes. So we are already at. Dude, we're already at the 10-hour mark. We're still not done. We have to drive another 110 kilometers. Oh, how slow is this gonna be? I don't know. We need to hammer it. Yeah, 110 zone, kommt. Double check here my notes, but yeah, 2 hours and 9 minutes. It's correct. We have lots of delays here and there. 3 minutes, some handshake problems mainly. 3 minutes of Schweinsund, 2 minutes at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 28, 28 total delay. And we started at 23, so that means 23 plus 28. Yeah, that's 51. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, so that's roughly right. So 2 hours plus 2 hours and 9 minutes. And then based on my gut feeling now, it seems like we won't get too much traffic today, fortunately. So we can tolerate some left lane highway traffic as long as it's not too much. I might, okay, if it's too much, then I might round it down and shave off a couple of 1 minute. So if it's close to rounding it down, we'll see. But we should have tailwind now according to Windy. That will of course be an advantage on the consumption. And then I went for around 57% when I charged. I didn't sit and wait for 60%. I'm getting kind of hungry now. I need to munch on the food when I get home and then try to take a power nap, I guess, so I can survive the day. Yeah, I need to drive around 130, 40 kilometers. Should take 1.5 hours to go from Gjesholm to Sandefjord, where we sleep over. Yeah, we have the 12 volt outlet. I mean the 230 volt outlet in the center console. Very convenient if you want to charge stuff there. Yeah, not too much traffic. Actually, it seems like there's more traffic going south than north. Yeah, more people are leaving town than entering. That's good for me. But it means that after Oslo, after Alnabru, then there'll be more traffic going north, also leaving Oslo. But you see, if I would go to the Rygge instead and charge there at the V2 supercharger, I could have charged, well, given that I got full speed at the previous charger, but I'm still not keen on camping too long on expensive charging. I've been getting lots of expensive charging now this session, I mean on this challenge. And normally I'm able to use some Ionity here and there, or maybe some cheap supercharger to try to keep the cost low. But I ended up with lots of expensive expensive Circle K chargers. Some of the guys are going really slow. Like this Swedish registered van. These are tourists, man. Yeah. Van with the sunshade inside there. That's tourist. You take current time plus 2 hours and 9 minutes, and then we are 895 kilometers, and we have to go to 991. It's a 0.9% underreporting. And many times when I say 0.5% and I count to, let's say 1005 or 1000 or 995, or let's say 1000. If it's 0.5% over-reporting, I count to 1005, and people are like, yeah, but you have 5% over-reporting. You shouldn't you count to 1050? Well, I'm just lazy. I should say 0.5%, but I just say 0.5%. But actually, when I enter the calculator, I just say a point and then 5. I don't say 0.5. I don't type 0.5% in there. Well, what is the current leg now? Oh, 307 watt-hour per kilometer before correction, but we haven't even hit the... Okay, now we hit the 100 zone. And many times when I talk about HVAC, I mean, that's how you pronounce it, HVAC, very common among car and service personnel, the HVAC. People wonder, what do you say, what is that whatever, like they have never heard about that HVAC. Actually, even for me, when I got the Millennium Falcon in the early days, I also haven't heard about HVAC. before. Well, I'm a little bit lazy when I say VLTP because I don't want to say WLTP. It's so long, man. And people are also lazy because they say www dot. They don't say www punctuation alpha krøll. Yeah, they actually do that. Alpha krøll. Oh, we reached 99%. Okay. Dot versus period, yes. Versus punctuation. In Norway, we actually say punktum for, but we don't say dot or prikk or anything. Then we say comma. We're the same as English. But comma, man, that is so underrated. Many people nowadays, they tend to just ignore comma, or they don't know when to use comma. Actually, very common. They say, "How are you, Björn?" But they just say, "How are you, Björn?" Or so the incorrect use of comma can totally change the meaning of the sentence. We all heard, at least in Norwegian it works. You can say "Skyt han ikke, vent til jeg kommer." Skyt han, komma, ikke. Nei, skyt han ikke, ja, komma, vent til jeg kommer. Og skyt han, well, technically skyt han, punktum, and then ikke vent til jeg kommer, yeah. So actually that's just placement of the period. So the one with the first says shoot him, don't wait until I come, and the other one says shoot him, not wait until I arrive. Now, people are quite sloppy when it comes to month, you know, like when they say month, they don't capitalize the month. Same with weekdays, and these are even people's names. They're quite sloppy. You should, of course, capitalize names. But also in, but the thing is that in Norwegian, we don't capitalize weekdays and week and month. So many times I need to correct the errors that autocorrect in phone. For example, in Norway we usually say, for example, 9th of May, we just say 9.May. But then it's automatically corrected because it interprets it as a new sentence. So then it capitalizes the next word, which is the month. It just happened to be the month. Well, at least when I type on the phone, I need to correct that manually. 911 kilometers. 80 more kilometers. Wait. What? The car claims that I'm gonna drive another 89 kilometers. What? I think I had so many charging stops that added extra kilometers, so I don't have to count down. Okay, well that's good. That's good. At least it means that I will count down before I reach the Yes Home exit. Really? I mean, we had 7 charging stops. That's actually more than the average. Yeah. Normally, nowadays, I usually have between 4 and 5 charging stops. But also those exits, well, Hobby was kind of slow, long extra drive. What else? Hobby, that was the first. Second was Halmstad. Yeah, kind of also over there. But you're kind of driving in the right direction, at least for the most part. A little bit back wrong way, yeah. And then Falkenberg also kind of a little bit loop because it's not one way. I mean, it's a one way in and out there. Kungsbacka, I forgot Kungsbacka also. Yeah, and then but then Spekkero is not that big detour. Strömstad also not that big detour. But then Isperia also kind of longish. Yeah, not just a quick Shell Grelland pit stop. Shell Grelland literally has no increased distance. It's just basically just the off ramp up there, charge, and then on the ramp back on again. The same in the other direction, where there's Circle K on the other side. Yeah, northbound is Circle K and southbound is Shell Grelland. Back in the days when I used to do 1,000 kilometer challenge in Norway during COVID time. Yeah. But it's crazy, man, because COVID time, that was in 2020. Yeah, 2020, COVID-19. When 2020 was the worst time, the lockdown and shit. That's when most people had to spend time in Norway. They were not allowed to leave the country, or at least on normal basis. Or they were strongly suggested to stay within the country. And that was 6 years ago. Damn, time flies. 6 years ago we had a crazy pandemic. And it was before Isabel and Axel was born. So one day I have to explain to them what happened in 2019, the whole lockdown. So in my 40-year-old life, I have never experienced anything like that before, the COVID time. We heard about the epidemic breaking out in Africa or maybe parts of Asia. I don't remember where it was, but this thing just went worldwide, which is crazy. COVID. It was, I think many people also call it the coronavirus for some reason. Not sure where that came from. Well, the windows are kind of dirty. Not sure what it came from. Need to clean them. Also, if wife wants to use some kind of sunshade, the windows are so freaking humongous. So I'm not sure how she's gonna shade them, the sun. Because it's not safe to just block the whole windscreen, you know, and legal. So here, Vestby, that would be too far away if I tried to get it. But I totally forgot about the Rygge. I was thinking, the Rygge, the car will have handshake problems at Ionity. That's a bummer. I would like cheap charging over there. But I forgot that supercharger over at Rygge, it's actually even cheaper than Ionity. Yeah, 2 NOK per kilowatt hour versus 3 NOK per kilowatt hour on Ionity. And then I'm thinking, I'm not keen on the almost 6 NOK per kilowatt hour on So okay, especially with this car that is a van, 300 watt-hour per kilometer. So yeah, whatever. It's slightly not optimal that we stopped at Inspiria when I think about it, but no big deal because we were riding on the maximum speed and then close to the max speed anyway. We ride it at 90 kilowatt for just a minute or so before I unplugged. Well, I hope we have enough juice. GOM claims 90 kilometers and we are 78 kilometers away. Wait, 922, 78. Yeah, we don't have what? Okay, let me navigate to Yemen instead. Should have it in the history. The Yemen 2s. There, we put 71 kilometers. Wait. But it's also underreporting, so it means 70 kilometers plus. Yeah, that should be enough. I think. I'm not sure. We'll see. If we count down right before the exit, since we have driven maybe a couple of kilometers extra, maybe 2 kilometers extra because of the detours, the extra charging stops. Well, for now at least, I haven't been sick in a while because Isabel and Axel has not been sick. They've been pulling in all kind of sickness into the house. So far so good, traffic-wise. Getting close to motor. Not that many left lane huggers actually, because the traffic is so low. And also not that many trucks, which helps big time. Once there are lots of trucks, then many people tend to camp between the trucks, and they don't move over to the right lane. So at least for now, I don't have to deduct anything in Norway side. Yeah, long days, man. Have this car for 8 days. Normally we get it for 7 days, but we have that public holiday on Monday, so then I'm able to do this trip, also weekend trip with the family. But yeah, that Mitsubishi crisscross, whatever it's called again, it's wait, how is that again? I think I Googled about this. Wait, was it Mitsubishi? I wonder if it was based on the Aria platform, but it charges faster than Aria. Don't remember, 150 kilowatt maybe. So they did some optimization there. Yeah, whereas Aria is supposed to take 130 kilowatt, but I've never seen that. I've seen only 90 kilowatt on Aria, which is really strange. It's still a big mystery why it is like that. But well, actually, it kind of makes sense because Mitsubishi is also Japanese, yeah, and Audi is Japanese. I mean Nissan, yeah. Also, they have a joint venture there. Huh. But what about Ford Puma? What the heck is that thing based on? It's probably not the. It's not an MPB car supposedly. Or is it Ford's own shit? Now, okay, the kids should be awake. Man, I also need to charge at least 15 minutes, so around 60% before I go home. But I actually don't, it's not super critical that I need 100% before the trip. Yeah, because we're not going to use that much juice. But okay, maybe I'll try to start with 100%. This is when I'm camping at the fast charger, I can estimate how much time we have. Let me see if we're on 67. Oh, I pump in almost 15% per hour on 10.5, 11 kilowatt at home. Fiesta, huh? What the heck is the Fiesta then? Well, that's Ford's own shit, right? That reminds me, Tusenfryd. I wonder how child-friendly it is for small children like Axel. I mean, it's not that far away from Jeshope. Let me see, based on the distance here. Wait, how is this? Okay, 57 kilometers. Around 40 minutes away. 45 minutes away from Jesholm. That's a quick run. You can do a day trip easily to Tusenfryd. But I just wonder if it's 2-year-old friendly. Ford's own shit. Okay, that would be interesting. Maybe there's a freaking big hose party under the hood that could make Sandy Munro faint. Just like the Mustang Mach-E. I can't believe they call that shit Mustang. Ford is just using a bunch of legendary names. Like, the Mustang is legendary. And also the Capri is legendary. And even Explorer is a nice big SUV. And they're like, okay, Explorer is now suddenly a crossover electric, and then Capri is also a kind of crossover electric, and then Mustang is also a damn crossover electric. What the heck is a rumbling noise? $941, 50 kilometers to go. Consumption has dropped to 301. Wow, that means correct consumption is 298. That consumption will drop even more. 16 degrees Celsius. What? We're gonna have some nice weather this weekend, at least for the trip. So I need to bring my shorts. Ford Explorers Capri are based on ID. Yep, it's based on the ID platform. The battery, everything is identical. More also using the APP 310. I think I don't think they used APP 550 on those. Wow, I hope I have enough juice because I'm down to 28% now. But okay, quick math. Let's say 25%. 1% is 6.7 kilowatt hour. That means that 1% should be at least 2 kilometers. That would be over 300 watt hour per kilometer. So that means at least 50 kilometers of range, and 50 watt. Yeah, that's fine. We are fine. We might arrive at 10% then, or 5%. Because right now I think we will, it's roughly 1% gives us around 2.5% kilometer. So we should have around 75 kilometers of range. GOM says 70 kilometers. Yeah, well, we have the uphill soon after Skedsmokorset. Actually, after Olavsgård, yeah. Then we have the uphills up until the Cleavage Plateau. Yeah, never underestimate the Cleavage Plateau. Eight, 9, 10, 10:34 now time. Okay, so this is where the ID bus would finish the challenge, right? We are still not done yet. But it makes sense. The ID bus has a bigger battery and faster charging, but efficiency-wise, I think we are pretty much neck on neck. Maybe the PV5 has a small edge because it uses smaller tires. So as long as they have, oh shit, what the heck, man, auto steer just stopped working. As long as they have very equal drag coefficient and drivetrain efficiency, then the tire themselves should be more efficient on this car. Narrower tires and less rubber, more rubber. Maybe. Currently, sitting on the Renault Kangoo EV, current small kilowatt hour. Is it okay? Alright. I've seen some posts lately on Facebook. People are upgrading all Leaf with some Chinese battery in there, and the same with the i3. Actually, if I would get one, test it, that would be great. Maybe I can post openly on the i3 group. Maybe there is a worldwide Facebook group. There should be lots of fans over there. I can ask if anyone has received one in Norway, and I can borrow it. They probably would gladly lend it to me to do a 1,000 kilometer challenge. the return of the i3, but I wonder if it still charges at only 125 amp or caps at 50 kilowatt, or if they were able to go past that, at least 200 kilowatt. That would be great. Yeah. Yeah, the 54 kilowatt hour i3 or the 154 amp hour or something, I think it was. Yeah, the original was 120 amp hour or 42 kilowatt hour. Consumption is dropping, 301 right now, before correction. The bus was 298, right, or close, right below 300, what I remember. Yeah, we should be able to beat the bus, but we have a slightly warmer run than the bus. Oh, we have Model 3 EN99957. Is it 999? Where can I find the EN999? Okay, there's some traffic here as expected. I guess that the traffic north of Alnabru will be slightly more dense because people are traveling out of the city. They're going out. 299 for the bus. Okay, thank you. But it was colder run, 8 to 12 or something. But here we had 8 to 17 yesterday, or 16 at least. Now it's 15 degrees. We've actually been camping around 13 to 15 degrees now for a while in the morning hours. Now we get some campers. Yeah, there's a guy in front, he camps. Even though a right lane is available, he doesn't use it. If I were the second car behind it, I would just undertake, but the other guys are just derping behind. That's why it goes slow now suddenly. Or 955. 25 minutes, yeah. So when we have low traffic, then we actually spend only 25 minutes from Bryn to Gjesholm. So it's probably going to be either 10:05 or 10:10. No, so 11. Yeah, 11 hours and 5 minutes or 11 hours and 10 minutes. I'm not exactly sure yet. We're down to 24.5% now. Do we have enough? Yeah, we have enough. Okay. The car claims 13% on arrival. Okay, really? Fortunately, we have many lanes out of Oslo once the traffic starts getting denser, but then it clogs again around Skedsmokorset, or before that even. At Olavsgård, actually, it clogs down less lanes. Yeah, it's okay. It's about an hour faster than the EQV. Yeah, EQV charges a lot slower and it's a lot thirstier. I think they didn't do anything to try to make it more efficient as an EV. It's basically just a fossil V-class with an electric drivetrain. Oh, it's 15 degrees Celsius, 8:30 in the morning. Finally, we have some proper weather in Norway. Okay, not too crazy traffic for now. That's good. Yeah, I was considering last night, or I mean Thursday night. I was laying in the bed and like, do I go for the 1,000 kilometer tonight, Thursday night? What the heck is gonna happen Friday morning? Well, I know what's gonna happen. Stau is gonna happen Friday morning. Yeah, I see. These are tourists. SUV with a freaking ski box on the roof. They are not going to commute anywhere. Actually, they are alone in the car. Oh no, they're not alone. Okay. Same here. ID7 station wagon with a roof box. He's going on a trip, yeah, GTX. But this van doesn't need a roof box. I have so much space in the trunk here. I can just put the the stroller in here without folding it. That's how much space I have. That would be interesting just to show how much space we have. Okay, 966. 25 more kilometers. Almost there. Unfortunately, it won't be the nicest price on Yes Home supercharger. Well, unless I go somewhere else. But I was like, I want to charge there because if I charge at Cleveland or somewhere else, then it's kind of detour for me. So okay, it's still fairly cheap. 3.1 NOK per kilowatt hour. I'll take it. Good morning. Low battery now, okay. 20.5%. We get the first warning. Well, I have enough juice, right? No, stop bugging me. Yeah, we should have enough. 54 kilometers gone and we are 27 kilometers away. Dude, I'm not gonna arrive at 15%, right? Right, okay, no. Okay, as long as I arrive at less than 10%, then I don't complain. Okay, now is when I might need to... Okay, let's just redo it, or... Yeah, okay, let's go. I'm gonna use the rightmost lane. This is the bus lane. It's the PV5 lane. The ID bus lane. Now you can use it on Saturdays and weekends, but it doesn't. Well, actually, I have to Google about this, but I think it also applies to public holidays. Well, I need to check it out, or maybe someone can check for me because I might need this lane on Monday afternoon when I'm traveling back. I mean, everything points towards that on a public holiday. Because most things in Norway, public holidays counts as Sunday. Yeah, when it comes to opening hours and like parking rules, when you have the red numbers or letters, that usually applies to Sundays and public holidays. Okay, I don't know what the heck is going on over there. There's some kind of service car, but it's not Polizei. Yeah. It's just Statens Vegvesen with something. I wonder what the heck that is. Is that a camera thing? No, it has a lot of equipment on it. But this is why I want to use the bus lane, because there will be people camping in the other lanes. Don't brake for me. Shit, man, the stupid car is braking there. No, don't do that shit. is illegal. Fat e-tron blocked the license plate. He doesn't give a shit. He has a bunch of bicycles blocking the license plate. And the thing is that the bicycle holder, or the bicycle rack, has a license plate holder, but he didn't bother just writing something on a cardboard to make it legal, or get an extra plate. I don't know if they bother doing that. Well, I think you can maybe get just I don't know, not like a real plate, but something you can order it maybe, replica. So either many people don't know about that rule, or they don't care, but it's niche legal to block the rear license plates. I mean, I've seen when during winter, yeah, it's approved because it's way cheaper. The Kia Bjorn approved. Well, during winter, yes, I don't always clear the front or the rear license plate. If there's a frigging massive Salzschmutzfest going on, I have to stop and clean the license plate every 5 minutes. I was like, okay, whatever. But when it's summer and you are mounting the bicycle, then it's not that hard to make sure that the license plates are legal. I mean, that's just me. I'm just a Nazi. Okay, maybe I don't know if people will be offended by that when I said there was a grammar Nazi. Well, I'm kind of referring it to the soup Nazi because I'm a Seinfeld fan. Well, actually, we haven't had any crazy slowdown yet. Not too many campers going. Oh, okay, I jinxed it. Okay, no, okay. The taxi driver move out of the way. That's good. 16.5%. It seems like we will actually go kind of deep. Maybe 10% or close. 12% says the car. Okay. ID5 GTX. I wonder why people buy the Volkswagen instead of the more efficient Skoda Enyaq. Enyaq Coupe, right? I mean, are they more expensive, or why do they buy a Volkswagen? It's less aerodynamic for some reason. And also, I think that the Skoda Enyaq Coupe is way sexier than the ID5, ID4. Especially with the illuminated grille. Okay. Right, 979. Wait, huh? Wait. Yeah, we will actually count down before the exit. This is one of the rare cases where it happens. Mainly because, well, it makes sense because we had so many charging stops. 7 charging stops versus maybe 4 or 5 that is more common nowadays. Well, consumption has dropped to 299. So corrected consumption is actually 296, but it will go up. So it might be 297. Yeah, so it's, I don't know, it's not significant enough to determine if the PV5 is more efficient than ID Bus. But they are roughly in the same ballpark. .982. Oh yeah, usually now we get some traffic at cleavage. Yeah, this always happens. A bunch of campers in the left lane. I was just lucky actually until now. Oh, slightly better aerodynamics, okay, but we don't know about the front area, no. And also about the drivetrain efficiency. Oh, okay, I need to show this. We're almost done, 7 kilometers left. Oh, okay, well, you know, today is Saturday, and on Monday we have public holiday. So many people, they're actually on this long weekend, Pinsehelga. And then over here at the Cleavage Plateau, we have some traffic. So I'll consider what to do, whether we should maybe shave off a minute or two, but we should have tolerance for some traffic, right? Yeah, but just documenting what's going on today. It's just a bunch of campers now in the left lane. 985. Oh, at time. Wait. We are almost at 11 hours. We haven't hit 11 hours yet. In 3 minutes, supposedly. No, wait, 49, 50. Yeah, at 51. That would be 11 hours. So I think we can actually call this 11 hours. It's not going to be 11.5. And then, dude, those guys are driving so damn slow, man. 986 now. We have 5 more kilometers. Actually, 4.5 more kilometers. There, 10 hours and 59 minutes. Oh man, as long as there are some trucks and some slow pokes in the right lane, then all the other guys, they're just camping in the left lane. Nobody moves. Okay, 988, almost there. Guess we'll just count down in the left lane then. 3 more kilometers. 16 degrees Celsius, wow. 299 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, 989 coming up soon, so 2 more kilometers. But we are currently at 11 hours. So yeah, that's it. We're going to round out to 11 hours. It doesn't matter whatever traffic we encounter now. It might be delayed by 1 minute, but it's insignificant. Alright, let's do the countdown. There's a bunch of slow pokes now in the left lane, but whatever. 9990, 9991, 9992, 9993, 9994, 9995, 9996, 997, 998, 9999, 1,298 watt-hour per kilometer, time 8:52. So that means 11 hour and 1 minute. All right, 11 hour there is, but it is also kind of unique because we actually 999 before we came to the Yes Home exit. that happens because we had so many charging stops. So we drive extra distance. Yeah, some people might ask whether that's, you know, maybe I should 999 right before the exit, yeah, to make it, you know, whatever. This is actually very good. 11 hours, yeah. So now I have to go to the supercharger, not home right now. I need to pump up a little bit for, I need to pump it for around 15 minutes at least. And I arrive with 99 with 11% left. So okay, I'm not sure how much I could have shaved off on the juice there if I arrive with 5%. That's close enough. It's actually not sun, but it's still warm. 15 degrees without sun. Wow. The sun has left the chat. Time was so good. 11 hours. Well, it's Saturday morning, so actually Yemen is open now. Okay, let's see. Maybe I just take nose install. I think that works best with this car. Do we have 360 camera here? I'm gonna check if the 5C is not broken. Can we turn the H back? This is unbelievable. I don't know what the heck is wrong, but it keeps claiming that the plug is in use. Wait, charging door. I tried for the longest time, and it kept claiming that. Come on, go. Already braking? No, that's fine. So I'll try 5B. Then I was trying 5C for the longest time, and it claimed that it was in use. I was like, no need. It's fine. Okay, try 5B. Let's try again. I think this time I'll initiate for it, but I mean, it will just say, oh, the charging, it might be in use. Yes, that's fine because I'm the one who's plugged in. Are you for real, man? Seriously? And then this stupid car won't unlock the charge port. You know, there's a possibility that this car has problems handshaking on V4 supercharger. It has a bit of a Chinese tech in it. I don't know. Let's try the 5A stall then. At least that one does not have any info claiming that it's kaput. But it was strange that the Tesla app didn't tell me that the 5B stall was kaput. I tried 5C, kept failing. Now we try 5A. How about that? Can we make it work now, s'il vous plaît? Bitte schön. Let me catch this in time. Okay. The reason why it took so long time was that the Tesla app was stuck on Rygge. Yeah, I was looking at Rygge and I didn't pay attention that we were here, so it didn't jump over here. I was actually trying to start a charging session at Rygge. That's why it kept failing. And also that's why the app didn't tell me that the 5B stall was kaput, because I was trying to start 5B stall at Rygge, which was of course okay. So at least we're charging now. Yeah, that's good. Now I can have my summary. Oh, I have to ask wifey, by the way, if she wants something from Remen. I think there was something she mentioned that she would buy, but then she forgot to buy it. And I was like, okay, whatever, I'm not gonna go there now, but we're getting 300 amp full speed. Okay, all is good. No, well, I mean, it's the app. I'm not super happy with the Tesla app. It's kind of laggish and actually very slow. If stuff fails, it tends to just spin and spin and spin. Like if it fails handshake, it was just like derp, 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 and it wants to make this summary of a fail handshake attempt. I was like, oh, can you just stop it? I don't care about the summary. We didn't charge, it failed handshake. So it's like doing all that shit. And even if I close the app and enter it again and try to go into the charge other car, it still wants to show me that damn summary. I'm like, oh. So it's many times I'm wasting time on the Tesla app. I don't know why it is so sluggish. Even with the new phone, it's still kind of sluggish compared to how snappy it was before. So. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna prepare now and make the summary. I still have to stay here for a little bit before I go home. I also have to calculate. Okay, so by the time I'm home, it's gonna be 9:30, and then we might leave at 11:30. Should already? That's only in 2 hours, dude. So I can only charge for 2 hours ish, which means I need to charge to 70% here. Okay. Well, the 7-seat. What is there a 7-seater here? I don't know. I didn't even know it existed. So I'll make a little end shot now before the cooling goes crazy. Actually, for this shot, I think I'll just use this camera because the wide angle actually becomes too wide. I'm just way far away from the camera, so this would probably be okay. Use this camera instead of the DSLR. You actually want to have not too. Yeah, that's actually okay. You just have to cover up here so we get correct exposure. It should be good. If I do this, lock this kind of, and then here, then exposure should be fine, right? There, okay. There, right. So 11 hours then. Let's see, here. Okay, let's see. So the bus, the EQV, we don't even talk about EQV. Man, that was 12 hours. Man. EQV 11:55. Yeah, we have 55 minutes faster than EQV. And then the bus. Well, I don't know about other vans, but haven't done too many vans. Yeah, bus was 11:30. Yeah, so it's half an hour slower than bus. But okay, the bus had slightly colder run, but somewhat similar. Yeah.
So 11 hours, how fast is that? Well, if we look down the list here, you will see that the EQV, which supposedly is not for sale anymore, did it in 11:55. So this is 55 minutes faster than the EQV. But when it comes to bus has a bigger battery and charges faster. So I did it in 10.5 hours. So this is half an hour slower than bus. But yeah, okay, and the GTX, we don't care too much about that because it's more expensive and it's overdrive. But okay, so half an hour faster then. It's kind of like the second fastest van in this category price range, right? I think that's actually pretty good. Okay, most people who drive these cars, they're not gonna hammer it like I do, but yeah, if you drive more normal, you can get more range, and if you charge to maybe 75-80%, then you should also be able to drive further than just 120 kilometers like I did. Maybe you can stretch it to almost 200 kilometers at least, right? So, but overall though, if you compare the price for this van versus the bus, then I believe that this is better bang for the bucks. Yeah. So that's gonna be for now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching and talk to you later. There was a quick summary. I wasn't sure what the heck I was gonna say anyway, but okay. Probably good enough. People already seen the whole video, so okay, now can I do this and then stealing the cooling now. Let's hope that doesn't mess up the charging session or slow it down too much. Actually, it might do that. Let me stop the thing here a bit off. Yeah, it might actually fuck up the charging session, so I don't want that to happen. So I'm just gonna open up some windows instead. Oh, that's natural cooling. That's way better. Doesn't interfere with the cooling of the battery. So, well, I feel like maybe I should go to the Yemen. Let me pack some of my shit first. One shaft stays there, the rest stays home. Okay, this shaft is ready. This shaft is ready.